not break down and not feel tired. So I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, sustain the physical grind
exactly.
of competing at that highest level.
I think that's the hardest part for sure. Definitely for me is you know, playing day in and day out at the later stages of tournaments. But that's what fitness is for.
Yeah,
so.
That's it. That's why you put the time in, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, you've got to put the time in on the front side. You know, as they say, there's an old saying: you got to get the hay in the barn.
Yes.
You know, so that's a great saying.
Definitely.
I love that one. And it's Andy Lapthorne here, attempting to hold serve in the opening game of the second set. Lucas Satoli having secured the win of the first set, 6-4, in a really competitive match here on center court. Andy a little bit frustrated, doesn't seem to be kind of completely on his game so far today, but we'll see. He had a great opening round-robin victory yesterday over American David Wagner, having defeated David in straight sets, which is a great win for Andy, having defeated the #1 quad in the world.
Seems like Andy's going for a little bit more in this first game of this second set here.
Yeah, maybe he feels like he's kind of let it out a little bit to kind of try to find his game.
A little more aggressive.
We'll see if he wants to, how he sustains that. But it's Satoli with a couple of quick break points right out the gate. Andy seems to be in a little bit of a rush. That's my sense of it. Kind of almost in a hurry to get these points over with. Just kind of literally just kind of throws that double fault in there to give that game away and go down early.
Wonder what he's thinking here.
Yeah, sure. Wheels over to collect his towel. He's got his coach up above
Hi, this
him.
is Andy Dunscombe, once again, live from the USTA National Campus, the home of American tennis. Hi, this is Andy Dunscombe, live from USTA National Campus, home of American tennis. Once again, back at the NEC Championships, Tennis Masters. I got a lot of friends around me today. I got Joe Weiland. How you doing, Joe?
Good. How are you today?
Very good. I'm very excited because I have a lot of new Canine friends today from the Canine Companions for Independence. Help is a four-legged word. Did I get that right? Yes. Very excited to be with you guys. May I ask your name?
My name is Mary.
Hi, Mary. I'm Andy. And what are we doing here today at Kids Day?
Today we were presenting some information to the kids on the kids level, basically teaching them about what we do and what Canine Companions for Independence does.
Very awesome. And I'm going to go down here and talk to my friend Alex. Alex, how are you?
Good.
And who's here? What's this pup's name?
This is Right. This is Right.
This is Right. Right. Alex, are you having a calming effect talking to Right and petting Right here?
Yes.
And what have you learned today about Right and all of Right's buddies?
The puppies usually start training at a young age, and they usually are almost fully trained at 2.
Very good job. You've learned a lot. You guys have done a great job here. What else have you learned about Right?
He's very calm around other people and cute.
That's maybe most important part. Very, very cute. So this is part of Kids Day activities going here on day 3 of the NEC Master Championships. Joe, what else can we expect here today for the kids? I know we got a lot of things lined up.
They've done Canine Companion, they've played some tennis, they've made posters for all the players, and they've done letters for the players. So this whole week they've been working on researching the players, which I think is really cool, and understanding that people in a chair can be just like people standing up playing tennis. So they're going to go have some lunch, eat that great food, and then they're going to go out and watch the matches.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Joe. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much to the guys. This is Andy Dunscombe, once again live from the USTA National Campus.
Here we are. Thank you so much, Andy, for that great coverage about what's going on here on campus with the Kids Day, as we have a couple of activities revolving around this great event. I'm sure the kids have been excited to participate in all the things that they had planned for them today here on the national campus. And it really is just kind of a typical day here on the campus, isn't it, Cece?
Yeah, definitely. I think there's always so much going on. I mean, I think I heard a stat that they have a tournament almost 300 days out of the 365 in a year, so it's pretty crazy here.
That is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's just there is an opportunity to hold multiple events at the same time. You know, so in other words, it's not uncommon for there maybe to be 2 or 3 events going on at the same time here on this campus. I know there's been days when I've been here and you've had a pro tournament going on, you've had a bunch of junior tournaments going on, 2 junior tournaments running up at the same time. maybe a collegiate match going on over at the Collegiate Center. And so when a day like that happens, and I think we're going to get one of those tomorrow on campus where there's going to be 500 people coming in to participate in a tournament, this place just turns into just a beehive of tennis activity.
Definitely. I think with having different surfaces too, they can really play different tournaments at the same time.
Well, it's Lucas Satoli that's got the momentum right now, having won the first set 6-4 over Andy Lapthorne on center court here, and now up 2 games to love in the second set. And it's going to be up to Andy to really kind of get himself collected here and get back in this match, or else it's going to be a straight set victory by Lucas, which would really turn this pool upside down as we go forward as to see who would be eligible to cross over. It's between Andy and David Wagner and Lucas Satoli in this pool, and if they all end up at 1 win apiece and 1 loss apiece, it'll be interesting to see who ends up squeaking out and going in as the number 1 seed and the number 2 seed in the crossover.
Would they then be counting games or sets?
I think it would come down to sets. I don't know officially what the tiebreaker status would be. We'll have to maybe see if we can get the word from the head referee. But that would be great to know and alert our viewers to what that might be. But we'll let that unfold a little bit ahead of us here. This match has got a long way to go, and Andy's certainly not packing it in anytime soon. But Lucas looks determined today. He's playing some really great tennis, and so it's not out of the realm of possibilities that's the outcome. And it's really been the serve for Andy today that's been a struggle. On not keeping an official count here, but I would say that's at least 4, maybe 5 double faults from him today as we've kind of eased into this second set. By these guys' standards, that's more than what they would normally want to be giving up.
Like the serve is so crucial. I feel like once you get to 4 or 5 double faults, your opponent almost seems more relaxed in their return games. At least that's what I would feel for sure.
Yeah, why not, right? When you know that based on the pattern that's in play, you're likely to be getting some freebies. I mean, until they show that they've got it back under control, you get into those pressure situations. You almost kind of anticipate that, hey, this might be another one coming my way. And after a quick 30-love lead, it's back to 30 all, with Andy continuing to kind of struggle in his service games. There's Lucas keeping the pressure on, hitting another clean winner, that time off the forehand side for another opportunity for a break and a chance to go up 3 games to love in this second set, having already secured the first set.
Very aggressive, and he's really making all the shots that he's going for today.
Yeah, I think all the players that compete in the quad division, if you interviewed them, will tell you when Lucas is on one of his hot streaks, when he's on a roll, he is an absolute nightmare to play.
Oh, yeah.
And he's just one of those players that's streaky, and when his hot streak hits, it's almost nothing you can do about it. And there's another example with Andy having thrown that one long. He's now down 3 games to love in this second set. And it's all Lucas Satoli at this point. Long way from the finish line, but early advantage to Lucas.
The first set I feel like was so close, and now I feel like Lucas is really running away with it.
Yeah, that's kind of the ebbs and flows of tennis. That's the way it goes sometimes. It was that back and forth battle, and maybe it was that letdown. You know how when you're that close, sometimes when you get blown out in a set, you almost are able to shake it off pretty quickly.
Right.
But it's in those ones that you go deep into the set, the 6-4s, the 7-5s, the tiebreakers, where there's almost a little bit of a lasting effect as you carry it over into the second set.
Yeah, I feel like we see a lot of, tight first sets and then not as close second sets, definitely. I know I see a lot of those, not necessarily in my matches, but, in draws and tournaments that I play, I see a lot of those for sure.
Mm-hmm. What's the psychology use? Do you have some particular game plans in place, whether you win a first set or lose a first set? Are there some specific kind of tactics that you employ in the mental toughness area to kind of get yourself going in that second set based on what happened in the first set?
I'm not sure. I think it, definitely depends on who you're playing and what kind of their confidence level is, or what their, playing level is that day. So I think it just depends on the match. Every match pretty much has to be different, I think. Definitely no need to give up if you lose a close first set, though, because you're definitely still in it, and there's two full more sets in the match. So
yeah,
just got to reset.
That's it. Andy is far from having reset in this match here, as he's just quickly down. Yeah, look at that. He's like, I don't know, nothing working. And there are days like that on the court where you just feel like you've got nothing, right?
Oh, of
and
course.
It's a frustrating and almost like a helpless feeling. And that's where you got to kind of fall back on some of your training and say, all right, let's kind of simplify my game and get to something that works. One thing maybe, right?
Definitely. Yeah, I think it's always nice to have different tactics that you can go to, or different, maybe swinging and kind of shadowing shots to see if that'll help you. Sometimes I do that if I feel like I'm not playing as well.
Go swings that we call by shadow swings.
Exactly.
Go swings, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Remind yourself how you want to hit the ball, right?
Exactly. We saw, I think, both players do some of that yesterday too. Some shadow swings.
with Shingo and Stefan, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, you'll often see that with both those guys. Yeah, I think that's just becoming more and more commonplace, the people recognizing all the tools that are necessary sometimes to get yourself on track. And it's certainly Lucas Satoli here who's on track with a 40-15 lead here in the fourth game of the second set. Already up 1-0 with two chances to go up 4-0 in the second set. And now he's down to one chance. Andy probably desperately trying to get it back to deuce, as the 4-0 deficit would be tough. Yeah.
That's a tough one to come back from, down a set in 4-0.
Yeah, that's a big one. Unless you're 8 years old.
It's true.
As Cece talked to us about one of her greatest comebacks ever. She remembered back in the day when she was 8 years old competing in a tournament out in California where she was down big, having lost the set, what was it, 6-0,
Yep.
4-0 or something like that, and 30-0 or something.
Yep.
Yeah, and then come back to win that. Tennis players tend to remember the craziest things about certain matches in their life.
I mean, we play so many, we're bound to have some crazy ones like that. For sure.
Yeah, that's the truth. Well, Andy fought off those points, those service games that Lucas was trying to close out, and it's back to deuce now. Fought off those 2 points that Lucas had to hold, so he's still in the fight. I think 3-1 would be, I mean, dramatically it doesn't sound that big, but 3-1 versus 4-0 is really huge.
Yeah, 3-1 with Andy then serving. Easy way to hold for 3-2. Then he's right back in it.
Absolutely. Lucas pushing it aggressively on that one, but just a little aggressive with the targeting. It gives Andy now a break opportunity. So just as quickly as Lucas was on the verge of 4-0, it's Andy with a chance to settle things back down and get himself right back in this set.
Great way to get back in that game there.
Yeah, that might be the game that kind of flips this set a little bit here with Andy.
Definitely looks like it.
Yeah, right on the verge of going down huge, and so just like that, flip of the switch, and he's in the hunt. So it's going to be his serve though that's going to be the critical adjustment that he's going to need to make, because it's been a little bit flighty so far today. All day today he's kind of seemingly struggled with it. So this is a critical service game here. He holds 3-2. I think he's going to be full of confidence on the changeover.
Yeah, I think he needs to make a lot of first serves in this game. He needs to really think about getting that first serve in and getting the point started like that. Wow. Great defense there, turning it into offense.
Yep. And Andy certainly has a couple gears. He's one of those players that kind of, you know, he's just when you count him out, he's got another gear. I've seen him compete for years on the tour. I know what he's capable of. He has really, as I mentioned, Lucas can be a streaky player. Andy has that as well sometimes. And it's for him typically about focus. And so when he's focused and determined, he is as good a competitor on the tour as there is. When he loses that focus, when it seemed like he was a little bit in that position here for a while, in this set anyway, when he loses it, boy, he can be all over the place. So we'll see if he reins that in. Right now it looks like he's got it going his way.
Seems to be a lot of a big momentum player, for sure. Huge to stay positive if you're that type of player, I think. Not get down on yourself.
Just about the time we had Andy counted out in this set and possibly this match, it's now 3 points to hold and go to the changeover at still a deficit. But boy, I'll tell you what, big difference between what we were talking about just moments ago.
Crazy how it can change so quick.
I mean, it's one of the things that you love about the sport and equally drives you crazy.
Definitely.
How in the, I won't say it, but how in the fill in the blank did it go from being so good to so bad? Speaking of good, that's a great forehand by Lucas right there to fight off one of the points that he's up against to stay in this match, or at least in this game. A little replay look here. Gonna get a shorter ball here from Andy. Pushes aggressively in, but boy, that's a tough shot right there, that angle. But he hit it pretty comfortably. Easy return of serve error there for Andy Lapthorne, so he happily makes the change over here. Down a game, honestly, I think he'll take this based on, you know, the status just about 10 minutes ago when he was down 3-love and actually a couple points away from 4-love. So wow, great turnaround by Andy Lapthorne.
Really good turnaround. Just when we thought he was maybe going away a little bit, came right back.
So you see Andy taking a sip of water there. I know you mentioned yesterday about water, electrolytes. What's your electrolyte drink of choice? Is there a certain type of drink that just seems to work well for you in allowing you to help in your recovery?
I use Advocare Rehydrate.
Okay.
Yeah, and I use that as my electrolyte drink. And I try and have, you know, something to eat as well, like bar, banana, and then definitely some water too.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Try and have all three.
You
sure.
you prepare a bottle of the electrolyte drink and then have that separate, maybe a sip of that, sip of water,
Yep.
kind of mix the two a little bit.
Mix them up,
Yep.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think important to have both because I don't think you should just have one or the other.
I agree.
think definitely I couldn't play a match just on, you know, electrolytes. I definitely need some water too. So.
Yeah.
What about you? What was your go-to?
Yeah, I was kind of a Gatorade water mix guy. There wasn't as many
It's the
options.
best way to go.
You know, I'm an old guy, see, so it wasn't as many option. It was like water or dirty water back when I played, and so it wasn't as many options back then. But yeah, certainly Gatorade and Powerade were the two drinks on the market back then before so many other supplemental things came in. And so typically I would take a bottle of Gatorade, maybe take a couple sips out of that, and then have a bottle of water and just kind of start diluting the Gatorade. Because I didn't like the taste of just water. Here's a great replay of this first point of the sixth game. Good depth there by Andy. Kind of sets things up. Yeah, you can see him swinging a lot more confidently there and there. So yeah, it looks like he's kind of righted his ship and is looking...
Maybe loosened up a bit.
Yeah, loosened up, certainly gained some confidence. Lucas didn't close it out when he had a chance to maybe really do some damage. And so I think we're in for a fight now. That's my sense of it.
Definitely.
And just like that, we're kind of back to what the first set looked like, a little bit more back and forth, a little bit more of an even match. And so Lucas is, I think, equally determined now. He has the early advantage here. He'd be wise to do everything he can to keep it.
These two have played each other a bunch of times too as well.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about the matchups, but take a glance at that. You got access to those stats, and so I was surprised to see that they have not played each other at all this year, which is really remarkable for the amount of tournaments that both of these guys play on the UNIQLO Tour, to think that they hadn't matched up at some point this year.
A couple of 7-6 in the thirds. They all seem to be pretty close matches for sure.
Yeah, no, it's been a great head-to-head. It's only a four-match differential in the head-to-head, which to me is really for the amount of times that they've played really close. Let's see what we got on the replay here. Ah, there's the friendly net cord. Depending on what side of the net you're on, it's a
Depends
friend
on who
of,
he likes that day.
Yeah, it's your friend or it's your worst nightmare. So for Lucas, it was friendly. For Andy, it's like, you got to be kidding me. But great job there for Lucas to get to 30-15 on his service game. Chance to continue to maybe extend his lead here in the second set. But gives that advantage right back. And it's now 40-30. Still an opportunity to hold serve. Nice, easy forehand return to serve winner for Andy. Looked really smooth and comfortable on that one.
Very smooth.
Yeah.
Really fluid strokes.
Yeah, that one was. Yep.
It's probably a shot Lucas wants to take back. Definitely needs a good first serve here.
Game, Lapthorne, 3 games all. And as this continues to get tighter, and we talked about this pool with David Wagner, Andy Lapthorne, and Lucas Satoli being the 3 participants here. It's just given some information by the tournament referee that if it does in fact go to some tiebreaker situations, that it would be percentage of sets won and percentage of games won. So everything is critical here. I mean, literally each and every one of these games is critical. So it was David who beat Lucas in straight sets. It was Andy who beat David in straight sets. And now it's, at best, it would be Lucas beating Andy straight sets. At worst, it would be split sets, and then they'd go to the numbers, Cece.
That would be very crazy, very tight matches with all of each other.
Yep. So that is, again, that's one of the interesting things about the round-robin format, and you know, what the outcome can be. It's not really clear-cut. As you're playing matches on day one, you might not consider having lost a game or two to be the end of the world, but
right.
Ultimately in the end that can come back to bite you in the backside if it comes down to percentage of games won, and there's a couple of games that you maybe let slip away and didn't really worry too much about at the time, but all of a sudden they're the ones that knock you out of the tournament.
Yeah, it's crazy how much importance is in each game, and you probably don't realize it at the time, but
yeah, I think
point in each game means so much.
I think because so few tournaments are played in this format, it is something that you probably don't go into really mindful of in the beginning. Maybe some do, maybe some don't, but that's a lot of pressure almost to have on you to think that way in the early goings of a round-robin tournament, where you're saying, hey, listen, you know, every one of these games is critical. That should be a mentality I think that most competitive athletes have, but sometimes, you know, you're kind of like, all right, no big deal. You know, I'm up 4-1, 5-1 or something like that. I lose a couple games, I lose concentration. And
you don't
then,
think it's the end of the world at that time? But
not at all. And
know.
Ultimately it might not be, because you maybe win the set, win the match, but in the end it really might be critical.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, in the moment you're just like, nah, no big deal.
That's what makes round-robin tournaments interesting. I
agree. I agree. Yep, but right now at this big critical 7th game of the match, it's 3 opportunities for Lucas Sotoli to break serve. And quickly it's from 3 to 2 as Andy gets a nice serve into the body, and Lucas no reply on the return. We'll see. Lucas had a chance to hold several games ago to go up 4-love. Next thing you know, it's 3-all, but here's some critical points for him now to get a break and maybe get the advantage later on in the set. Oh, there it is.
2 breaks in a row. That's big.
Yeah, and that's the Sotoli weapon right there. Andy gives it to him, gives him the opportunity to hit that backhand, which he loves so much, and he didn't miss that one. Took it down the line for the clean winner as he goes to the ice chest for a cold drink of water on a warm, sunny day here in Central Florida, here at the National Campus, home of American tennis. What do they use? They use a acronym for that, don't they?
USTA?
No. Well, no, we know
Oh,
USTA.
the HOTE.
The HOTE, home of American tennis. Everybody, you might hear that term
That
once
one's
in a while.
new, too.
What's that?
It's new.
Yeah, it
Only
is.
the last few years, I think.
Well, that's
People
it. Yeah.
started using that.
Well,
yeah,
as everything has been consolidated here.
it's true.
So if you want to sound cool when you're on campus, you just kind of walk around just saying, "Oh yeah, it's good to be here at the HOTE."
I don't know if I've ever said that.
Feel free to take it and run with it.
I'm going to take it.
So now it's up to Lucas Sotoli to hold serve, maybe again extend his lead in this critical second set, having won the first. So it's certainly more critical for Andy Lapthorne than it is for Lucas Sotoli. But I think it would be in Lucas's benefit to maybe close this thing out as best he can here in the second set, not give Andy a lifeline in the third.
So important to try and close matches out in 2 if you can. I think especially as the tournament goes on, play more matches, the body definitely gets more worn down. I think this is going to be really important for him, the service game.
Yeah, well, that's Andy trying to be kind of aggressive and set the tone there in that first point of this game, but driving that forehand into the bottom of the net. Yeah, I think it's this format for these guys, with it being a 3-person round robin, is a little bit more forgiving because all of them had at least 1 day off in the round robin format out of the first 3 days of competition here.
It's a nice format.
Yeah, for them that works out pretty well. For the ones that are playing in the pools of 4 in the men's and women's division, it's a grind. It's pretty much full 3 matches on the first 3 days of round robin to complete their pool play, and then right into the semifinals. So no let up. They're going to be playing 5 straight days of highly competitive tennis, and back to the talk we had earlier about fitness. And so how much those athletes have put into their training is going to really show here down the stretch. So on a typical week, when you're healthy and not recovering from injury, in training, how many days a week are you on court? How many days in the gym? What kind of is a typical schedule for you across a week?
Every day on the court and in the gym except Sunday.
Except Sunday.
So, yeah, and I get a half day on Saturday, so.
Half day on Saturday.
Yep.
Oh, look at the depth on that shot right there. So Andy Lapthorne now with a chance for 2 break points. And it seems like every time I talk about the number of break points that these guys have, they throw one away. And so from 2 break points to 1. But Andy will still gladly have the 1 at his disposal here. Great serve by Lucas. Just Andy with a little bit of the wind today throws that one up, and it looks like, based on what I'm seeing with the flags over there, just that one was pushed by the wind just a little bit wide. We can kind of feel a little bit of a breeze in our face here, and that's definitely the way the ball drifted.
It's tough playing when sometimes there's a breeze, sometimes there's not. I feel like in Florida you can never really tell when it's coming.
Yeah, and it's always different in a court like what they're playing on, where they're sunken in down below.
Right.
You can look up and see, we've talked about that, where you can look up and see some flags moving in a certain direction, but it doesn't necessarily translate onto the court. Things tend to swirl down there a little bit, and it might be a little bit of a false read on the wind. This point's setting up a little bit in Andy's favor here. But
wow.
Just like that, it's another backhand winner by Sotoli to give himself an advantage here. It looked like that point was kind of setting up into one of those back and forth rallies that I think favors Andy in the long run, but it was Lucas that had other plans here. It's a great get. Good defensive positioning by Lucas. Then pushes in aggressively. Look at the depth and location of that shot as Andy tries to get on the offensive.
Perfectly placed there.
Yeah. Big opportunity for Sotoli right here. Stays patient. Andy out of position. And fortunately for him, Lucas sails it a little bit long. Andy gives a little breath of relief there, knowing that he might have been a little bit out of position. Had Lucas gotten that lob back, he might have been in trouble. It's back to Deuce, shaking his head like, whew, dodged a bullet there.
It's always tough to, you know, kind of figure out where you want to go when your opponent's on the run. You don't know if they're going to stay in one corner or run to the other side, especially if you have a short ball and you don't have much time to decide.
Lucas late on that forehand, driving it wide. And now another break opportunity for Lapthorne to even this set up at 4-all with a 1-set-to-love advantage for Lucas Sotoli. Now, this is one of those ones that's setting up to be pretty critical. I think the winner of this one, even if it's just getting back to even by Andy, the winner of this one's going to have the momentum. That's my sense of it. 5-3, Andy's going to really be up against it. But 4-all, if Lucas lets this game slide away, I think we could see a momentum shift back to Andy and him bolstered with confidence.
Yeah, it's tough mentally getting broken at 4-3 in the second for sure.
From what I'm hearing behind me, it's a really tight third set over there on court number 2 between Koji Sugino and Heath Davidson. If I heard correctly, it's Sugino with a 4-3 lead in the third. And right now here on center court, it's Lucas Sotoli with a 5-3 lead in the second set, having already won the first set. So really some great action going on here between these 4 quad players at the UNIQLO Wheelchair Tennis, or NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters on the UNIQLO Wheelchair Tennis Tour. End of year event. Last day of round robin play. Nice shot by Andy there in the opening point of this 9th game of the second set, which is pretty much all or nothing for him, Cece.
Definitely. I think this game is so important. I think for, you know, Andy to hold is just, I mean, obviously critical for the match, but I think, you know, he needs to get a lot of first serves in, just play very solid, make Lucas go for shots that he doesn't want to.
Well, there's an early service lead for Andy, so he's going to certainly at a minimum try to get this game and force Lucas to have to try to serve it out, which we've talked a lot about how tough that can be. It's just mentally very, very intense when you're trying to serve that match out when you think like it should be yours, but hey, still got work to do.
Right. I think Andy definitely wants to put the pressure back on Lucas to try and serve this out.
That's a inopportune time for Andy to throw in a double fault to allow this, well, really critical game to get to 30-all.
It's definitely not what he wanted there.
No, not at all.
Wow.
Really probably the best point of the match with both players swinging out.
Most critical point, too.
Yeah, critical point. And boy, I'll tell you what, that was really some high level from both players right there. High intensity. See some great racket speed by Andy right there. Great volley to stay alive in the middle of the point. Good recovery. Defends. Gets the chair around, gets into position. Goes offensive right there. Big swing to a great target. Really phenomenal point by Andy right there. Both players playing at a high level. But it's Andy Lapthorne that ends up taking that point there in that game now, and it's 5-4. Andy Lapthorne on the changeover with still a deficit that's going to allow Lucas Satoli to serve this match out, but a lot of pressure possibly placed on the shoulders of Lucas now to hold serve for the match. Andy did what he needed to do there, CC. He held his serve, and so now it's shifted over to the shoulders of Lucas Satoli to do the same.
Yeah, definitely kind of the same position he was in the last set, in the first set, where he was trying to serve it out. I think it's definitely a little bit more nerve-wracking when you're trying to serve out the match rather than just a set, so we'll see how he handles it here.
Yeah. Well, as I continue to feel a little breeze blow into our face, I wonder how much he'll utilize his serve, his left-handed serve on the ad side. That will be kind of working with the wind. It's kind of a side wind, at least is what we're feeling. Like I said, don't know if that's the same down on the court, but that could be a nice advantage for him in this service game if he's able to pull Andy off the court on the ad side to open up some opportunities for him to finish. We'll see how he employs his left-handed magic.
I think Lucas really uses his, being a lefty to his advantage. I think, obviously they have a bit of a different spin than being a righty, and I think he really uses that well.
Mm-hmm. Good aggressive deep return by Andy. Yeah, I think for me, watching right now, it's critical that Lucas gets some first serves in, because I think Andy's gonna look to be aggressive on the second serves. Because I think when Lucas just kind of rolls a serve like he did in there, that second serve was really something pretty easy for Andy to handle. So we'll see how the first serve percentage plays out in this game.
That's what he wanted there for sure.
Yep, big difference.
Just in the pattern of the point, such a huge difference when the first serve is made, I think, for sure.
Mm-hmm. $15-all. Another good first serve. Great push by Andy, but not enough. And again, set up by the first serve where Andy doesn't get the good look. Lucas gets the first great strike to put Andy on the run. Takes advantage of it for the 30-15 lead. Early control to Satoli.
It's awesome that he's sticking with his aggression here,
Mm-hmm.
and not backing off from, the heat of the moment, being at this close in the second set.
Yeah. Chooses not to clear that ball off the court. We'll see if Andy can take advantage of that little minor distraction, but no. It's double match point for Lucas Satoli now, serving at 40-15 to take this match and force this round robin into tiebreaker scenario. There it is. It's game, set, match for Lucas Satoli, which throws this pool play into a tizzy and puts every one of the members of that pool, David Wagner, Andy Lapthorne, and Lucas Satoli, at an even 1 win and 1 loss in their round robin matches. And so it will be up to the tournament referee and his staff to determine the tiebreakers. As we mentioned, it's percentage of sets won and percentage of games won. So somebody's going to have to get the calculator out, start adding those things up, and come up with the formula that's going to determine who's going forward and who's going home.
You're going to get your calculator out, Paul.
And that's not my job. As some of my friends would group with me would know, math has never been my strong point. And so I'll let those with the better math minds take care of that business.
The guys seem to have some good sportsmanship at the net there, too.
Yeah, I think, again, we've talked about that, where these guys are not strangers to one another.
No.
They are intense competitors, but oftentimes they end up as doubles partners at very given tournaments around the world when they're traveling, and don't maybe have their regular doubles partner with them. So it's not uncommon for them to be playing in the same tournament against each other in the singles, and then having to team up and play doubles with each other.
I think that's the best type of a doubles team, having two, different styles of player. I think that's kind of gives the best balance to the team, having one more aggressive and one a little bit more consistent.
Yeah, right. Yep. So again, as I've mentioned, as we continue our coverage here, and we might be shifting quickly over to the third set on court 2, but it's Cece Bellis joining us here on the broadcast, and we're lucky to have her here. And so we're going to just spin our chairs around and take a quick look at court number 2, where Koji Sugino of Japan is fighting it out with Heath Davidson in the third and deciding set. We'll quickly as possible try to get an update on the scoreboard, as this has been a really intense match, with Koji roaring out to a really decisive and easy 6-1 win in the first set. But it's Heath Davidson from Australia who fought back, kind of got himself under control. Well, there's a look at the scoreboard, a really
There's a
close
tight point in the match.
Yeah, right, and we're at deuce in the third set with Koji up 5-3, serving 5-3. So we'll pick it up from there. Oh, you can see that there's a bunch of kids gathering around on the outskirts of the court, getting ready to fill in, probably at least on the changeover when this match finishes, to go through a part of their experience here on the national campus today. There's Sugino with the forehand winner for the game, set, and match, a worthy match point as he drives home the forehand winner down the line, something we've seen him do over the course of the last couple days. Really a massive weapon for him. And there it is, just like that. We've got our first 2 matches in the books here on day number 3, which will pretty much lock up. Again, we've got some calculations to do in the pool play between David Wagner, Andy Lapthorne. And just to let you know, we've got some coverage coming up at 1 o'clock. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to take a quick little break, but coming up, we've got a great women's match between Giulia Capocchi of Italy and Lucy Shuker of Great Britain. So we hope that you'll continue to join us throughout the day as we bring you this third day, final day of round-robin play here at the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. So we're just going to take a quick little break, but we will be back for coverage, so join us for coverage later on today. 1 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time will be our 2 times today that will kick off our additional coverage going forward. Thank you, everybody. We're back live here at the USTA National Campus, the site of this year's NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. I'm Paul Walker here on the broadcast, and I'm joined with, in the booth, Mackenzie Solden, U.S. Paralympian and tennis player training here now full-time at the National Campus, as we are about to see a final round-robin match in the women's division between Julia Capocchi of Italy and Lucy Shuker of Great Britain, two players that you're probably pretty familiar with, certainly more Lucy Shuker than Julia, as Julia's a first-time participant in this event, Mackenzie, but and also kind of a new player to the tour. But welcome to the broadcast, and share some thoughts on what you know about these two ladies.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks for having me back today. So as we look at these two players, they've only played 2 matches against each other. So they're tied 1-1, and that was both this year. The first matchup was a 2-set win by Julia. The second matchup, 3 sets by Lucy. So I'll be interested to see the result today. The conditions are pretty good. Yesterday was a bit chilly. Today it's a little bit windy, but pretty perfect temperature out here. So,
yeah, notice you're in the tank top.
I
You
am.
know, it's like you're certainly a Florida girl now, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, no holding you back. And it's Lucy Shuker right there. Now we switch to Julia Capocchi, who's had a really great opening tournament here for the first time ever at the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. She's off to a 1-1 start in her pool play, and so her hopes to advance into the crossover and semifinals is still in play. It's Lucy Shuker on the bottom of your screen. That's probably in a little bit of a tougher position, having opened up with her first 2 round matches with losses. So I think that's probably going to all but eliminate one. And if you probably didn't hear that at home, but I just took one off the dome as the girls warming up. It's Julia giving the wave as she just drilled one off my head. I'll try to scramble and recover. Julia thinks it's funny. Lucy thinks it's really funny. Mackenzie, everybody pretty much thinks it's funny because they're not the one that took one on the dome.
You gotta be alert up here.
It's okay. That's a first in my career as a broadcaster, and of course, when I say that, I've not been doing much of this in my lifetime. So I'll tell you that was fun.
Thanks for blocking that one for me, Paul.
I'm going to have Julia sign this ball after.
Keep that as a souvenir.
Yeah, keep it as a souvenir. That's a Wilson U.S. Open #2 that I just took off the left side of my head.
That was a special moment. I wish the folks at home had seen that.
It's possible that I could blame that traumatic brain injury, possibly.
Yes.
Right there. Boom! It was a devastating blow, and you got to get a look at me here taking that shot off the head. Bam! But you know what? I'm still up. I'm still talking, and we're going to continue anyway. Who as a tennis player or coach or whatever hasn't been hit by a tennis ball? It ain't the worst thing in life.
It does hurt. It does hurt.
But anyway, we're going to put that one back in play. Almost feel like I should have chucked that at Julia just to get even with her. I don't know what I did to her. You know what? We've had a good relationship. Met her in a couple of times. She gives me a little wave there.
Starting off a little rough today.
That's all right. I think it was the wind. I think if the wind's blowing in this direction, it was just a slight mishit, but only missed by about 50 feet.
Pretty close.
Yeah. But anyway, back to the talking about more specific things. Get a good shot of Lucy Shuker right there, who's been a long-time great competitor on tour. Has had a tough tournament here so far, opening up with 2 losses in the pool play. But, you know, as I mentioned probably in the opening broadcast about Lucy, is one thing that I've come to admire about her is that she is an intense competitor. And despite the fact that she's lost a couple of her opening round matches, it's likely that she's going to be playing for a little bit of pride here. And I know she's got a lot, so she will push Julia as hard as she can to kind of force, maybe be the disruptor, maybe be the underdog that kind of maybe disrupts Julia's plans about moving forward in this draw. So we'll see how it plays out today, Mackenzie.
Yeah, Lucy's definitely one of those players. She's been around for a long time, so I've gotten to see her play quite a bit. She's one of those players that even if she looks like she's down, she never gives up, and she fights through it and usually ends up pulling out those matches that are close.
Yeah, she does. When she gets into those tight scenarios, you don't see Lucy back down. That's really one of the great traits that she possesses as a player. But I'll tell you what, it's Julia Capocchi who's really been made a bit of a splash here, having defeated the higher seed Sabine Ellerbrock in her opening match, which was a really great dynamic match over on court 2 on the opening day, as she defeated Sabine in a 3rd set tiebreak. to kind of get her NEC Masters career off to a really great start. It was her yesterday against Dita de Groot, the top seed and #1 player in the world. That gave her first loss in the pool play, but nothing to be ashamed of there, losing to Dita, because these days it's most everybody loses to Dita.
Yep. She's pretty good, I hear.
You hear? I think you know more. You know more than you hear that. You've probably
Yeah.
experienced it being on the other end of some possible lashings by Dita, who's currently the #1 player in the world, and certainly defending champion here at this event. And really good chances that she's going to have a chance to repeat here. She's currently undefeated in a match behind us on court 2 with Sabine Ellerbrock, who again, if she could get a win against Dita, would almost certainly secure her place in the crossover. But we'll see how that match plays out. We'll probably get some updates on that a little later as well. But it's Capocchi that's got the big weapons in this match. Certainly the forehand is one of them. She swings it aggressively. And so she is a relentless attacker, and it's going to be Shuker that's going to be forced to be the counterpuncher today, I think, who will be on the defensive, but then also looking for her opportunities to be offensive when Julia lets her off the hook.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a matchup between Power and Lucy having to come up with some sort of strategy to neutralize Julia's power. And as a player myself, Lucy and I share similar injury level, so for Lucy, her recovery time is a little bit slower because she has a little bit less core than Julia might.
Right.
So utilizing maybe the higher, deeper ball and things like that may work to Lucy's advantage to kind of counteract that pure power that's going to be coming from Julia.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Lucy at all can afford to get into a slugfest with Julia. I mean, that would certainly come out in the favor for Julia. So it's going to be some tactical plays that Lucy's going to have to make, and I think off-pace balls, deep off-pace. But I've watched Julia play a couple of matches now throughout this year as she's kind of continued to ascend up the rankings, and she's kind of figured out how to handle that a little bit, to her credit. And so she's got better chair skills than she used to have. She's continuing to evolve as a really serious competitor here in the women's division. She's got up to a career best #6 in the world, which is something to be proud of. And so she's really a threat, I think, now, and one of the new guns on the tour.
Definitely, yes.
So the girls are done with their, the ladies are done with their warm-up, and so they've just gone to the benches to kind of collect themselves as we get ready to kick off this last round-robin match here in the women's division. And so it's Julia Capocchi of Italy and Lucy Shuker of Great Britain. We've already had some intense action here today in the quad division, as that round-robin portion of the competition has concluded. And we talked a little bit earlier on the broadcast about the one pool with David Wagner, Andy Lapthorne, and Lucas Satoli all being knotted at 1 win apiece. And I've been given some information by the tournament officials that it is going to be Andy Lapthorne and Lucas Satoli advancing out of that pool to go into the crossover with the other quads, which will be Koji Sugino and Dylan Alcott. And it's world #1 and 6-time defending champion David Wagner knocked out of this tournament. First time in a long time that David hasn't been a part of the final, having won 6 straight. So tough tournament for David, but all credit to Andy and Lucas to come out of that pool, and all credit to Dylan Alcott, current world #2 and likely a chance to go to world #1 if he wins this tournament. First point of the match goes to Lucy Shuker, as each of these girls tries to get a feel for the conditions down there on center court. Well, as you look out onto the campus there, you see the kids who have been joining us for some of the Sabine Ellerbrock and Dita de Groot match on court #2 are now departing for some continued activities throughout the day, as we've had the second of 2 kids' days here at the NEC Singles Masters. I think it's a great day for the kids. It's a great day for us people that are putting on this event, and certainly for the players to have the excitement and the passion in the crowds. I will give all credit to the kids for being really wonderful on court side. They must have been threatened with bodily harm to be good kids and to be quiet. They really were, weren't they? They were like little angels over there. There was a couple hundred of them, and so fifth grade kids they can get a little bit crazy. I'm sure they're pent up and now going a little bit crazy since they've been released from the court. But they were really wonderful while they were courtside and great fans, and it brought some good energy to the matches that they were watching.
Yeah, we were able to speak to them this morning a little bit about wheelchair tennis and kind of the differences, and then do a little demonstration for them, and they were really into it. They asked a lot of good questions, and it was a good time.
They asked some funny questions.
One of them was, why tennis?
I'd be like, why not, kid?
Yeah, that's the question.
So it's 30-15 here on the opening service game of Julia Capocchi. It's Shuker with a 1-point advantage, potentially an early break, but we'll see how it plays out. Currently at 30 all. Double fault by Julia. There's the quick advantage to Shuker in this first game. It is great to have kids out on the campus participating alongside all the other activities that are going on here. So I'm glad you had a chance to spend some time with them, Mackenzie. I know that's just, I think it's an important part of educating our youth and getting them to know that when they see somebody, say, with a physical disability or something like that, that it's nothing that they need to shy away from, or it's nothing that they need to wonder what's going on. They can be free to inquire and be honest about what they're interested in. But you give them a good example of what a person with a physical disability can do. So I'm thankful that people like you, Chris Herman, one of our top U.S. men, came up from the University of Florida to spend the day here as well with the youth, and so I think you conducted the exhibition with. So thank you to Chris as well.
First game here goes to Lucy Shuker.
Good start for Lucy. She's gotten off to a couple of tough starts in her matches, so certainly just to get that first game is probably going to be a confidence builder for her as she goes into her first service game. Nice serve by Lucy there. A little bit of a frame by Julia. Still probably getting used to the wind out there. There's a little bit of a crosswind coming across the court right now. There's the high ball you talked about that Lucy's likely to hit a lot of. And there's the big forehand that she's going to need to avoid for the most of this match if she's wanting to stay alive here.
Yep, she can't let that ball get too short in the court. That just allows Julia so much room to dictate the point.
And she's looking for that. I mean, that's her style of play. She does not back down. She is generally on the attack as often as she can be. She's got that kind of wiring as far as her mentality and her approach to the game. She is looking to be aggressive all the time.
Pretty nice return there by Julia.
Yeah,
right down the line.
Clean backhand down the line is right. And so she's off to an early lead in this service game by Shuker. Chance to earn herself a couple of possible break points and get that break back.
Another good return there. Serving it right into that backhand.
Yeah, I think Lucy was probably trying to get into the body, but it was good skills there by Capocchi that allowed her to drive that backhand cross court for the clean return of serve winner and earn herself a chance at 2 break points. Good job by Lucy getting on the attack, and said, she's going to probably play the defender a lot today, but she's certainly going to have to look for opportunities to get on the offense and earn herself some points through being aggressive, and that was a good opportunity there. She put a nice deep second serve in, got a fairly central but weak reply, and got hard on the attack, driving that forehand deep into Capocchi for the forced error.
Nice serve by Lucy there.
So you mentioned that you and Lucy kind of share a similar physical setup. Is your chair that you play in set up similar to Lucy? So in other words, if people were wondering what it's like that you look like when you play, is that similar to what you look like there, Mackenzie?
Yeah, both Lucy and I, we have...
There's a nice inside-out backhand by Capocchi for the winner, and we come to know over the course of the 3 days of competition when she hits a winner, you're typically going to see that fist pump from her. It's just something that's kind of trademark for her to keep herself positive, keep herself on the up and up. So chair set up.
Yeah, so as you can see with Lucy's chair there, she has kind of a strap going around her waist, and that helps her kind of counteract that lack of core strength because of her injury level, and that's a nice backhand.
Yeah, that's a great backhand by Lucy from the center of the court, kind of slicing it with a little mixture of underspin and side spin, and it hits that outside line and then just continues to kick off the court. Lucy kind of known to have some great hands in the sport of wheelchair tennis, really an accomplished doubles player. And there's that strap that you were referring to, Mackenzie, that kind of helps belt her into the chair and give her some abdominal support because of the lack of abdominal muscles that she has access to.
Yeah, that just keeps her kind of one with the chair, whereas players like Julia and some of the other girls on tour can just use their core to really get into the shots.
Yeah,
Lucy has to use the chair.
Right, a lot of them you'll see will be kind of belted in at the hips, a lot lower, and they're able to access, like I said, the function that they have in their abdominal muscles, and use those abdominal muscles to rotate and turn to execute their shots, whereas players like you and Lucy don't have as much access to those muscles, and so you kind of got to utilize the rotation of the chair to maximize that as much as you can.
Add in Lucy.
Yep, good first service game by her. A chance to go up 2-love. Just missed
Close
that.
serve.
Yeah.
Lucy's one of those players too that she has multiple different kinds of serves that she can pull out, which is a pretty good thing to have. You don't know what's coming at you a lot of times, but that was another great backhand return by Julia there.
So a couple of different serves at your disposal as you continue to train here and continue to get yourself back into the mix in the women's game. What kind of serve are you specializing in these days, Mackenzie?
I'm going for the kick slice.
The kick slice.
A little.
The clice.
The clice. It's a new thing.
The slick.
They're not ready for it. It's coming though in 2019.
You getting ready to unleash that on the tour? Wow. You've been warned. You've been warned, ladies.
It's coming.
Mac is coming, and she's bringing the slick, the slice and the kick combo, or the
clice.
The clice. Yeah.
Clice serve.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Have you patented either one of those yet?
You
might want to copyright or
I
patent.
should do that now.
Yeah.
I might have to step away for a few minutes.
Hashtag click.
Let's get that trending.
So it's Ad Capocchi here in the second game of the first set. Shuker with the first game, having broken Julia on her first service game. But now Julia looking to reverse roles.
Nice shot by Lucy.
Yeah, wide open court. Really didn't even need to be anywhere close to the line. Kind of a conservative response. Pulled her that far out. Julia not able to get back in time, and really just a ball down the middle of the court was good enough to win that. I think a lot of players will make this mistake by seeing that massive open court and trying to get too close to that line, and then possibly just having an easy unforced error by hitting something wide or everything like that, when all you really need to do is hit it to a pretty conservative target there for the winner. There's an example of one of those balls up high to Lucy that Julia was able to get up on the backhand side, and that's a problem area for players like Lucy and players like you, isn't it, Mac?
It is definitely when the ball gets a little bit above the shoulder is when the balance starts to go a little bit. So those are definitely tough shots. That was a smart shot.
Yep, and another thing that you would point out is that with paralysis in the lower extremities, a lot of these players have the ability to press off with their legs if they don't have some paralysis and have function down there. And so just that alone kind of helps stabilize them as they're reaching up. But if you're paralyzed below the waist, then there's nothing to kind of press off of. It's not like you're coming out of your chair because that's against the rules, but you really do at least have the ability to extend and press off and stabilize yourself up there, and that's just something that you and players like Lucy don't have the ability to do.
Deuce again. Just long there for Julia. Lucy's going to the backhand a whole lot on these serves. I'm not sure if she's trying to go for the body or she thinks that the backhand will be a good strategy here for the long haul.
Based on what I've seen over the course of a couple of days here, I think it's wise to avoid the Capocchi forehand, and so I think that's definitely probably a tactic that Lucy is looking to employ. Not that Julia's backhand is bad, but I don't think it's the weapon as she hits an easy backhand winner. I just don't think it's the weapon that the forehand is. So you might as well start things off on your terms, getting to the lesser strength. I think one of the tactics that players often miss is that when they're trying to get to one of those lesser strengths, they overplay it. And that's frustrating. Yeah, and that's frustrating when you go to the lesser strength. She hits a winner, so you say, "All right, well, let me throw into her strength just to see if she's a little off balance," and then she whacks another winner, a better winner, and then you're like, "Good Lord, where am I going to go?" Right? But I think maybe we're going to see one into the body here. She's gone wide to the backhand. She's gone wide to the forehand. Why not get one into the body now? We'll see how it plays out. Tried to go wide again. But yeah, you just try to minimize the amount of looks that your opponent gets on their best weapon. It's a great tactic.
Double fault there.
And I think that's produced because of the two winners. I mean, it's like a lot of pressure to say, all right, I put one over there on the backhand, I put one on the forehand, she crushed both of them. And then you try to do too much. Maybe you try to go for a little more depth and placement, and then you kind of get distracted for a second. Next thing you know, double fault and 1-all. Great depth by Julia there, huh? Right on the line. It's as good as you can do it. Right up and over the top of Lucy's head.
Yeah, even if that ball was in Lucy's range, that would have been a tough return for her. Probably would have landed short.
Good attack by Lucy to kind of force the action there. Get the unforced error by Capocchi. And so we're at 15-all. Lucy looking like a Florida girl there in her tank top and sunglasses. Yeah, I don't think she knows she's going back home to Great Britain where she might not see the sun for the next 4 months, right?
She's enjoying it while it lasts.
Yeah.
Gotta get that tan.
Might have booked a couple extra days here in Orlando, and after the tournament's over, we're like, yeah, we know what we're going back to, so why rush?
Nice angle backhand by Lucy there.
There you go, out wide to the backhand. Oh, look at that. Yep, Julia kind of has to clap her hands a little bit. Give her the tap and acknowledge that great shot. Dead even, 1 game apiece, 30 all. Yeah, I think there's an example of Capocchi hitting one out wide and getting Shuker off balance, right? As Lucy was forced to kind of get extended, and again, that's where the balance comes into play, and you could kind of tell on that one, you could see the unbalance in Lucy there on that shot as she kind of tried to get that one out.
And she had built that point up beautifully. It's just that last shot put her a little off balance. Wide on that serve, double fault. So it's deuce. A lot of deuces in this match so far.
Yeah, right. It's been pretty even. I mean, it's been dead even. Neither one of the players kind of able to establish. There's been a few more winners by Capocchi, but also a few more unforced errors. So Lucy's looking to kind of keep the ship steady, knowing that the explosive player on the other side is the one that might be dictating play, and hoping to keep her off rhythm.
Just wide. She knows she has to go big on the serve returns there. That's where she can really take advantage and start dictating the point early.
Yeah, I think that is absolutely one of her best opportunities there. You've got a fixed area in which you know the ball's coming, so there's not too much requirement on the mobility, but there's the unforced error and the hold by Capocchi for a 2-1 lead on our first break. Possibly we'll look to get an updated score over on court 2 as Sabine Ellerbrock and Dita de Groot of the Netherlands are competing. I'm sure our crew will do their best to get us updated over there. And per usual, right on cue, there it is. Dita with a 6-2, 3-1 lead, up 40 love. Kind of doing what Dita does there, is pretty much dominating the competition. She is the class of the field right now until somebody takes that title away from her. I think she kind of feels like it's hers, and somebody's going to have to step up and play some big-time tennis as she extends that lead to 4-1 in the second set. And she's clearly going to advance out of that pool, having won 3. Look at that. Go Giulia all the way from Italy, and it's good to see that. Go Giulia. Got some support in the stands. Always happy to see that. Give them the big thumbs up for their girl, Giulia Capocchi, competing here at the NEC Tennis Masters.
That's Capocchi.
You know, it seems silly or simple, but it's little things like that a player could look over to at a tough part of the match and maybe gain some confidence from, or gain some good, just kind of positive energy from, just something as silly as that. So little things that make all the difference sometimes, and we'll see if Julie's going to need something like that today. We don't know yet.
Yeah, those kinds of things are definitely good to look over and kind of take your mind off things sometimes. Get a little burst of positive energy from the fans. So.
Lucy steps to the side there, shifts her chair to the side, lets that one fly long for the first point of her second service game here in this opening set of the last day of round-robin play here at the NEC Singles Masters. Lucy Shuker at the bottom of your scene from Great Britain, and Giulia Capocchi on the top from Italy. Both looking to finish up their round-robin play on a positive note. Giulia a little aggressive there, had the opening, came forward, made the right play. Just a little bit too aggressive with the volley. Taps it wide. Shuker with a chance to hold and get it back to 2-all.
A nice rally by two girls there. Lucy did a good job of getting that serve into Julia's body, which gave her kind of a neutral ball to start off the point.
Look at that, 40 love on her service game here. Good position for Lucy to be in to hold. Just misses the serve out wide.
That wide serve.
Yep, and not missing it by much. So certainly it's something that she's practiced and feels comfortable with.
Good return there by Julia.
Yeah,
could see the power coming off that one.
Yeah, too much pace, too much depth, right? Yep, just tough for Lucy to come out of that recovery move off the serve. Ball get on her quick.
(40-15) Lucy. Nice forehand there.
Yeah, it's a great point, and that's something that Julia, with the strength of her forehand, can hit a shot like that from deep in the court and still be very effective. Had an open court to go to, chose to go behind Lucy for the easy winner and erase the first two hold points that Lucy had. Here's hold chance number 3, but up and over the top.
Shot.
And so it's back to deuce after the early 40-love lead by Lucy Shuker in her second service game.
Yeah, that shot that's hit behind the player is one of the hardest to get in the game of wheelchair tennis because of the recovery time. It just takes a couple extra seconds to get the chair around, and by that time the ball's past you, so that's a smart play there.
Yeah, and again, players like you and Lucy, who again struggle with a little bit of some balance issues, that have to, that hard outside turn that you're forced to do when the ball comes behind you, really kind of can throw you for a loop balance-wise, and so it's a good play against you. Great depth there on that return to serve. Oh, just long. Advantage Lucy, so she just lets that one skate by her. It's looking pretty close there. Yeah, it is advantage Capocchi. Yep. Lucy with the nice hands.
Love that.
And game. So it was indeed advantage Shuker. And with that drop shot winner right there, great sign by Lucy to hold serve there. Sees Julia going on the defensive push. Drops that one softly into the box for the easy winner. And 2 games all. Really good start for Lucy. Kind of regaining her confidence. Keep me even here early in this first set.
Yeah, Lucy's so good at those drop shots. I don't think that's utilized enough in wheelchair tennis when you get your opponent back at that back fence, and just drop shot doesn't even have to be that good, really. But if you do a good job pushing them back, it's a great way to control the point there, and Lucy did a good job of that.
Has Coach Harnett got you working on some of those specialty shots, Mac?
Oh, yes. Always.
Always, all right, yeah. Yeah, you got to access all the, we've seen great examples of that in the men's game, women's quad. I mean, across the board, it is a really well-employed strategy when you're kind of driving balls back and forth across the baseline and players are looking to push and defend really hard back there. There's only one way to keep them honest, and that's to drop some balls short once in a while and force them to have to come and get it. Even if you don't win the point, it kind of sets things up for the future.
Nice return by Lucy down the line.
Well, we're on the verge of a win here by Dita Groot on court number 2 as she's in a position at 6-2, 5-2. We'll come back to that, probably for something that looks a lot like a match point here in the very near future, potentially. But that's a great update by our crew. It's been outstanding all week. Pretty much on top of everything we asked for, and we're appreciative to give you guys the best experience possible with going back and forth between 2 courts and updates, and really, really great stuff.
$15.40 Julia. Lucy's looking pretty good out there right now.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, you know, she kind of has got the match at a pace that I think is good for her, not letting things get out of control. And there's another serve missed by Julia. And a bad forehand miss. She just seems a little bit out of sorts, not really in much rhythm, and that's, I think, a testament to what Lucy's doing on the court, that she's not allowing Julia to get a good rhythm. She, you know, as you mentioned earlier in the pregame, it was going to be important for Lucy to kind of loop a few balls, drive some balls, kind of change the pace, change the rhythm. And so I think that she's been the one that kind of has controlled the pace of play so far today.
Yeah, she's done a great job of mixing it up, making sure Julia doesn't see the same kind of ball twice in a row, which is a really hard thing to deal with as a player.
Yeah, Julia certainly likes the pace, and I think she's kind of fed off that in a couple of the matches that she's had so far, where players have been willing to provide it for her. But Lucy, being the smart and experienced player that she is saying, all right, no, I know that's exactly what you want, so you'll get it when I decide.
Looks like we're having another umbrella change out here on center court.
Yeah.
Not sure what's up with the umbrellas today.
The umbrellas today, well, it's just... that sun is hot, and so they're going with it's like a hard top. It's like it's interesting.
Sort of.
Maybe it's better for viewing for the official, so she's going to get some blockage of the sun because it's mostly at her back, and then but probably better for her to be able to see some lines. That umbrella sometimes can come out and
looks like that's
put the
not
umpire
fit.
at a disadvantage with their view.
The sun is pretty hot right now.
She just
Not
needs to
gonna lie.
get a bonnet.
One of those large sun hats.
Yes, they sell them in the pro shop. Here's a quick update on court number 2 as we track over there. Right behind our center court action is Dita de Groot and Sabine Ellerbrock as Dita is serving. Might not be something that you're seeing on the screen for a second, but trust me, it's happening. And so she's on the verge of closing out this match, but not yet. She hits a forehand into the bottom of the net. Right now we're still waiting to get back to action here on center court. It's Lucy Shuker serving at 3-2. It's been a pretty unexplosive but kind of steady back and forth match between the 2 players. I think they're still kind of trying to feel each other out a little bit, and it's Lucy that's kind of made the best adjustment so far today, and Julia who's failed to get on one of those really streaky hot streaks that she's capable of doing. Second volley that she's missed, first one being wide to the sideline. That one she kind of punches into the net. Not a place that she's unfamiliar with over the course of the last couple days. I've seen Julia on the attack a good many times, not afraid to come into net, try to take balls out of the air, but today a little bit off, might be the wind.
Lucy's still going to that backhand. Another
And-
nice return there.
Yeah,
by Julia.
having the response, didn't she?
Mm-hmm. Wow, nice backhand.
Lucy licks across the net, kind of like, really?
Are you?
And just when it looked like that match was going to wrap up on court 2, it's Sabine Ellerbrock fighting back to get the second set to 5-4, still at a disadvantage. But really good fight by Sabine to keep that match alive and keep her hopes of crossing over into the semifinals alive as well.
Lucy got jammed by there, right there by that return. It's a tough one.
Yeah, certainly a loss there for Sabine, and a win by Julia would put Dita and Julia into the crossovers. So we'll see how that plays out throughout the day for both of these players.
There's that forehand. It's not bad.
Yeah, you know what? You're getting a good chance here, Mac, to scout out some players while you're working on the commentary here. So make some notes, kid. You know, I mean, you're going to have to play these girls in 2019 as you get back out on the UNIQLO Wheelchair Tennis Tour, and I'm sure your paths are going to cross with one or both of them at some point throughout the season. And be advised, that's a lethal weapon right there.
Taking notes right now.
I don't see you writing anything down.
Mental notes.
Mental notes. Okay. All right. Well, what do we always tell you? Write it down.
Helps you remember.
It does. It's a proven philosophy on how to do it.
Okay, I'll go grab my notebook.
All right.
Start
jotting down notes. All right.
Multitasking. Three all here. Love 15.
Oh, great point there. Great. All right, we're looking at a possible situation over here on court 2 with Sabine Ellerbrock, top of your screen, serving to Dita de Groot, world number 1, looking to lock up a victory that'll send her at 3-0 into the crossover as the top seed on Saturday, but we're not quite there yet as Dita makes that unforced error into the net and leaves the possibility still an advantage for de Groot and a match point. Big forehand for the win, and it's Dita de Groot, world number 1, cleanly and clearly heading on into the semifinals as the top seed in her pool and overall top seed here on the women's side. And it's Sabine Ellerbrock. We'll have to wait to see the outcome of this match between Julia Capocchi and Lucy Shuker to determine whether or not she's going to have a chance to advance. If it's the upset victory by Shuker, it'll possibly be Ellerbrock, and if it's a win by Capocchi, it will certainly be her advancing along with Dita de Groot out of that pool play. So congratulations to Dita as she books her ticket into the semifinals. And now we're back live on court 1. Julia Capocchi serving at 3 games all.
Tough one.
Yeah, Lucy kind of was in a guess mode right there, wasn't she?
Yep. She had her literally against the back wall there.
You might have heard the bang. That, literally against the back wall, and then had a guess kind of on that short ball, which way Julie was going with the forehand, and you're 50-50 there, and sometimes it works when you do that, but not on that one. So Capocchi still looking down the barrel of a break point by Shuker. Needing to put a good serve in. And it's going to be a second serve that Lucy gets a look at for a potential break here. No need to even take a swing as Capocchi offers up the double fault. And the game lost to put her at a disadvantage with Shuker up 4-3 on the changeover. And that would, again, this is early on in this match, but a win by Shuker here would probably throw that pool into the tiebreaker scenarios that we had to talk about a little bit with the quads. And so it would be Capocchi and Sabine Ellerbach probably looking to see how the numbers fell in each of their favor or not to determine who's going on. Shuker would be 1 win and 2 losses. It would be Capocchi with 1 win and 2 losses, and it would be Ellerbach with 1 win and 2 losses. I guess all 3 of them would be in the mix, wouldn't they?
That would make things interesting for
That
sure.
surely would. That surely would. So there's a lot at stake here. So it's just when you thought you were out, you're possibly back in. Again, in the round-robin play, it's a little bit of everybody beating everybody possibly there. That's how it came out in the quad division with American David Wagner and Andy Lapthorne and Lucas Satoli all kind of trading wins and losses throughout their round-robin portion. And it was ultimately Wagner on the outs, as he will not defend his title here. And it's Andy Lapthorne and Lucas Satoli moving on to play against Dylan Alcott and newcomer Koji Sugino of Japan.
That's why you gotta love tennis. You never know what's gonna happen.
It is kind of one of those mystery things, right? Yeah, that's, I think, one of the beauties of the sport is playing the competition that's intense at all times. And it's any given day, the person that comes to play and just embraces the conditions has the chance to win. It's the mentality you got to go into with every match.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
misjudged that one a little bit, I think.
Yeah, slight apology by Capocchi there. I don't know if there was a mishit situation there that she was not proud of, but will certainly take. Nonetheless, it's an early point advantage for her.
Another nice backhand down the line for Julia. Lucy's still going to that backhand on the serve.
Well, I think it's a good play for her. I think it's a game plan thing, and a lot of times players come in with game plans and then maybe abandon them at various points. Of course, with a 4-3 lead, there's no reason to abandon a game plan that seems to have been working for you. But as much as you may say, that's all I'm ever doing is hitting balls over there. Well, no, just stick to it until there's a reason to not stick to it. But that's certainly the game plan 7 games into this match.
That shows a lot of discipline on Lucy's part, because you can get really discouraged as a player when you see someone, hitting winner after winner on something that is the best game plan, but you might get frustrated in that moment and start to go away from it, and that's when you can really start going downhill fast. So it's really good to see Lucy sticking to that game plan, even though it might be a little frustrating.
Well, yeah. I mean, Julia caught fire there, and we talked about that she can be a little streaky. She's certainly explosive, and so she's getting some good looks at those backhands now, and she might be kind of finding the range. And so it might be time for Lucy not to abandon the game plan, to make a few little adjustments and maybe feed a couple of those forehands just to keep her off balance again, let her maybe disrupt that rhythm that she certainly seems to have found on the backhand side. We're at 4-all, really starting to get into the critical part of this set now, Mac.
Great return by Lucy.
Absolutely.
Right in the strike zone.
Yeah, jumped on that forehand, right? We can't see her eyes behind the sunglasses, but I'm sure they lit up right when she saw that one.
Oh, yes.
Tennis players all know that feeling when you get the ball you want right in your spot. It's like go time.
It's the best feeling.
It is a good feeling.
Great point there. Another really good return by Lucy, keeping her deep and kind of catching her off balance a little bit too, then going in for the attack.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna comment here in the ninth game of this first set that I just don't really see the energy from Capocchi that I've seen on the first 2 days of competition, and you know, I don't know if playing for a third straight day, that's something that she's just a little bit tired, or maybe she was taking this match a little bit for granted, thinking that, you know, she'd probably be able to roll through it without having to put forth 100%. But as we mentioned, Lucy is a phenomenal competitor, and so she's going to bring it. And if Julia does not start to match that energy-wise, she could find herself on the short end of this situation here.
Yeah, you definitely have to bring your A game against Lucy because she's, like you said, such a good competitor and also a veteran player. She knows exactly what she needs to do out there. So.
Oh, there's Capocchi finding the range right there. Serve into the body. Didn't create any huge opening, but with a shot like that, the way she hits the forehand, you don't have to have a big opening if you're going to put it in that location.
Yeah, that's about as good as you can get right there.
I would say so. It's like a triple word score in Scrabble, right? All the letters just lined up, massive point value. You a Scrabble player, Mac?
I can't say that I am. I have played Scrabble.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I'm not avid.
Okay, not avid.
Yes.
Not an avid. Oh, that'd be a good Scrabble word, though, avid. Because you get some good point value off the V and the D.
That's true.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll remember that.
Okay, yeah. But somewhere in the world, AVID is some sort of an acrostic for something.
It probably is.
Yeah.
That sounds like it would be.
Yeah, I think it's an...
and if it isn't, it should be.
Right. I'm sure that somebody out there somewhere is using AVID for their company or slogan or saying or to represent a series of words, but it's Capocchi now at 5-4. As we come out of the changeover here with Capocchi leading 5-4, I'm joined for a moment or two, at least we're lucky to have, in the booth with us right now, Lucas Sotoli, quad participant in this competition. We're going to back up a little bit here and give you a look at our guy, Lucas Sotoli, who just advanced, got word that he's advancing out of the quad round robin into the crossover. And so we want to congratulate Lucas on his accomplishments so far in the round-robin portion of the tournament. And so great job, Lucas. We're going to be over there talking a little bit about what it's like to be crossing over and going into the semifinals.
It's a good feeling. I didn't think I would make it when I first lost my first match. But I was positive the way I was playing. It's just that I had a bad day on the first day. But then I'm glad that I did put it through.
There's a great shot of Lucas, and so we're congratulating him on his acknowledgement of going through into the semifinals today. Not today, but tomorrow, as advancement out of the pool play, and that's one of the unique things about pool play, isn't it? And you've participated in this tournament before, to know that, you know, just despite the fact that you get one loss doesn't mean that you're necessarily out of it.
Yes, you can still make it up after one loss, because it all goes to the games that you played. Yeah, you must make sure that you compete for each and every point, because it counts at the end, which I think I did good today by winning today's match. Was tough, was challenging, but I'm glad that I did overcome those obstacles, and I'm happy to be in the semi-finals.
So I think we're aware of the crossover. So you'll be playing Dylan Olcott in the crossover, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
Yep. So Dylan comes out as the #1 seed in the other pool, and Andy Lapthorne, who ended up losing to you today, but ended up winning the pool, will be the #1 seed, and he'll cross over to play Koji Sagino. Certainly, you're pretty familiar with Dylan, right? And having played him on a number of occasions already. So what's your thoughts going into that? What's your thoughts on going into that matchup?
I think it's going to be one of the good match. I'm going to give it all I have. I'm going to try to keep calm and keep him moving all over the court, and try to create some short balls and make sure that I finish those points, and I think I should be good.
Excellent. Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, we've admired some of the great shot making that you've put on over the course of the last couple of days. In particular, that match against Andy Lapthorne today. Your backhand was really the difference maker in some areas where the court wasn't even that opened up, and you were able to hit some pretty incredible targets with that backhand today.
Yes, I've been working so hard in my strokes, forehand and backhand, but it comes out that looks like my backhand is more powerful than my forehand.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just from having watched a number of matches over the course of several days, it's certainly your forehand is nothing to say is not good or anything, but it seems to me that the backhand is what you feel most comfortable hitting, and it looks like that's the one that's the most lethal for you. That's your biggest weapon.
Yes, it is one of my biggest weapon, including the serve. And I just set up a lot of balls with my forehand because it's so much easier to set it up.
Right.
And then when it comes, I just move around and then I just kill it with my backhand, because I think it's the strongest weapon I have.
I like to hear you talk about killing it. Yep. And it's as we finish up this interview, we got Julia Capocchi having just taken the first set from Lucy Shuker here in a really highly competitive match. That if Capocchi wins, she'll be moving on to the semifinals to join you on the women's side, at least anyway, in the semifinals. And if Shuker can get the win, that would send that into a situation much like you guys had in the quad division, where it'll come down to the percentages. So there's a lot at stake here in this match.
Yes, I think we all know that each and every point counts at the end. We need to put up, you need to fight.
We're going to take a quick look at Lucas's match point as he serves for the match there. Talk us through this one, Lucas. Well, it didn't take long, did it? Not a lot of talking to do there. Got a ball you can handle?
Yes, that was my a setup forehand, actually. But then I set it up in a way that was a good shot. Then I got the last point of the match, which was a win. Then I was happy after that, because I was a bit struggling to get it when I was leading 3-love up on the second set. But then I'm happy that I did put it through. But then Andy came up with some good shots, and he pushed me to the corner. And then, when you once pushed in a corner, that's where you have to come up strong, and got back.
All right, so pushed into the corner, come out fighting, right?
Yeah.
That's the motto.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't have to win all the points in the match, Lucas. You just have to win the last one, right?
Yes, that's a very important point to win.
I'd say it is, too. I agree with you there. Well, we're going to rejoin our coverage here on Center Court, but I'm really thankful that you took some time to talk to us. Overall impression of the tournament here, first time here in Orlando. What's your sense of the tournament?
This is a good center, the good weather, good food, mostly, and good people. I think this is one of my best tournament ever this year.
All right, glad to hear that, and it's a good way to finish up the year, isn't it, as you head off into 2019?
Oh, yes, it is. It is. Glad that I've made it to the semis. Come on, let's make it tomorrow.
All right.
Take it to the finals.
Good luck to you tomorrow, Lucas, and congratulations on moving forward in this really prestigious tournament. All right?
Thank you.
All right. Well, we've got a quick break on center court there at the completion of set number 1. It's Julia Capocchi taking the first and opening set here on center court, 6-4 over Lucy Shuker in the women's competition. And behind us on court number 2 is the initial warm-up in a men's match between Joachim Gerard and Takashi Sanada from Japan. And it's Joe with 1 win and 1 loss in his pool play, and Takashi currently at 0-2. So again, there's stuff on the final day at play. If it's Joe with the win, he'll certainly advance. If it's Takashi coming up with probably what would be considered the upset win, not that this match is a given at all, with him being as fine a play as possible, it's going to be another possible tiebreaker scenario. But there's the scoreboard on center court, with as we've talked about, Capocchi having won the first set in a really close and hard-fought battle. We're continuing to be joined in the booth by Mackenzie Solden, having just had a nice little interview with Lucas Satoli of South Africa, talking about his pool play victory today over Andy Lapthorne and his advancement into the semifinals tomorrow. Lucas was pretty excited about that. Played some great tennis, and that's a great example of the round-robin format, Mackenzie, where he lost his first and opening match, but kind of stayed the course and continued to fight the fight, knowing that if down the road he could get a win, put himself in a position to possibly advance, and that's exactly how it played out.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about these round-robin tournaments is even if you lose your first round, there's always another chance. Stay in it. So, and
certainly having traveled from South Africa, you've made that trip before, I think, and that's a long journey from the United States. Yeah, but you make that trip. It's a long trip, so there's some recovery. So in your first round, maybe you're not feeling up to par, and of course we talked about day number 1 here at the tournament was some unique conditions, and there's certainly some conditions that I'm sure most of the players haven't played in a long time. I'm guessing that a lot of the players have transitioned into training indoors as they've come into the latter part of this year, and so to be training indoors in those pristine conditions, and then coming in. As mentioned, we're still covering live here on center court. There's just a quick restroom break in between sets here, so play will resume. We'll continue our coverage. So for those of you at home watching and listening, if you need to take a break, go get something to eat, use the restroom yourself, feel free. Now's the time, because you don't want to miss 1 minute of this coverage.
You don't.
You don't.
It's going to be a thriller second set.
It's going to be a thriller second set. And so, well, we expect a really good second set. And but to continue on, it's so many factors that go into performing at this high level. And again, you come into a tournament like this where you don't have a chance. Lucas would typically be a guy that is seeded in a tournament, and so he might get a fairly easy first or second round match that he can kind of, even if he doesn't play his top game, probably come through all right. And it wouldn't be that he'd be matching up against a David Wagner or an Andy Lapthorne until it was the semifinals or finals typically. But here it is on day number 1 for them that those guys are competing. And so, if you're a little tired from your travel, it's not like they got in the day before, but again, that type of trip from South Africa will tax you physically, and then the conditions and everything that they had to play on day 1. But so again, credit to Lucas for moving through the draw.
Yeah, that's definitely another advantage too, is getting to play tough matches right away, whereas some of these seeds might not see that until semifinals or the finals, and when you get to that point, you kind of have to be on your A game instead of getting to kind of build up to it, see how you're playing that tournament, kind of work through some of the stuff, and maybe like the travel fatigue and things like that you can work through with some tougher matches, and that builds your confidence as well at the beginning.
So as you talked about that, it reminds me of an experience that I think I know you've had in your career, having won the Pan Am Games. What year was that?
2011.
2011. And so talk us through that journey there in 2011 when you came into that tournament, and as I recall, a little bit out of sorts and not rusty and not exactly in top form after having traveled and playing there. But how did that unfold ultimately?
That was a crazy tournament for me. I had been at the time playing basketball a lot because I was on a scholarship at the University of Alabama.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide. Any Bama fans out there, leave a comment below.
All right, well, we're getting ready to get play kicked off there. There's a great shot by Julia Capocchi. This is just a little highlight action there with her taking that backhand volley as she closed out this first set. Big forehand in the corner. We're just going to get a sequence of shots that ended up producing the victory in this first set by Julia. So we saw 3 different looks there, one a volley, one a backhand, one a forehand, to show you that she's got some weaponry. And we're back live here on center court. Not quite ready to go yet, but I know Julia's ready to go. She's eager to get this second set going. She doesn't want to cool off. She kind of had the hot streak at the end of that set. It was from 4-all. She kind of took charge there and closed that thing out with a roar. And so she's kind of looking to get back in the action here as quick as possible. But continue your story, Mackenzie, about your 2011 Paralympic experience, having coming off the basketball circuit, playing there at the University of Alabama, and then getting a chance to go compete at the Pan Ams down in Guadalajara, Mexico, correct?
Yes, correct. Yeah, so I was an alternate actually for that event, and I was able to go and represent. And then, you know, I had to work through a lot of rust with my shots, and had some long 3-set matches at the beginning of the tournament. Had to work through some of my lack of practice, I guess you could say, leading up to that. But I was able to work through it, and as the tournament went on, it got better and it got better and it got better. And so I think that's going back to what we talked about before, getting to fight through some tough matches at the beginning that can really help you. And I was able to eventually go to the final and win the gold medal in another 3-set match, which I was ready for at that point, because I had a couple already in that tournament. So it was a really good experience to see how strong you can be mentally too. It's not just about having the best shots or being, you know, the strongest player out there. It's about you know, the whole package, the mental game, the physical game, everything like that. And you can
forged by fire. Forged by fire, huh, Mac?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Under duress sometimes. But it looks like Lucy Shuker has rejoined the match here after a quick restroom break, and she's strapped herself into her chair, pushing out onto the center court there, prepared to take on Capocchi, and Capocchi's serve here to kick off the second set, down 1-0. But as we've mentioned a couple of times, it's Lucy's tendency to be a fighter, so we'll see how much she brings to the table here in the second set, or if Julia's really kind of settled into a groove. We'll find out here pretty quick, I suspect. Thank you for sharing that story about your Pan Am experience there, Mackenzie. I know you're really proud to have made that achievement that punched your ticket into the 2012 Paralympics in London, where you competed in tennis, and then of course you did what you never should have done, and you ditched us. You ditched the sport of tennis for the sport of basketball.
I did.
And then joined the U.S. women's basketball team. But I got to give you credit there, because you didn't mess around. You went to Rio as a member of the U.S. women's basketball team. And how did it go there, Mac?
We did okay.
You did okay?
We did win the gold medal.
Oh, okay. So
did win it.
You
Yes.
did win it. So you are a Paralympic gold medalist.
Yes.
Yeah. So there's not many people that can say that. You're a Pan Am gold medalist in tennis and a Paralympic gold medalist in basketball, a 2-sport athlete and superstar. And so, yeah, there's just not a lot of folks that can say such things in their lifetimes. You really have accomplished a lot in your young career. So congratulations to you.
Thank you, Paul.
I think that was like a compliment.
That was number 2.
Was that number 2
Yeah.
if we're counting?
It was.
Yeah. I gave you one the other
Second
day, right?
compliment of my life from Paul Walker.
I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm getting more and more comfortable with giving you these compliments. And
It might be.
I'm going to have to check myself.
There's a tear forming in my eye right now. Nice shot by Lucy.
Yeah, 3 points
Perfect.
in, and it's already Shuker up 40-love on the first service game. So good start for her. Maybe cooled Capocchi off a little bit there on the break. And that's Lucy looking forward to getting off to a good start in the second set. But it's Julia Capocchi with the ace up the tee right there. There it is. It's as good as it looks right there. There's the fist pump. And not uncommon for players to get down 40-love. Oh, there's a quick look at Capocchi serving here now at 15-40. Is that a habit of yours to clear any ball on the court if it's left there after a serve?
Yeah, for me, I don't like to have any ball in the net while I'm serving.
Oof. Big, and that's, and I mean, I got the headsets on, I could still hear that. Yeah. I mean, you know, that was like a big
solid
pop. Yeah. And so as she pushed forward, took that ball off almost like the half volley and just crushed that thing into the open court.
She might check those strings after that shot.
Yeah, right. Yeah, realign them. But yeah, you know, that's not uncommon for her, though. That's not something that I think she's uncomfortable doing. That's a play that she'll gladly execute repeatedly if given the opportunity.
That backhand just wide. So it is deuce here in the first game of the second set.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about that 40-love lead that seems like it should be a lock. And yet how, I mean, percentage of times that it goes back to deuce at a minimum. Now, whether or not, you know, the person who was down that many wins the game, but I'm always shocked at how many times 40-love leads just disappear. I don't know what the psychology is on that, but it's odd to me.
It's just one of those things. I think if you're like too complacent with that, it can easily slip away.
Yeah, I think the way it works is that you know, the first point you almost be like, okay, it's just 1 point. You know, then maybe the second point, either they hit a great shot, you make it unfortunate, and then all of a sudden it's like a uh-oh moment, right?
Yep.
Where you're like, oh my
on.
God, I was just up 3 points. Now it's, you know, 40-30, and oh, what happens if I miss this and it goes to deuce? And so, however that system works, it just seems to happen a lot. But here it is with Shuker with an add point. Oh, that's what you call feeding the beast right there, Mac.
It was right in the strike zone.
Yeah, it was.
I don't think that's where Lucy wanted it.
No. Yeah, you can see that. She's not happy with that. Had a good look at that return and at least needed to get Julia stretched out a little bit. Back to deuce. And there it is, advantage Julia Capocchi. She reaches into the stands to get that errant shot by Lucy Shuker. Collects it up, looks to get back to work here to try to get that 1-game-to-love lead here in the second set. Get herself back to where she feels like she should be in the lead. And there's that forehand again. Oof.
Nice.
Great shot by Lucy, and I heard Julia kind of shout out to herself a little bit of disappointment and probably not doing enough with a couple of those forehands that she had a chance to hit right there. Went center. Good depth. And so this is the one here that she has something to do with, and she just doesn't maneuver that ball out of the middle of the court and gives Lucy a chance to hit her backhand winner. We're back to deuce, and just a kind of loose swing at the serve there. Another double fault. And so again, advantage Lucy Shuker. But that is something we have seen in a couple of the matches with Julia. There are occasions when she can get a little bit sideways on her serve. Just kind of doesn't seem to trust it enough, and it seems like on day 1 that was the case, and on day 3 here, and I think a lot of it's got to do with the wind. It's pretty breezy here, it seems like, as we've even just come onto the broadcast for this match, that the wind has picked up a little bit. Oof.
Double fault there.
That, on the last two, that is what
That
you would
hurts.
call just deceleration. Say it with me, Mac.
Deceleration.
There it is. I mean, that's a, you know, and for you kids listening at home, deceleration on the second serve is a bad option. So just continue to swing that thing. Trust your swing. If you put the time in practice, you got to know on the second serves, you got to generate the racket head speed. And on those last 2 second serves, Julia did anything but. And so with those double faults, she gives Lucy the quick break of serve, and in the love 1 deficit, second set.
That was a nice quick tip, Paul. Thanks for that.
Oh, Lucy desperately trying to catch up to that one, but not quite. The ball up and over her head. Can't track it down, but no lack of effort from Lucy. As we mentioned, that's what you're always going to get from her. And something that I think as a spectator I admire, and certainly as a fellow competitor, you know, you gotta have a healthy amount of respect for somebody like that.
Yeah, and definitely as an opponent, that can be discouraging when you see your opponent never giving up on any shot.
Yeah, that's kind of your.
I'm
I'm going to give you your third compliment, Mac. You ready for this?
Yeah.
You're sitting down.
I'm sitting down.
Okay.
I have been for a while.
That's a trademark that you have as well. I know that you don't ever give up, and that I think that's the basketball mentality that you have. It's just that gritty blue collar approach that doesn't matter what's happening. You're gonna dig for everything you can. But after the backhand winner, it's Capocchi with a couple of early points here in this second game of the second set. Just long. Lucy looks up to the chair umpire, somewhat questioning that shot. I don't think she's somewhat questioning it. I think she's completely questioning it.
Doesn't look happy with that one.
Umpire gives her a quick nod, saying, nothing I can do to change that call. Sorry, Lucy. Sorry that you think it's out or in, but I saw it out.
She's laughing it off. Laughing it off. That's what you got to do sometimes.
Yeah, I agree. Here it is, love 40, though. 3. Oh, we'll see if the love 40 game plays out like we've seen it play out here a few times before. This is our experiment right here.
Just missed that backhand in the net there.
So
looks like it's on track.
Yeah, there's the loose point, right? So okay, I'm 40 love up. Take a loose swing. Don't really care a whole lot if I lose this point. Maybe that's the mentality. But now to me, this is the critical one. This is the one where you got to kind of get it back on track, because again, if it goes to the 40-30, now all of a sudden you start to think a little bit. So we'll see. There's the loopy balls that you talked about that Lucy, I think, is happy to employ and force Julia to hit. No pace, looped balls.
Definitely trying to keep her back.
Yep. You could hear the frame on that one as Julia looks at her racket, and now on schedule, here it is from 40 love to 40-30, or at least 30-40. Lucy having gotten rid of a couple of those break points that Julia had at her disposal.
Yeah, you know, Lucy's doing a great job of keeping that ball deep, and even on some of those that bounced a little shorter, I'm surprised Julia hasn't come in and tried to take some time away. Take it on one.
There's the freebie by Lucy, who she smacks the ball across the court, knowing that She just needed to get one in there to give herself a little bit of a chance to get back in that game, but it's the double fault that gives Capocchi the game, and 1-1. Yeah, I think on those loopy balls, I think why Julia's struggling to get the groove on those is, again, we talked about it's getting breezier out here, so you might, with the pace balls, they're going to come through, cut through the wind a little bit. You're going to kind of maintain your normal swing path, but now you got a ball that's floating up there in the air. The wind's moving it around. It's tough to kind of really get it lined up, and it does definitely seem to be something that gives her a little bit of a problem. Great hands by Lucy Shuker.
Classic Lucy right there.
Yeah, that is right. Kind of come out of that turn there. Just kind of stab, slice that ball. Drives the backhand there. Just reaches, touch, angle, everything you want. Well done.
It's a nice high ball by Lucy. That's a tough one. You got to kind of choose, go in or
yeah.
get back
You don't
that.
have much time on that one, right? It's make a commitment and go with it quick. And typically, I think it's go forward. On a day like today, if you decide to go backwards on that, I think there's only bad things in your future. There is a certain lack of confidence in this second serve of Julia's right now. We'll see how she attacks this one. Yeah, even there, just really
Looks like
kind of
she's just trying to get that in.
just really looking to roll it in, and that's dangerous if she gets into a serve funk.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest things to kind of get out of as a player. If your serve starts to go, you kind of lose confidence, and the other shots start to get a little shaky, and it's hard to work your way out of that one. At least for me.
I hear no. I don't think it's uncommon for a lot of players. There's Lucy making an attempt to kind of play a more aggressive point, and again, I give her credit for that. I think that's the balance. I mean, you just can't go to all the loopy lob game. You got to continue to maintain some level of aggression. So on that point, she was looking to be a little bit more aggressive and just made the unforced error there. And so we're at 30 all here in this third game of the second set.
Like that one was just wide.
Yeah, I didn't hear the out call, but it is indeed out. And it's Capocchi that's capable of playing the lob game a little bit as well, successfully, and earns herself a chance to hold serve here. Yeah, Lucy got caught a little bit on the in-between bounce there, fought it off, did a nice job of fighting it off, but was then stuck and kind of out of position, and so Julia sensed that and went aggressive with an easy forehand winner to get that game and go up 2-1 here on the changeover.
Lucy's getting ready to serve at this fourth game of the second set. Could see Julia coming out of the changeover pretty quickly there, trying to keep her momentum going, I think. It's another one of those serves right into Julia's strike zone, and that forehand's just too good.
You know, that's one of the terms I've used for years when coaching. I just like it. You know, again, that's kind of from a baseball background. You know, when you hit more balls in your strike zone, you are a Hall of Fame hitter. You know, if you want to hit 300 in baseball, it needs to be that you've been swinging at pitches in your strike zone. And so for players that are learning to play the game, you know, if you sometimes just concentrate, do whatever you've got to do to move your chair to get a ball in your strike zone. And when you're doing that, you're going to find how amazingly successful you are compared to, you know, kind of lackadaisically maybe just moving your chair around and, oh, well, if I get it up here at my shoulders, that's fine. Or if I take it off my shoe tops, that's fine. But somewhere between knees and chest height and a little bit at your shoulders, that's where you want to be. And if you want to be a little bit more consistent, a little bit more lethal, get in the strike zone.
Yes, agreed. And as you saw there, another nice drop shot by Lucy.
Yeah.
15 all.
Ooh.
Just wide.
Aggressive forehand swing by Capocchi there. She likes that one. She'll even feel pretty good about that, knowing that she just missed it by a little. But and that's a good job by Lucy. Again, not necessarily going every time to the backhand, but giving Julia a chance to unleash on that forehand, knowing that she'll be aggressive with it and maybe produce the error.
Another backhand return, cross court.
Yeah, she's had a number of those today. I mean, she's been pretty steady on that, despite the fact that that's the game plan that Lucy clearly is looking to stick to. It's tough to ride that out when your opponent is having some success in the area in which you've kind of determined you're going to go to hopefully prevent the success. But she is steadfast and determined to stick with the plan.
I think that's kept her pretty close in this match.
I agree. As it's Capocchi who goes inside out off the deuce side, cross court for the backhand winner. And once again, a chance now to extend this second set lead possibly to 3-1. Pretty sure you're going to see an aggressive Julia here on this second serve return, knowing that she's got a chance to take this game from Shuker. That's Lucy who executes with a great wide second serve, really pulling Julia off the court. And Julia going for a little too much and
going for that down the line winner.
Dumping that ball in the net, so nice job by Lucy Shuker to get it back to deuce. Lucy jammed up, fights it off. Oh, great combination.
Great
Ground
point.
stroking, right, Mac?
Right. Lucy's so good at those volleys, too.
Little half volleys, just delicate, softening up on the hands, you know, pushed Capocchi backing off the court, sensed she was in a great position, recognized it, pushed forward, got the soft response. Little half volley, dumped it over the net. No
Beautiful.
response, and now, yeah.
That's also something that makes Lucy one of the better doubles players on the tour as well. She has such great hands, and she's so good at the net.
Yeah, she's got the luxury if she's with with a partner who can track down and put a lot of balls in play off the ground. There is a great job by Lucy. Hold serve. Get this thing knotted at 2-all here in the second set. There's that wide serve. Julia just doesn't get the good look at it. Not enough depth. Easy forehand winner for Lucy. And that's another great example of Lucy sticking with the game plan. Shuker can't come out of the turn quick enough to get around and get some strings on that one. Bounces it off the frame. The first point of this 5th game of the second set goes to Capocchi. On the line, fist pump.
Second serve set up nicely.
Yeah, it
right
did.
for Lucy to be able to strike that one.
Good breathing techniques there by Lucy. See her kind of exhale on the shot. Want to hold that breath in and tighten yourself up. So good job. She's trained in that regard. Here's another example of, what was it? What do we call that, Mac?
Deceleration.
Yeah, right. Exactly right.
Deceleration.
D, not X.
Yes. Don't get it confused.
No, not to be confused. If you think about it, if you're on the grading system, acceleration starts with an A. That's good.
A is good.
Deceleration is a D. When's the last time you got a D in any of your courses?
Never.
Never. Yeah.
Straight A's.
Straight A's. Straight
since the beginning.
Acceleration. Yep. Julia playing the lob game equally or a little better in that point than Lucy. Putting her on the back wall up against the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters banner, which is so beautifully adorning the center court here at the USTA National Campus in Lake Nona, where we are into day 3 of the coverage of the NEC Singles Masters with Lucy Shuker driving a forehand return a serve winner down the line to take a 40-30 lead in this 5th and critical game of the second set.
Great forehand by Julia, pushing into the court and cutting off the time on Lucy on that one.
Yeah, there's the answer to get it back to deuce.
This is turning out to be a thriller of a second set, like I had predicted.
Oh, look at you.
I'm just saying.
No, I wouldn't be able to make any counter argument to that.
It's a battle.
It is. You know what? And I will tell you, it's just where Lucy wants it. Now we were kind of in a similar situation in the first set, and it was Capocchi after 4-all, deep in that first set, that she kind of turned it up a little bit and closed it out. But I think it's Shuker that kind of seems to be in that just hanging out mode, like as if, I'm just going to steal a set here and take this thing to 3. And again, that's exactly what Lucy would want right now. I would not bet against her in the third set. I'm not saying who I think would win it, but it's always tough to bet against Lucy, a competitor and experienced player that she is.
Nice get.
And easy finish.
Shot, yeah.
That's a nice job. Really nice job by Lucy as she goes to the changeover, up 3-2 now in the second set. It's a good get by Julia, but just pulled way too far out of position. Lucy with her own fist pump on her way to the changeover bench. Well, wow, you can see the full campus in full sunlight here as we're into day 3 of our competition, wrapping up the round robin portion of this tournament. And over behind us on court number 2 is Joachim Gerard of Belgium versus Takashi Sanada of Japan in a pretty critical head-to-head match, finishing up the round robin portion of the men's pool. And looking at their head-to-head, it's Gerard who leads 10-2 overall in that matchup, with these two not having played any time recently, but Joe certainly with the advantage, and certainly the advantage there in that first set, but not by much, as he's only up 4-3 and a really competitive first set so far. So good job, with still a lot at stake for both of those gentlemen as they attempt to get into a position to advance to tomorrow's semifinal. And right now we're back to center court in our coverage here of this women's round robin match between Lucy Shuker from Great Britain and Julia Capocchi from Italy. Capocchi haven't gotten the first set, but it's Shuker with a 3-2 lead here in the second.
It's just an unfortunate part of tennis there. When it bounces right off the net, rolls right over. It's nothing you can do about that.
Did we get the obligatory apology?
I didn't see one.
You didn't see one? Uh-oh.
Could have been there. Could have missed it.
It probably was. I think both of these girls have played enough to. Going soft, right? Mm-hmm. Not going to get there.
So good. So good.
Yep. I think that is going to be, as we continue down the stretch here in this second set and possibly into the third, I think you're going to see Lucy try to employ that as often as possible. It seems to be something that's worked almost every time. I mean, I think she's probably about 4 for 4 on that on that shot so far today. That's a really good percentage.
Yeah, that's just a matter of seeing the court really well. Just out of reach there.
Yeah, there's that backhand return by Capocchi. You know, it's funny. It seems like she has more success on that shot off the first serve than she does off the second serve for whatever reasons. I'm not sure, but when she's got some good looks on the first serve, she's really dealt with it. But second serve is when she's kind of missed it a little bit. We'll see here. Chance to break and get it to 3-all.
Yeah, that's just a tough one right there. She got Lucy pushing back to the back wall again, and Lucy had to be defensive there.
No, she kind of got on the offensive, stayed on the offensive. You know, hitting some aggressive, swinging the racket a little bit more aggressively on both sides there. Patient. Lines it up. Andiamo.
Is that what she said?
I believe it is.
Okay.
Something like that. I mean, maybe somebody out there could check my Italian, but I think that's something kind of like "let's go." I love to hear the different phrases that the players use in their native languages. You know, the vamos and what else? Come bien. Yes, exactly right. Stefan Olsen, we've heard a number of those from him as he's playing some really spectacular tennis. The number 6 seed here, but currently 2-0 in pool play, having defeated world #1 Shingo Kaneda yesterday for only the second time in his career. And so really a phenomenal win yesterday. Just an outstanding level of play from Stefan in his opening matches so far. Playing loose and playing easy. 3-all in the second set. 1 set to love Capocchi. Talk to me, Mackenzie.
Looks like that serve is just wide.
Yeah, but why?
But why?
Why?
Decelerates it.
I'm going to keep banging that drum. There it is. That's it. Yeah, it's a problem that she, I'll tell you, I mean, you know, we don't know the outcome of this second set yet. She may yet fight through that and win this match, but you go to the third set with that in mind, you know, like, my gosh, I don't know what's going on with my serve today. And it's not a good place to be at. But anyway, that's Shuker with a 30-15 advantage here. Looking to take a lead in this set as it gets a little bit later.
Yeah, that's something I've had to learn as a player, because it almost seems counterintuitive sometimes to, when you're having trouble with the serve, to swing faster. You kind of want to slow it down, but that's not the way to go.
No, it's not. And it's Capocchi who lets that one sail, thinking it's going to sail long, but sails well within the line. Now giving Shuker a chance at 2 break points to take that 4-3 lead here a little bit deeper as we go a little bit deeper into the second set. Oh, yeah.
Nice. She knew that was good right away.
Boom. And where did she hit that ball from?
Strike zone.
There it is. See, look at you. You pay attention in class.
I'm learning so much.
Oh, so much, right? But yeah, that's a great job by Lucy there. She seems to have Julia kind of out of sorts. We talked about how important it was going to be for her to keep things out of rhythm for Capocchi, and she's done that. You know, it was a really competitive first set that just kind of slid away at the end, where Capocchi kind of stepped up and hit some big shots. But right now, it's Shuker in control of the second set, and really doing everything she can to keep her opponent off balance. Certainly the player with some of the bigger weaponry has not been able to kind of really find the rhythm. So we're going to see where this one ends up. And there's your score update on Core 2. It's 6-3 for Joe Girard as he kind of continues his way towards moving on to the semifinals. He's been playing some outstanding tennis. It's been Takashi Sanada, who's struggled a little bit in this tournament so far. I mean, a really wonderful player, strong and powerful, but has come up against some of the big boys in this game, and is he's advancing into his third round-robin match. It's him looking at an uphill battle against Joe Girard, a 2-time champion in this event. So Joe knows what it takes to win here in this tournament. Lucy Shuker to serve at 4-3.
Another one of those just off the tape.
I think at this point, Julia will take anything. She seems to be a little bit out of sorts, and maybe it's something like a net cord winner to get her back on track here. But yeah, I think at this point she will take anything she can get.
It's a nice return.
Yeah, kind of a different approach there with a little bit of a slice forehand return. Kind of, I think, surprised Lucy. Ball kind of hit and took off a little bit. And it's quickly love 30.
Just long on the backhand. can tell she's still swinging big, trying to get into a rhythm there.
Yeah, it's the rhythm that she really hasn't been able to find, I'll tell you. That's reading her body language a little bit, and I'm not seeing like she's feeling it right now. So it's a good job by Lucy to have taken her out of this rhythm.
Just missed it.
Yeah, kind of
Ball
timing.
got a little high on her.
Yeah,
there.
timing was off on that. Needed to stay behind that one a little bit longer. Got out ahead of it, and then ended up reaching up and not being able to control it. And you can see her kind of wondering what's going on as we're 30 all. From love 30 to 30 all, this would be it really would be a huge hold for Lucy Shuker to get up 5-3 in the second set.
That's just a good shot.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, pretty comfortable. Lucy kind of not knowing which way Julia was going to go with that one. Kind of had 50-50 there. Ball in the middle. She was pushing into it. Had a couple things at her disposal. So it's Capocchi now with the break opportunity to get to 4-all, which is where we were exactly where we were in the first set before she went on a little run to close it out. So maybe she's looking for a little deja vu.
I believe that's a double fault.
Oh yeah, that is at a
That-
most inopportune time,
Yeah.
and as stated, we're now locked up at 4 games apiece in the second set, with Julia Capocchi having won the first set 6-4. But I got some good news and I've got some bad news for Julia. You know, I mean, she got the break there, but now she's got to serve, and this has certainly been the side that she's struggled on, and we'll see. She'll see how she handles this critical service game, because if he doesn't hold here, she's going to have to break to stay alive in this second set. So she would desperately, I think, like to get this service game and be in the lead going into the changeover at 5-4.
Nice return by Lucy, but a little too short, I think.
Yeah, you know,
Julia just took advantage.
I think that Lucy, you know, should sense that Julia's not going to go aggressive on her serves, that she's going to just look to put some serves in based on the fact that she's struggling a little bit with it. And she should look to get after some of these serves, because she's going to get some look at that. I mean, that's not an aggressive serve, and that's on her first serve, which she typically is aggressive with. Well, we're gonna look for a certain something on this second serve to see if we get any indicators or how she's feeling. Oh.
Yeah.
And there it is, and that's what I'm talking about.
Capitalized.
I think Lucy's smart enough and experienced enough to know that Julia's struggling on her serve, and that she's going to need to take advantage of it on this service game here, because I just don't see Julia being aggressive and going for much that should put Lucy at a disadvantage.
Another
And
double fault.
Yep, just not enough spin on that ball, and just floats it long because she just doesn't have enough spin to pull it down. And again, that continues to be the pattern here with her service games.
Lucy takes advantage again.
Yep, there it
Beautiful
is.
backhand.
And now 2 break points for a chance to serve the second set out. So Capocchi kind of went a little bit aggressive on that first serve there, but I think if I was in an opportunity, had an opportunity to coach her up on the sidelines, if it was allowable, I'd be telling her to hit aggressive second serves every time she swings. Aggressive second serves, even on her first, just to eventually try to get her into a rhythm where she could trust that second serve again, and to have the mentality of kind of rebuilding the confidence in that shot, which she clearly doesn't have right here.
There it is. That's game.
There's an example, and Lucy knows it. She can smell it. you know, she knows that, hey, I got a chance to go into a third set with a girl that has absolutely no control over her serve right now. And that would be a great position for Lucy to be in going into that third set. So we'll see how Julia responds with the returns here. My sense is that she's going to be aggressive because she knows she desperately needs to get the game off her return of serves because of the struggles she's having on her own serves. And as the referee calls time, as the chair umpire calls time, it's Lucy Shuker coming out onto the court with a chance to serve for the second set. And even this match at 1 set apiece. Julia Capocchi over there needing a return to serve game of a lifetime here to get back and get this thing back to even. But I think it's Lucy with a lot more confidence going into this game than Julia does.
Great shot.
There's another Italian exclamation from Capocchi.
She's trying to get herself pumped up.
Yeah, I mean, it's the right thing to do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You gotta feed your own animal sometimes. There's the give and the take of the net cord gods, right? She got the last one, and it's this one that falls in favor of Lucy Shuker to put this possible last game of the second set at 15-all. The net giveth and the net taketh away.
It sure
Mackenzie.
does. It's good when it balances itself out.
Yeah, it does tend to do that. Capocchi's on that one. Yep.
She anticipated that one pretty well.
Yep, I think that
Start
one, she
pushing
got a
in.
good read on that one a whole lot earlier than most of the other drop shots that Lucy was able to execute. So she was anticipating that one, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I think she could see that Lucy was kind of stretched out up high, and there's really not much you can do up there.
Yeah, exactly right. So it's Capocchi 30-15.
That return's not quite good enough.
Yep, there's the play that's worked well for Lucy. You know, when she's gotten that serve out wide, which has been her play all day, when Capocchi's been able to go cross court on that return, she's had a lot of success. When she's failed to go cross and left that ball hanging out middle or forehand side to Lucy, Lucy has punished her almost every time with a really easy and aggressive, you know, cross court forehand for the easy win. And now 30-all, just 2 points away from taking this thing to a third set. And it's a ball that floats just long. It was a tough call there with the ball hitting right at the baseline underneath Lucy's chair. It was tough to tell what the outcome was, but ultimately it looks like it went in Capocchi's favor. Well, that's a fine line there between in and out.
Yeah, and Lucy did a great job of kind of placing that serve into the body a bit on Julia, and she just had a pretty good deep return there that put Lucy off balance.
See some frustration there. Lucy knowing that inches away from probably being a 40-30 position versus 30-40. Second serve here for Capocchi to get it back to 5-all. Stretches Lucy out. Can't finish down the line. Takes the backhand into the net, and we're locked at deuce.
I think that's a little bit of nerves right there, because I think that's right where she wanted it. Just didn't extend enough on that shot.
Yeah, I agree. And it's just, you know, kind of plays off of what she's struggling with right now, which is confidence. You know, when you're playing well and confident, you hit that shot and you make it way more than you miss it. But when you're kind of questioning everything that's going on in your game, which she seems to be doing right now, that's when you tend to make that error.
Solid return.
Yep.
Made Lucy kind of serve and recover real quick there.
Yeah, not happy, but you know what? I see her get right back on the wheels there. Kind of create some positive energy for herself, knowing that, hey, well, she's one good serve away here from getting it back to deuce. So, doing the right thing there.
And like we said before, she's one of those players that just never goes away. She keeps fighting. And there it is.
Clutch performance.
There it is.
There's the fist pump. And it's back to deuce just like that. And that was a good look that Capocchi had on the serve. She hit the good return, but Lucy was anticipating that one and was sitting there on the backhand. Really, really well done.
I think that's an ace.
I think that is. You know, in a quick instant there, I saw a low toss. And I thought, you know, that's a low one. But that was, I think, by design. And so Lucy, knowing her game, knowing it well, was able to execute that for a free point and nice advantage to serve out this set.
Taking notes on that one, Paul.
Okay, there it is. You see the low toss, start digging for the sideline. Oof. Just like that, she gives it back to Capocchi, and now we're getting into one of those games where it's, you know, the back and forth, deuce ad, and then the tension builds and the pressure builds, and typically when somebody comes away from this game, it's all their momentum. It's just, you kind of breathe a sigh of relief after you win a game like this, so we'll see who it's going to be.
Nice shot. Got Julie a little off guard there. Didn't quite know what to do with that.
I'm hearing a lot of Italian from over in that corner.
Can you translate it for us?
I can't. I don't know if I should.
Advantage Lucy. Trying to serve it out again.
Should be Julia sitting on a backhand return here. Just in. Interesting choice by Lucy there to try to kind of change the direction on that ball and take it from such a low position. You know, she let that ball get down so low and then tried to lift it up, drop it back down, and that's tough.
That's tough.
And real tough.
It looks like she might have changed her mind on that one. Maybe it was going to go cross court.
Yep. She should have stuck with it. Yep. She knows. An opportunity lost right there. Back to work. You know, and it's that error. I just got a thought that it's that error that Lucy just made on the forehand there. That to me looks like a critical one that is kind of really momentum changing. You know, I think she had an incredible opportunity there, and I think she had some remnants of that in her head there when she went into that point over there on the deuce side. And that's maybe what's produced the double fault. Just a little lack of focus, knowing that she missed that opportunity, and that's kind of lingering effect of that. And so now here she is, looking at a break point when she was just about in a position to lock down that second set. And I think she knows she missed that opportunity.
That's one of the hardest things to deal with mentally as a player, when you know you had the game or the set and then missed it for whatever reason. You got to let go and try to get right back at it.
And there's an aggressive exchange by the two girls, and it's Shuker coming out ahead. Capocchi got a good look at that first one, put a good swing on it, but it was Lucy who responded. And here we go again, continuing to build the pressure and the magnitude of this game.
That's nice.
Lucy's found the range there, and Lucy's found the range with those lobs and that high looping ball. Seems to be what she's comfortable with right now, and it's Julia that's not really playing aggressive and looking to hit her spots, just kind of timid about going in and playing the aggressive style that she's used to and is typically successful for her. I don't think this is the strategy that favors Capocchi, but we'll see.
And there it is.
And there it is, and a big smile by Lucy Shuker as she forces a third and final set.
It's just smart play right there.
Yep, you know, has sensed exactly what was the best opportunity for her, what the best approach was tactically, executed it beautifully, has totally taken Capocchi out of her game as she looks to chuck a racket on her bench. She better get herself realigned here going into this third set because, you know, as she hasn't fixed her serve. That's one we know about. She's out of rhythm on the ground strokes. And so, you know, it's going to take a lot of deep thought to get her mind right as she goes forward in this third set. Looks like we're going to have a quick restroom break by Lucy Shuker, so we'll be back with our coverage here. We might be able to give you a quick update from Court 2 before we go to this quick break, as it's Joachim Gerard with a set up and 3-1, with a chance to go to 4-1 and possibly put himself into a position to advance into the semifinals with a straight set victory over Takashi Sanada. But right now, we're going to go back to center court in the break there as we anticipate an outstanding and competitive third set between Lucy Shuker and Julia Capocchi. We'll be back momentarily.
They're still sitting there eating, but they're eating.
Here we go as we're about to embark on this third and deciding set. We're going to take a quick look at set point by Lucy Shuker here in the second set. Kind of got into a lob war with Capocchi, which favors Shuker. And there it was, throwing one up over her head. Big smile by Lucy Shuker. And now it's Julia Capocchi serving in the first game of the third set to see who's going to be possibly moving on into the semifinals. Capocchi win all but secures it. A Shuker win likely sends that to some tiebreaker scenarios. And so a lot at stake here in this third and deciding set. Welcome back to our coverage of the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. Just took a quick break there as players prepared themselves for this third set. And it's Capocchi that comes out there with that forehand winner. Paul Walker continuing to be joined by Mackenzie Solden on the broadcast. And it's 15-all in the first game of the third set. Do you got a call on your sense of things here, Mackenzie? Who do you know, I mean, not to sway the audience or anything like that, but you got a feel for what's going on here in this third set?
You know, that's a tough one because I've seen Lucy play a lot of times, and she's able to dig out these kinds of matches a lot. But then also on the flip side, Julia, if she can kind of get going and start getting more offensive, which is much to Lucy's credit, her strategy's been really good in throwing Julia off her game. I think if Julia can kind of get back to what she does best, then Julia might take this. But I really don't have a good answer for you.
Playing it close to the vest, sitting on the fence, non-committal, right? Switzerland.
I gotta play with these girls, Paul.
I get it. Yeah. You don't want word getting back that you picked one over the other. Yeah.
I know they're gonna watch this after.
Well, they might.
They hear my comments.
They might. Well, you were pretty neutral there, so I give you credit. It was a smart response. But it's 30-all, and so here we are. And the key, I think, obviously, is right what we just saw right there. It's the Capocchi serve. If she figures a way to get that thing under control and possibly stay a little bit aggressive with it, she just rolls that in. Shuker gives her a fairly easy return. She steps in, takes that early for the backhand winner, and a chance to hold her first service game of the third set.
It's a nice little slice shot.
Yeah, I like that. That's the first time we've seen that from Lucy, but it's a nice utilization of her skills, using the win, which is kind of a side win today, and just kind of slicing that thing into the open court, running away from Capocchi, get it back to deuce. Julia stretched out there, a little bit off balance, kind of not getting on the wheels for that extra push that it took to get to that ball. And just like that, it's an advantage to Shuker. I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I'm gonna make a call, and before this game is over, I'm gonna go with Lucy Shuker.
Okay. We'll just wait and see.
Yeah, I'm not playing favorites or anything like that. I just think that her experience and her ability to kind of make adjustments is probably what will give her the advantage here in the third. But as my wife likes to tell me, I've been wrong a time or two.
I believe that.
Only twice over 23 years, Mackenzie. Only twice.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
By my count.
Should I ask her?
So it is indeed the break a serve by Lucy Shuker to get off to the one-love start here in the third set. And it's Capocchi going around, still kind of probably wondering what's going on here.
Yes, still struggling with that serve coming out in the third set. Just got to try something different here, I think.
Looks like a cotton field up there in the sky. Great shot of our current weather conditions here at the National Campus in Lake Nona, Florida. It's been a really pleasant day here on campus. A lot of activity earlier in the day. We had 200-plus kids out for the second of 2 Kids' Days here on campus as they went through a series of stations introducing them to the sport of tennis and disability sports. So it's a great educational day for the kids, despite the fact that they're out of the classroom.
Yeah, that just wasn't the right moment, I don't think, to go short. Julia was all over that one.
Yeah, not sure what options Lucy had there, but
got kind of stuck.
Yeah, a little bit. So. And there's Shuker sternly staying steadfast on the game plan, right? I don't think she's going to.
with it.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to avoid it here. I think she's going to live or die by that down the stretch here.
Oh, sorry.
That's one she got an ace on late in the second set there. She's trying to go back that early here in the first game of the service game of the third set, but it's a double fault instead.
Overall, I think Lucy's serve has been pretty solid today. She's been pretty much hitting her targets. Looks like just a few double faults here and there and a couple on some crucial points earlier in the match. But overall, seems like she's getting it where she wants it.
Yeah, I agree. She's certainly more confident despite the fact that she's throwing in a couple double faults. She certainly just looks more confident, and I think that's the key above all things. Well, just about the time we think we got it all figured out. It's a double-double.
Yep.
And 4 straight missed serves by Lucy Shuker to give Julia Capocchi 2 break points and a chance to get this set tied at 1-all. And that's pretty much been the pattern in both of the sets, back and forth, back and forth. We got to 4-all in both of the sets, and it was Capocchi in the first and Shuker in the second that closed it out. And there it is. There's the break.
A little frustration in that shot, I think.
You know what? I might even say a lot of frustration. Yeah, Lucy knows 2 double faults is a huge gift to Julia. All right, well, it's me here in the booth, Paul Walker with Mackenzie Solden.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, say something, Mac. Let them know you're live and you're there, all right? Yeah, we're really enjoying the coverage here in this women's round-robin match between Julia Capocchi and Lucy Shuker. And so we're into the third set at 1-all, and we expect a real, I don't know, tense third set. Quite frankly, I think there's going to be a lot of tension and a lot of pressure. It's the service games of both the players that are in question right now, with both having been broken early here in the third set, both struggling with their own serves.
She did go big on that serve there. I think she's still trying to work it out.
Yeah, you know what? And I'd give her credit for trying to stay aggressive and fight through that instead of just continuing to try to passively loop some of those serves in. I think if she's going to get herself on track, it's going to be through a attempt at aggression. Yeah, up and over.
That's a nice shot.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's got to be what she falls back on. I mean, and her playing style has got to have her with an aggressive posture, aggressive nature, an aggressive approach to the game, because when she goes passive, bad things tend to happen to her. So much better swings there.
Kind of a hard shot to come in on.
Yep. I mean, again, that's I give her credit for attempting again to press the action here a little bit. I mean, I think it's the right thing to do. She's just got to recognize the opportunities that present themselves versus just forcing it. You know, that one was forced a little bit, versus opportunities I think will come more naturally. But here we are again in a situation where she's looking at a second serve at 15-30, and I don't think she's got a lot of confidence yet in that. kind of like a hot potato right now, Mac. It's like, you serve, no, you serve. No, you serve. Neither one of them want any part of the serve. You know, it's going to be one of them who's courageous and and bold and daring, that gets themselves out of the funk.
Nice pickup.
Yeah, that was.
Got a little low on her.
Yeah, it
She
did.
Still did something with it there.
Yeah, I think it was tough for Lucy to read where she was going with that shot. But here we are. It's like, okay, I did something good, but now I got to serve.
Yeah.
There's the shot of that cottony sky.
Nice backhand again by Julia.
Back to deuce. Yeah, as she fights it off. To her credit, she was able to get that second serve in there and give herself an opportunity to produce that backhand winner.
Just long on the return there. Another second serve. She got in.
Yeah, it's we're making comments about how amazing it is for these players to get a second serve in, as if that's the biggest challenge they should ever have in the sport of tennis. But it should be something that is, well, here it is. Here's the cliche: you're only as good as your second serve. Have you heard that one before?
I have heard that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a timeless tennis cliche, and these girls right now are kind of feeling that.
Yeah.
Because as their serves go, their games are going. Looks to the umpire.
Yep, looks like it's deuce now.
Didn't get the answer she wanted, right? You could see her hit that one and just kind of try to wish it in, but no luck. And so it's back to deuce. Both of these girls just really, kind of showing some nerves, trying to fight through it. It's a good aggressive swing there. Yeah.
That's what she wants.
And that's going to be the difference. It's going to be whoever gets their kind of nerves under control in these pressure situations and allows themselves to relax a little enough to actually play their best games. That's about the third or fourth time we've seen that happen to Julia, where she's kind of just gotten stuck. And again, lack of confidence leads to lack of energy, which means lack of pushing, which leads to errors like that, where you're just kind of sitting on the wheels, you're not engaged, and so you get what you get. And then the pattern just kind of tends to repeat itself. So here she is again looking at a second serve that she's not confident in hitting, but gets it in.
Great return by Lucy. And yeah, I think that's one of the things that when you start to get a little nervous, and yeah, there's
just
that
on the line
again.
there. Yep.
You start to get a little nervous. You gotta start moving your chair more, kind of pump yourself up, get your body language more positive. Even if you're not feeling it, you gotta find one way or another to get yourself moving. And a lot of times that's the problem, is when you start to get down, you don't move. You're less prepared for the shots. You start to miss. That's a nice shot by Lucy there.
Yeah, great finish. She sensed she was in a great position of superiority on the court.
The net, Lucy likes the net.
Yep, she certainly is pretty comfortable up there. And now with a 2-1 lead, I think it's been back and forth, but I'll tell you, if either one of these players could get some separation, I think that it could really, we could see some games peeled off quickly, and before you know it, we could see somebody up 4-1 or 5-2 or something like that. But in the early going right here, it's Shuker with the slight advantage in the third set. I think if she could possibly muster up a hold here and get to 3-1, it would put just a tremendous amount of pressure on Capocchi going into her service game, knowing that if she doesn't hold, she's in that big 4-1 hold, 4-1 hole possibly. So a lot at stake here. And we talked a couple weeks ago, we had sports performance expert Alistair McCaw in to speak with some of our athletes, and he talked about the percentages that studies have shown about players and when they're playing their A game, their B game, or their C game, just to put it into 3 different categories. And basically, through some studies, it's most players feel like they have their A game about 10% of the time. That's all that they feel like they have their A game, and that's 70% of the time B game, and 20% of the time. And there we are on court 2. A quick update. It's Joe Girard 6-3 in the first and 5-4 up, but really hotly contested second set by Takashi Sanada, and so we'll continue to give you updates there as that score inches closer to a potential outcome. And it's so back to that 3 stages of where you're playing in your game, A, B, or C game, and I would put both of these players probably in the C category. Not that they're bad players, but I think they themselves would say, I'm playing about my C game right now. But you have to learn to win in all those categories. That's the that's what the best of the best do, is they figure out when they don't have their A game, how do I still come through and win?
Yeah, and I think both of these players too, it shows kind of the grit and mental strength that they've been so close through this match, and not one of them has dropped off, even though they may both be having not their best day on the court, but they're still fighting through it, fighting through each point and trying to work themselves back into it.
Yeah, we saw a good example yesterday, I think, in the Shingo Guneda and Stefan Olsson match, about 2 guys that were probably performing at both of them in their A games. And it was just really a phenomenal match at just an incredibly high level. And it was an even match, both of them playing in the A category. And here it's an even match with both of the girls kind of occupying a little bit more of that C game category. And nonetheless, you put 2 people in the same category, you're probably going to get a close outcome. And that's what we're seeing here. But it's Lucy Shuker up 2-1 and serving at 30-15. And again, if she can get this 2-game separation, which we haven't seen in any portion of the match so far from either player, that would be the first time. And so that would be really, really huge.
Nice high topspin serve there.
Yep, and it's again, it's a forehand essentially through the middle third of the court that's still effective for Shuker, because Capocchi is so far out of position. She just hasn't made any real adjustment over there on the ad side to be out wider and take that ball maybe a little deeper, or not get stretched out so much. And until Lucy would start beating her up the middle, I'd want to see her make that adjustment and say, all right, I'm going to give you that tee. I guess I haven't seen you hit it yet. You've been burning me out wide. So until you can prove otherwise, I'm going to maybe take that away from you. But that's an adjustment Capocchi has not yet made.
Lucy looking to serve this game out here. Second serve.
And it's the curse of the serve that continues. It's
does.
like a bad thriller, or like a bad movie. The curse of the serve.
I could see that being a thing.
Yeah, right. horror movie is what it is. It's a horror for both of these players right now. But Shuker with another opportunity, still at 40-30 to somehow hold serve.
I think that's another missed opportunity there. That's a tough one.
Nightmare on Serve Street.
That's good.
Yeah, not bad. Freddy Krueger.
I feel like I've experienced that a time or two myself.
I think everybody who's played the sport of tennis has experienced that. Yeah, it's just one of those things, and it just doesn't feel good when it comes. And it's both of these ladies that are struggling with it right now. It's like a infectious disease. It's kind of just like it's like a tension in this match where it's just neither one of them is really confident, and it's going to take something for maybe one of them to break through and bust open and just allow themselves to play some decent tennis. But right now it's a struggle for both of them.
A nice return.
Yeah, I mean, again, look at both of them now. That's a return to serve winner, and yet look at the body language. Because it's been such a fight that even one good shot there, and that's where you've got to be able to take every little bit that you can. Neither one of them's. I mean, it's been such a fight, such an uphill battle for both of them.
Yeah, you can just tell neither of them are really feeling it right now.
It goes from return to serve winner to return to serve unforced error to double fault to missed opportunities, and I'm wishing good on both of these players because I know how good they can be when they're on their games, and both of them are just struggling right now. Lucy going to the loop. It's worked well for her. Typically advantage Shuker in this kind of rally.
You're right.
And once again, yep, and in that exchange that we've seen a number of so far today, it's come up Shuker almost every time. And with that, it's the 3-1 lead in the third, the first time we've had any separation, really, between these two players in 3 sets. And so with new balls coming into play, maybe that'll put some life into Julia Capocchi's game, give her a little bit of energy to feed off of, but I don't know. She's
not looking too confident.
She's got to get through this service game if she's going to have a chance to stay in this set. I think we're in a tiebreak set. Speaking of staying in sets, I think we're in a tiebreak scenario over in the second set on court 2 between Joe Girard and Takashi Sanada. So that continues to be an intense match over there. And you are going to see some frustration from Julia Capocchi here eventually, because she's been trying to keep it in all day here as she's struggled with her game. But eventually that's going to have to come out. And there it is. There's your second set tiebreaker situation between Joachim Girard and Takashi Sanada. Girard having won the first set. So we'll keep you updated on that score over there on court 2 as we continue to watch this match on center court. Julia Capocchi serving. See, what would we normally see from Julia after a shot like that, Mac?
Usually a fist pump.
Usually a fist pump, but now we're not seeing that. So she's kind of gotten herself out of that rhythm, out of that habit, out of that positive reinforcement, and that's the exact thing that she needs right now. You know, and we had Cece Bellis here on the broadcast a couple times here recently, and she used the term "fake it till you make it," right? Which is a common term. And so sometimes it's just the process you've got to go through when you're struggling. And she is struggling right now.
She is. She's really showing some emotion.
Yep.
And some negative emotion.
You have to desperately look for every positive and try to build off that. It's like one brick at a time, and the bricks are few and far between, but that's the only thing you have to build with. that, so you better start laying some brick.
And there's an ace.
Yep. She kind of let the arm just relax enough on that one. Lucy wishes it was a clay court tournament so that she could go circle the mark. Come up in question.
Yeah, and you know, some players, that's kind of the turning point for them when they just get so beyond frustrated. They just start striking the ball and hitting loosely, which is what they wanted to do all along, but they just were too nervous or too tight to do it. And once you feel like, well, I have nothing to lose, that's when some players can really start letting it rip and playing their game.
Yep. Oh, there's the classic exchange that continues to favor Shuker, and now it's Capocchi arguing the call. She got the last one on the ace up the tee, but dissatisfied with this baseline call. And sometimes when you're frustrated, you just want things to go your way.
Looks like that Lucy is taping something up here. Maybe something on her chair.
You know, if I was Capocchi, I'd be hitting practice serves right now.
Take every chance you can get.
My goodness, yeah. If you had a chance to hit like 6 serves real quick, just to kind of maybe find a rhythm, but no such luck, and it's Lucy Shuker with a break opportunity to go up 4-1.
Nice.
Starting to see a couple of swings. She served a few balls better. She had the ace. That was a little bit better swing there. That forehand looked better. Maybe she's going to be able to fight her way out of this, but it's going to take a committed effort. And again, I think she's going to need some of that own internal positive reinforcement. It's Lucy gritting her teeth. She knows
could have been real good there.
Yeah, no, she knows that was a good opportunity and a ball that she will handle regularly pretty well. So now, from a possible break to a possible hold.
Can tell Julie's striking her serve a little bit more.
She's swinging it out, to her credit. She is swinging it better. You know, doesn't have command of it. All right, we're going to quick shift to court 2 with Takashi Sanada serving to Joachim Gerard in a second set tiebreaker. Sanada looking to force a third set against Gerard, and it's Joe that's looking to close this thing out in straights. And right now it's 5-all in the tiebreaker, so really getting down to crunch time there on court number 2. Well, we go, yep, we're at 5-all in the tiebreaker here with Takashi Sanada serving. Great return. And it's the backhand in the net that gives Joe Gerard a 6-5 tiebreaker lead and 1 match point. And with a serve like Joe's, it might be only 1 shot that he needs to close out this match in straight sets, and instead of allowing Sanada to force a third. Oh, it's a overhead let cord winner for Capocchi on center court. We'll watch action here on court number 2. And we're tied at 6-all in the tiebreaker now, between Joe Gerard just crossing over the net, Takashi Sanada as they change sides, with Gerard having 1 more point to serve to stay ahead in this tiebreaker. Well,
Joe is known for having one of the biggest serves on tour.
Nope.
Isn't that right?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And it's quick update on center court. It's Capocchi with a critical hold to get a second game in the set. Shuker 3-2, but right now it's 7-6 Takashi Sanada now with a match point, a set point, and a chance to force the third set here in this men's round-robin match. Sanada, the number 9 seed in the world, or number 9 ranked player in the world, up against Joe Girard from Belgium. And it's going to be a second serve that Girard gets a chance to look at here to tie things up at 7-all. And with that double fault, it's 7-all. And an opportunity missed there by Takashi Sanada, and he knows it. Yeah, you hear the exclamation from Joe Girard. He thought he had that point locked up with a big forehand in the corner, but it's Sanada's defensive skills that gets it back in play and forces the big Belgian out of position, and now into a position where he's got another set point. Takashi Sanada on the far end, receiving serve from Joe Girard, serving at 7-8. And it's Girard with the answer to force 8-all in the tiebreaker.
A racket was thrown there.
Well, he lurched ahead to kind of try to get that ball, and just everything kind of came undone there as he kind of ran into the back fence.
Looks like a little piece.
Maybe a little paint chipped off. Something. But it's 8 points apiece in the tiebreaker here on court number 2 between Joe Girard and Takashi Sanada. And it's Girard serving at 8-all. That's like a replay of 2 points ago.
It's a tough backhand to get when you're pushing backwards.
Yep, I think. And another set point for Sanada in this tiebreaker, second set tiebreaker. And there it is. And there's a frustrated Joe Girard as we go to 3 sets on court number 2. Great battle by Takashi Sanada to get himself back in this match and force a third set. We're seeing a lot of that today. And now we're back on center court with Lucy Shuker serving to Julia Capocchi, with Shuker up 3-2, but Capocchi having the slight edge in this game at 15-30.
Another double fault.
I'm running out of horror movies to quote here, Mackenzie. I mean, it just continues to be.
It's all about that serve.
Yeah.
15-40.
Yeah, I mean, just a couple minutes ago with Shuker that was maybe with a 2-game lead, gonna inch closer towards taking charge of this set, and now just like that, it's Capocchi that might come back to get it to 3-all, which is certainly someplace we've been before in this match. And there it is. Oh, I think it was a let.
Okay. Second serve then, or first?
I think it looks probably a first.
First serve. Yeah.
just kind of feel the anxiety for, but I'm anxious for both of these players, just kind of watching them struggle, knowing how difficult it is to claw your way out of a negative mindset when you're struggling with your game. But it's even footing. I mean, they're both in the same boat, and they're both paddling like to get to shore.
Somebody's going to make it.
Yeah, I think
somebody.
So. Well, you're right. Somebody is going to make it. It's whoever gets their oars in the water quicker. It's Capocchi right now with the opportunity. It's one of the best swings we've seen from her.
She's looking a little bit more confident to me, just in the way that she's kind of sitting up and pushing around, keeping her head up.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, and you know what? It's only because that Lucy's struggles herself that I think that's allowed Capocchi to get to that place. If Lucy was playing even reasonably well over there, I think she could have put Capocchi in a massive hole, but they've kind of both let each other hang out here in this third set.
Nice deep return. Had Julia backing up. That's what she wants.
Oh, you can see that look on the face there again as we read body language typically, and it's a key indicator of how your opponent's going. It's fairly negative on Capocchi's part right now. Everything feels uncomfortable. The timing's off with everything. Mechanics start to break down a little bit. You don't trust things.
Great return. Again, that second serve, she's just trying to get that in, and that's dangerous.
Yeah. When you leave it, she's kind of just rolling that thing about halfway into the service box, and so by the time that hits and kicks, it's sitting right in the strike zone, and so it really should make for some easy opportunities for Lucy here. That's a more aggressive swing right there. And see that, and that's the serve that I think that she should just be hitting right there. That was not an overwhelmingly big second serve or first serve, but the one that she should just be hitting repeatedly in an attempt to get that to become her kind of go-to serve now. 30 all. Oh, out of reach by Shuker. And so it's 40-30 with a chance for Capocchi now to hold serve, which has certainly been a rarity of late. And I think would be
welcomed at this point.
Oh my goodness, wouldn't it be? Yeah, and just a tremendous, almost like a relief, right? It's sad to say that just holding serve's a relief. Not anything that pumps you up. It's just like, oh my gosh, I did it.
Yeah. It's the small victories that get you through.
Yeah, it is. There it is. It was a big first serve. Good response. A couple of aggressive swings there, which is what definitely the exchanges that Julia wants to get into. And,
Lucy letting out a little aggression there on the changeover.
Yeah. And you know what? And sometimes you do. Sometimes you got to get it out. And if you can do that without it costing you, say, a point penalty or a warning or anything like that, better to, as Shrek would say, better out than in. You remember that line?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
You got to be a Shrek fan.
I did watch it when I was younger.
Well, yeah. Okay. And nice shot of Marjolein Baus getting ready to take off and possibly prepare for a match that she's getting ready to play. But we're in a third set over on court 2, just like we are here on center court. It's Joe Girard with the early 1-game-to-love lead in the third set. On court number 2, Joe versus Takashi Sanada of Japan. Sanada having pulled out the second set tiebreaker 9-7. I think it might have been 10-8. They got to 8-all, so I think it was 10-8 in that tiebreaker. And right now, it is 4-3 Julia Capocchi over Lucy Shuker in this third set, which has been an incredibly tense match between these two players, both struggling to find their own games. And it's Lucy's chance to see if she can find a service game that suits her.
Pretty good serve there, but Julia just came up with the...
There's the first fist pump we've seen in about a set and a half, I think. So it could be...
feel the momentum shifting a little bit.
Could be Julia coming out of her funk, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. She's had a couple of good swings on the serve last game. Big hold. Now it's up to Lucy to answer. And there's Lucy right back on the game plan, having the wherewithal to stick to that. Give her credit. And so it's 15 all. Right there.
Yeah, that's...
had so many options there, and she just went right back into that forehand of Shuker's, which I think was a little bit of a gift. Had command of that point and lost it, and she knows it. So it's 30-15 for Shuker, and it's 1-all over on court number 2 between Gerard and Sonata. 1-all in the third set. But here on center court, it's 4-3. Capocchi over Shuker so far.
There we go, another fist pump.
Andiamo and a fist pump from Giuliana Capocchi with an overhead winner. Flattens it out, goes cross court to get it back to 30-all. First time we've seen her employ that shot so far today. It's something that maybe she'll look to do a little bit more down the stretch here.
In this match, at least in the third set, it's felt like whenever you think one of the players is going to start pulling away, the other one kind of works their way back in and it tightens up a little bit, and then they're just right back in the match.
Yep, and now here it is with Capocchi with an opportunity to go to a 2-game lead. For the first time, I think, for her in this match. It was Shuker with an early 3-1 lead in this set, but Capocchi fighting through her demons and getting to a 4-3 lead with a chance to go 5-3 and possibly serve it out. Back to the game plan.
Just short.
The drop shot that's been so reliable for Lucy all day today just lets her down there in that critical point there, and it's Capocchi 5-3. She certainly has looked a little stronger on each of her last service games. Not that it's been with complete ease that she's been able to hold, but certainly the indicators are that she's had some better swings. We'll see if that continues.
Yeah, it definitely feels like she's going after her shots a little bit more.
Yeah, the tension may have broken for her a little bit, and so we'll see here. She's kind of pushing up, as you said. Her body language is better. She's sitting up a little taller, looking a little bit, projecting a little bit more confidence. That ball's out, but that's a good swing right there. But now, just as quickly as you feel like you're onto something, she's got to hit a second serve, and if she gets off to a tough start in this one, could be a difficult service game. Just in, good depth. Yep.
Great deep shot there.
Yep. She was able to get that second serve rolled in there a little deeper than some of the other ones where she's left them short, and that didn't allow Shuker to get on the offensive quite as much. Gave Julia a chance to tee up that forehand, which she loves to do so much. Spank that winner past Lucy.
Nice first serve there.
Desperately, both players would be looking for easy points like that. That's a first serve in by Julia. Doing a nice job there, and no response from Lucy, 30 love.
Definitely feeling more comfortable in these last few points.
Oh,
it's just long.
Yeah, it's something that Lucy hasn't missed all day today. She's been kind of dictating play in that exchange. But here we are with triple match point for Julia Capocchi against Lucy Shuker, serving 3 match points.
Clutch.
With her back up against the wall, it's Lucy Shuker with a great return of serve on the second serve. Forehand winner down the line. I think Lucy's not quite convinced that she's there yet, but that's a good start to it, Lucy, and so she's going to continue to fight here. And there it is.
There's
the return of serve error. It's Julia Capocchi that indeed does punch her ticket to the semifinals in her first ever NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters, having come through 2 close 3-set victories, one over Sabine Ellerbrock in the first round and now one over Lucy Shuker in this third round of the round-robin format, having lost only to world number 1 Dita de Groot. And it's Lucy Shuker who disappointingly goes home without a win here at the NEC Masters.
What a battle that was, though.
It really was. You know, it was a battle of who could get their emotions under control, who could possibly instill any bit of confidence in themselves, and that was the battle. You know, it wasn't really tactical or anything like that. It was internal battles between both girls individually. Yeah. And you can see Julia, as she takes a drink of water there, just still shaking kind of from, you know, all the nerves and the pressure that has been building over the course of the last 2 hours. And certainly a look at a disappointed Lucy Shuker, who, as always, fought and always will, as long as she's competing on this UNIQLO Wheelchair Tour. That's what you're always going to get from Lucy. So I know she's not happy, but she can always keep her head high for the efforts that she brings to the court. And so we have a little break in the action prior to another match coming up here on center court. Anticipate Gustavo Fernandez versus Stefan Houdet here on center court in a short while. And it's Fernandez with 2 wins and 0 losses in pool play so far, and Houdet with 1 win and 1 loss. So certainly a win by Houdet would be critical and would probably secure a position for him. A loss by Fernandez would still probably allow him to advance. So it's going to be a slugfest from the 2 strong men, one from Argentina in Fernandez and the other Houdet from France. Although that Gerard and Sonata match still going on court 2 leaves things in play in this B pool of the men's draw. We're going to resume coverage momentarily as we prepare for this men's match on center court, and we'll get you a third set update on court number 2 as that match continues. Up next, Gustavo Fernandez versus Stefan Houdet. just did.
Sorry, we're professionals. You owe me 3 beers after that. Make it a solid 6-pack and wait.
Way to go, rookie. All right, ready for center court action again here in the men's round robin at the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. It's going to be Gustavo Fernandez, the number 2 seed here in the tournament, number 3 in the world, versus Stéphane Houdet of France. And we expect a real slugfest between the two great players. I'll take a quick peek there at Houdet circling around the net post, taking up his position on court, and it'll be Fernandez doing the same here in a moment. There's a good shot at Stéphane Houdet and his one-of-a-kind, truly unique wheelchair that he's invested heavily in over the years to custom fit his style of play, which is aggressive and upright. And it's Gustavo Fernandez prepared to serve. First game of this men's round robin with Fernandez in control of this group and pool play with 2 wins to 0, and Houdet needing a win to probably advance into the semifinals on Saturday. And the first point of the opening game goes to Gustavo Fernandez. We watched him last night playing under the lights in a spectacular battle that he ended up victorious in. Some real high-quality tennis out of him so far in this tournament. And there's an example of the high quality I'm talking about. That backhand cross court, which was lethal last night in his exchanges with Joe Girard. Great competitive 6-4, 6-4 straight set victory by Fernandez, but not without a lot of quality tennis from both players. Nice passing shot by Houdet there, with Fernandez kind of stuck in the net position, having not executed his first attempt to finish that point. It's Fernandez 30-15. Nice execution by both players there, with Fernandez coming out the winner of that exchange to take a early 40-15 lead. A nice close and finish by Gustavo Fernandez at the net there to secure the opening game of this men's round-robin match between Gustavo Fernandez and Stéphane Houdet of France. It's Fernandez in the early 1-0 lead, and Houdet soon to be throwing some serves into play. Stéphane Houdet to serve. Pretty good, significant head-to-head matchup historically between these two players, as Houdet leads that head-to-head matchup 19-16. So 19 wins for Houdet, 16 for Fernandez. But of late in 2018, 5 matchups between these two guys, and it's Fernandez having the advantage in 2018, 4 wins to 1. So back and forth battles these two have had, and it's been Fernandez mostly of late. Boy, oh, that's a clap of the hands by Gustavo Fernandez as he slices that ball off the backhand down the line, but it's Houdet which comes up with the miraculous forehand winner down the line. Really impressive shot there by Stefan Houdet to get it to 15 all. And it's Houdet. Correction, it's Fernandez who once again finishes at the net. A pattern we're seeing a little bit early here in play so far, having done so a couple times already. Now 30-15. You can see with the short sleeve shirt on, it's the the guns out, suns out, guns out for Gustavo Fernandez, as he certainly impressive physique. I should let everybody listening know that we are now joined in welcoming Joe Wallen to the broadcast. She's been with us a couple of nights early to call some of the matches, and we're once again excited to hear her give us some insight into the matches. So welcome again, Joe.
Thanks.
So it's with Fernandez with a couple of break opportunities now to take a 2-love lead, and we'll see how he handles these opportunities as Houdet gets ready to spin one in here on the deuce side. And with the double fault, it's Gustavo Fernandez taking the 2-love lead here in the early going of this first set of this final round-robin match between these two great players.
I've been looking forward to this match as well.
Ah.
I also love the way that Houdet plays, and I love kind of seeing how he's so different than the other players, as in the way he sits, or I shouldn't say sits, kneels maybe?
Yeah,
in his
right.
chair. Yeah.
Or cycles.
Yeah, cycles, either one. There's lots of different ways, I guess.
Yeah, he's sitting on a bike seat. Yeah, always calm, cool, just kind of goes about his business. As we talked earlier in one of the broadcasts, he's no spring chicken, and that's no knock on him. It's a real credit to how great he's kept himself physically. He's 48 years old, and so quite an accomplished man. 2 sets of twins at home and a veterinary degree.
I think he brings such a great experience to the game. He's been around for a long time, he said, being a little bit older as well. Maturity when he speaks as well. So some of the stuff that we talked about the other night about him wanting, to bring everyone in to play, and also having the opportunity to play with others as well, I think is really mature on his side. So I always like talking to him just for his mature views on wheelchair tennis.
Yeah, mature, unique, and as we kind of talked out of the box. So we need those free thinkers.
Keeps himself to himself. Haven't actually seen him around. I know he came in late, obviously from Prague, last week. What was it, Tuesday night? He came in late, very, very late. His flight got delayed, flew into Miami, 4-hour drive. I think got in at like 4 in the morning on Wednesday and had to play that morning. So probably just catching up on a ton of sleep, but just been really keeping to himself. Haven't seen him around too much.
Yeah, he mentioned to me he was definitely a little flat. He could feel it, the impact of the travel and the schedule that he'd been on with the delays and everything like that. So that first round loss that he had, was kind of something tough for him. But he might be getting his leg underneath him and
good one.
Yeah, right. And feeling a little bit better. He certainly has the capabilities of taking a game against a game and set and match against Fernandez. Again, having the head-to-head matchup advantage over the course of their careers.
I think he was the first person that I actually watched play a wheelchair tennis match live in Mission Viejo in the doubles after I just started in July, went out in December to watch that event that our now national manager and head coach ran in Mission Viejo for many years and did a great job. But I remember vividly just sitting on the side, and I watched this guy walk out pushing a wheelchair. And he kind of came on the side and he stood up, and I thought he was a coach to start with because, he got a little bit of a limp. I just didn't really know. And then all of a sudden he takes his leg off and gets in the chair, and it was like my first reality of wheelchair tennis. And I was like, oh, well, he's going to get in a chair and play. He just left his leg sitting on the side. That was the other part, it was just like, oh, okay, that's his leg.
I mean, it's not going to run away by itself.
It certainly won't. It certainly will not. I think I just started. I think I still have that picture somewhere because I was like, oh.
It is a sight over the years. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, it's a great shot. There it is. Yeah, his leg is right there.
The leg.
The leg.
So great shot by our camera crew.
To pick that up.
As Stefan departs the bench and heads out to his second service game of the match in an attempt to even things all at 2-2 here.
That's like Connor Stroud's as well. I've got a great picture from World Team Cup of that, and where he takes off his leg, he put him on his chair. It's the best picture I think ever.
Yeah, that is funny to see Connor's prosthetic sitting there, minus the man.
Called in. I think it was in by both reactions there.
I didn't hear an out call, so I'm going to assume so. And it is indeed. And it's Fernandez, who's continued to be on the attack a little bit, gets caught up in a well-executed lob by Houdet. Gets him the first point of this fourth game. These two just banging it around the court there on that point, covering a lot of ground. Houdet mostly on the move, and Fernandez mostly in charge.
A little different from last night where we saw Joe Girard playing Fernandez and Joe not really wanting to get into those long rallies. I don't think Stefan really minds getting into so many long rallies.
See Houdet give Gustavo the thumbs up, and point well played. Continued theme we've had here is the healthy competitive nature of this tour. These guys both compete to win and are intense, but I think they have a healthy amount of respect for one another. I really enjoy seeing that. Just long as the wind picks up a tad here on center court. It's been pretty consistent today, kind of been blown into the face of the broadcast booth here, so kind of a side wind, at least as the flags fly in front of the headquarters of the USTA.
Weather's been nice today, though.
Perfect day. Yeah, we talked about that this is probably your prototypical late November day in Florida.
I know the other night we talked about, and I know I'd asked Stefan too, whether he, via some messaging as we were on the commentary about you know, if the Sabines and the Stefans that can actually walk, that have prosthetic, actually play tennis standing up. And I'd never seen this, but yesterday I walked by and Stefan was actually practicing his serve standing up. So that was kind of interesting to see, because obviously that's a different angle that he'd be hitting the ball from. Much higher trajectory over the net. Just probably working on the racket speed and the racket more than anything else, because obviously the legs are not going to happen. So
not much trajectory on this forehand by Fernandez here. Eventually, you'll see him get this opportunity, works his way around it, lines that one up and drives it home.
That's a great shot by Gustavo, staying nice and calm there, not rushing.
Yeah, I think it was Houdet kind of forcing himself to hit the forehand there, really being aggressive to try to get it, but really drew himself kind of out of position. I think he played a backhand off the shot before. He might have been in a little bit better position on the court, but he's going to go with his weapon, which is walking around and getting that forehand, pushing around to get that forehand as much as possible. And so it's Gustavo Fernandez off to a 3-1 lead in serving. Continuing to look strong.
Just when you look at their chair difference too, you know, you can really see the difference. We talked about Gustavo last night not having a huge amount of balance, and just Stefan being able to be fully functional basically. And you can obviously see that in the chair where Stefan's leaning and really is reaching for balls. Even when he hits his forehand, his whole body kind of goes over to the left and leans, as opposed to Gustavo having to stay very upright as well. But Gustavo still has, still very, very obviously the heavy balls with the amount of spin that he puts on it. And Houdet's balls, he still obviously, he doesn't mind the higher loopy balls, but his are, not at the same racket speed that Gustavo's are. He doesn't mind hanging in there, but it's going to be a little different trajectory and pace of ball.
It just doesn't have the raw physical strength that Gustavo has to generate that pace and racket speed. Fernandez 30 love. We commented last night on Gustavo's focus, and even in the early going here, no waver in that. He's got that intensity to him, and no sign of him backing off or taking this match for granted or doing anything but looking to lock it down. I think he's out here to kind of send a message, if he could come out of this pool play at 3-0, like he is going to be the guy maybe to beat.
Agree, he definitely looks really solid right now. Most consistent and aggressive at the same time.
I happened to run into him late last night in the hotel after he got back, and just congratulated him on a really well played match, and not in a overly cocky or overconfident manner. He said, "Yeah, I'm playing well. I'm feeling good." So you like to hear that from a player that recognizes, because a lot of time players are quick to scoff at that and be like, "Oh, yeah, I'm not playing too well, or I'm playing all right," or whatever. But
yep.
He didn't hesitate. He's like, "Yeah, and again, just comfortably acknowledged, yep, I'm playing well, and that's the way I anticipate continuing to play."
See, on that last point, we saw actually about 3 or 4 of those type of points last night, right, where Gustavo actually got to that short one and hit that backhand slice short again, where this time Stefan was really moving forwards, and that's an unbelievable backhand. But last night, Joe, we didn't see him move forward too quickly, and Stefan really did move forward quickly. Just puts a lot of pressure on the person actually hitting that. But that backhand again, my gosh.
Yep. And that only comes, we talked a lot, that only comes from training. I mean, that's a shot that in that location on the court, he is confident that he can execute, and he knows that's a good way to win a point by driving one off the sideline. And so him and his coach have spent some hours on the court, no doubt, maybe with drop feeds or whatever from that location, just repetitive motion, that stroke to that location.
His hand seems to be okay today, obviously. Yeah. No, hasn't been, maneuvering it or doing much.
Whatever that was, didn't get any word on that specifically, but it was just a little bit of an irritant to him last night. But today, no indications there's any residual. And at 4-1 in the first set, I would say not.
Good Kids Day again today. About 200 kids. My kids were there today, so that was fun.
Did they have fun?
Yeah, they did. They're actually here watching today.
Good.
They're well, I don't know whether they're watching or not. They're playing in the grass behind.
You know what, Joe? That's what kids should be doing.
His son's got a little UNIQLO hat on, and I went and introduced him to everyone, and he hid behind me. And then my daughter's like, "Oh, hi, it's nice to meet you," and the son's hiding behind my back.
I've met your daughter before. I think maybe a little bit more than your son, and she's got her mom's personality. She's out there, and she's a poised young lady. Yeah, she's fun. I've always enjoyed encounters with her.
She's enjoying the UNIQLO outfit, because when I had to go to the UNIQLO store to meet with the sponsors, obviously they're not the main sponsor of this, but she got to do a shopping spree at UNIQLO, so.
Cool.
UNIQLO sponsor.
That makes her the cool kid in class.
I know she is, the cool kid.
Yeah.
Kid.
Nice serve by Houdet there to force the return to serve error. Ever calm demeanor of Stefan Houdet, down 1-4. Yep, short ball, no hesitation, right to the target. Easy point for a quick 30-love lead.
Still with that ball, gave good net clearance though. Didn't have to go for too much, but just played it really safe. Good net clearance. I like that type of ball.
Beautifully placed backhand, topspin backhand by Stefan Houdet into the corner for a really strong 40-love lead in this service game. Maybe a little bit of a confidence builder for him as he maybe goes on a possible run here to string a couple games together, hopefully for him to get back in this set.
Took that ball so nicely on the rise there. It's a beautiful ball. Great serve too. That's a great play. Set it up by that serve. I mean, Gustavo was hitting that backhand return above his head.
Yeah, that's a game at love right there, and every one of those points was decisive from every one of the serves to every one of the first balls afterwards. And so, oh, I'm sorry, I thought that was a game, but it's 40-love now.
Still on that ball, that short ball put away too. Stefan doesn't go super flat, doesn't go for the lines, just plays it again. A good hold there by Stefan. Just plays it, you know, really, really. So what I'm looking for, a high percentage.
Yeah.
Doesn't go for lines, doesn't go flat. So,
but
really,
but no
really
less
still,
offensive.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
No, I love the way that he actually plays those balls. A lot of people watching can learn a lot from that because they think it's a short ball, right? And I always say, this may be a question for you, Mr. Walker.
Okay.
When do you hit a winner?
You know, when it's past your opponent, but not by design oftentimes. I think it's just, you know, you hit your target, and it's usually in the preparation. Oh, that's not the answer you're looking for, Joe.
It's not the answer I'm looking for.
Okay.
So I literally, it's kind of a trick question, but it's not. A winner is, when you hit a winner, it's when your opponent doesn't get to the ball. Ball bounces twice. So as you kind of said at the beginning, right? You're like, a lot of times you don't mean to hit it, right? And a lot of times people get a short ball and they think, I got to hit a winner on this. No, you don't have to hit a winner on this. You have to just hit your regular shot, and it may turn into it. You can hit a late ball, and sometimes you talked about those backhands, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I liken that to again. I'm always going to go to the baseball route, Joe. And I know you being a Brit by birth, more of a cricket girl probably, but I'm a baseball guy, and they say guys that hit home runs often say that that's a mistake. You know, they don't go up there intending to hit a home run. They go up there intending to square up the ball and hit it hard, and maybe sometimes it's more of a miss when they hit a home run than it is what they were intending to do, but they'll take it. And it's a quick response by Gustavo Fernandez to that easy game by Houdet, and it's now Fernandez up 30-love.
Great shot. I mean, that ball just pulling Fernandez off the side of the court into the fence.
what a difference a match makes watching these two guys serve compared to the last match where the two ladies, Julia Capocchi and Lucy, who both just on this particular day struggled mightily with their serves, and both these guys look to have great command of their serves today.
You know, I always feel that serve is one of the things that is more controllable. Obviously, it's actually the only shot you control in the game of in tennis. It's the only one you can actually control. Your choice to hit that ball or not hit it, and how you hit it. So,
would you say that there's no excuse to not have pretty good command of your serve?
yeah, I mean,
Not good excuse anyway.
yeah, I mean, I don't think necessarily it's harder to say that because you go through games, so you kind of get the jips, right? Is the
Oh, yeah,
jips,
the
it's-
yips.
yeah, the yips,
Yips.
yips or
Yips.
jips. I can say jips.
Well, maybe, again, maybe back to your British roots, but we say yips.
Yips, okay. Yips, jips, something like that. But you can get that when you're playing, and you definitely get it on your serve. So you can definitely, have that. So that's more the mental side as well coming in. I think the serve is so mental. If you're playing really well, you just have that confidence in your serve. If you're not confident, that's the first thing I think that goes is the serve. But yeah, if you're double faulting, you get your butt out on the practice court and start practicing the serve.
But we've seen both men and women on the ATP and WTA tour at the highest level who struggle with that stuff. So I mean, it's just a unique part of the game where nobody's necessarily immune to it.
Absolutely. Amazing. Good get there, making Gustavo hit one more ball. Though.
Yep.
Have you ever seen any of the wheelchair players? Let's watch this replay again here. Great. This is a great get right here.
Yeah,
just making him play one more. Gustavo goes a little bit more off the line, a little lower, hit the tape, went over. And then that wonderful apology that I love so much. Have you ever seen the wheelchair player in a match? I've never seen it, but I haven't been around often because in the able body I've only seen it a couple times where they just can't get their serve in. They're double faulting so much and they go straight underarm.
I have.
Was that you?
No,
You're laughing?
I never done that one myself. The serve is one of the shots that I had pretty decent command of in my playing days, and so I had other issues to deal with. But it was serve was not one of them typically. But I can think of a good friend of mine, Mike Haynes, who is a great guy. He lives in Texas. Was a great player back in the day. We interviewed Rick Draney earlier today, and Mike was a player back in those early days, one of the early pioneers. We were playing in a match years ago in Baton Rouge where he just, as a doubles partner, he couldn't get his serve in to save his life. And so in doubles especially, you have a little bit more luxury to say, all right, I got some help here. I'll just toss this thing in. And he did. And we were laughing while we were playing, but it got the job done.
I was thinking sometimes when you throw in that underhand serve, it throws your opponent for an absolute loop. They think, I'm just going to take that fuzzy yellow ball and hit the absolute, just kill it, right?
Yeah.
And it goes into the bottom of the net or in the backdrop, and you just kind of have to laugh at that.
Almost apologize.
And it's like, sorry.
Sorry,
but then you do it again.
Yeah. Yeah.
You just won the point. Go for it.
Be. Well, it's Stefan Houdet who's serving now at 2-5. He had a great service game the last time, but it might be a little too late as Fernandez has roared out to a 5-2 lead here in the opening set. Both really playing pretty well, but it's Gustavo who has continued to be just a little bit stronger. A little too much there. A shot he'd like to have another crack at, but missed it.
That's where Houdet just getting one more ball back, that one more ball.
Gustavo shaking his head, knowing it should be 15-all right now.
Wow. It's an unbelievable get there from Gustavo, and they pushed it a little bit deep, but really great hustle even to get that.
Continued display of effort that is always apparent with him on every point. Houdet, 40-15 to force Fernandez to serve it out.
That's a good return.
Oof.
Flatten that one out a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, but look at the angle here. Look at that ball traveling back in. Pretty high percentage, actually.
The other thing that I think I heard Jason Allen, you guys talking about it the other day, is that, you know, most of the balls, if there's an equivalent, which I'm not necessarily agreeing there is, get finish the point.
Miss it there.
There's an equivalent of open stance, closed stance in wheelchair tennis. I would just say it's the way the hips are when it hits the ball, right? When you hit the ball. Gustavo actually hits a lot of really closed. That last forehand winner down the line that he did on this side, on this return, was fully closed. And he actually does quite a few of those. It's almost like he turns really closed on it.
Well, you know, I mean, playing styles, again, we talked a little bit about parameters, and that stands for him and would be within. And so it's just his style that he's adapted and understands full well what works for him. And so I go again with the simple phrase, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. For Gustavo Fernandez, it certainly isn't broken. See the arch on Houdet's back there as
he took the pace off. He took the pace off of that a little bit and spun it up. Yes, cranked the spin. His chair didn't lift off the ground there.
Yeah, wasn't going for the power, it was going for the maximum spin there. So Houdet does indeed hold to force Fernandez into a possible serve-out opportunity here in the first set. So far, it's been Fernandez who hasn't struggled on his serve. He's been pretty steady. Once again, there's a great example of the length on the stroke. We talked about that last night with Joe Girard, having exhibited a couple of great backhands, but it was Gustavo on that one. And here you're going to get a good look at it, Joe. There's the forehand, but now watch this extension on this backhand here.
Wow. And that strength to go so far back.
I felt like I had a grunt with him there. I did. It was like a sympathetic grunt.
It was a
right
grunt.
There. Yeah. I knew it was coming.
That was actually a good ISO as well of his of the close stance forehand that we're talking about a little bit. That was fully closed.
yeah. It's like closed door closed.
Oh wow.
Oh.
Just misses out wide.
You know, it's amazing how often we see points where players are off the screen, and you think, oh, there's no way this must be over. You'd almost seldom see that in an able-bodied match off the screen like that. But these guys with the two bounces and their ability to stay on the wheels will oftentimes be out of the screen but still in the point. And Gustavo just missing a high-risk shot down the line there, which would have been highlight reel.
Like his backhand jelly baby one last night.
Yeah.
You got he's got to hit a better shot than that tonight.
I'll tell you what, if he does. I'm not saying he won't or can't, but it'll be tough to repeat something like that.
That slice just didn't quite have enough on it, not enough depth or angle.
And it's Fernandez continuing to look confident and strong on his serve at 30-15 with a chance to hold and take the first set here. (40-15), two cracks for Gustavo Fernandez to close out this opening set in this last of round-robin matches in the men's draw on this side of the draw.
Stefan just stays calm, though. He's just going to keep at it and keep grinding. And you know, that's fine. He's okay with that. If if Gustavo comes up with better goods, he's okay with that.
Yep. Wow. Really well executed, well played point by Gustavo Fernandez to close out that first set.
Gustavo's going to be happy with that set.
Yeah, pretty clean.
Again, very, very low unforced errors. And Stefan's not going to...
Yeah, a few more mishits and stuff, but he didn't play poorly. I mean, it was just a higher quality and a higher level of play, kind of like what we saw last night. All right, gonna get a good look here on this serve, looking real deep there. Fernandez occupying the baseline position.
Yep.
Recovers a little bit there, but now looking to reestablish himself. This was an interesting exchange where Houdet continues to go with this backhand slice.
Again, that reach of Houdet is really good.
Thought he had him there.
Oh, that's a good...
Great anticipation.
Again,
look,
just a second slower again to do it.
But look how he's even ready at the end, even if that one didn't work.
Just watch Gustavo here. Are you going to start grunting, though? Come on. That's really closed again, obviously. That stance there.
Look at the eyes. Look at the breathing. All the factors that go into success. Recognition. Share control.
Being able to stop so quickly, too, right?
Now on the attack. Gets the overhead, lines it, adjusts, cranks it. Not in good position. Cover. There. Not done yet. Done. Fist pump.
That's great right there.
Yeah. Great work by our production crew to give us all those looks there at that closing point, which had so many different dynamics to it. Really fun to break that down on the run there. So it's one set to love for Gustavo Fernandez.
Really on that ISOs too, that you saw how great he was at control his recovery step, right? And obviously in wheelchair tennis there's no recovery step, but there is with your non-dominant hand really pulling back on it. Being able to stop himself, to be able to balance, to be able to hit that ball. That was really, really good close-ups there.
All right, Houdet with a chance to open up and maybe get a lead here.
See whether Houdet changes his game plan in the second set. That's a good shot. Great hands there. I mean, he got jammed there and still was able to do a great shot.
#1 double player in the world, currently ranked, Stefan Houdet.
The other thing that Stefan's really good at doing, which I'm not seeing as much variety from the guys as I do from Stefan, is his serve. You know, he's able, like that on the do side there, he was able to slice it. This side, he's kicking it right there. So really has really good variety with his serve and his spins. He doesn't, obviously, there's that replay of that ace up the tee. Really good spin, kicking it. He doesn't really flatten it very much, but really uses his spins well.
Yep. Well, he's on target now with the serve.
I was going to say, I think that if my advice would be in the second set, hey, you actually didn't play a bad first set, obviously, but you've just got to be a little bit more aggressive. You've got to get some free points in there. And so far in the service game, that's actually what he's done. He's
looked good on his service games. It was an early deficit that he got into in the first set there. I think he had won a little bit loose, but other than that, the last couple service games he tightened up pretty well there. He's looked pretty good on on his service. He's out to a 40 love. He would love to open up with a 1-game-to-love lead here.
A little bit more aggressive.
And there it is.
Yep.
Hold at love. Certainly bolsters the confidence on the change here and the quick changeover. No break, but 1-love changeover. But it's still Gustavo Fernandez in control with a set in his pocket and no indications that he's backing off his game anytime soon. Let's see here if he can answer with a hold of his own.
If I had to take an educated guess here, I'd say that Houdet is going to be a little bit more aggressive on this return too, this return game. Move in, take the ball a little bit more on the rise, flatten out his returns just a little bit. Oh my gosh. Gonna get to it. Unbelievable point. Wow.
Great gets by both guys, and it's the blue-collar approach by Fernandez.
This one here. I mean, the next ball, this let cord here, good job to get up to it. Actually really, really good. And I thought, there's no way. How's he going to get that? Just flicks his wrist. Unbelievable point.
No apology necessary, Gustavo. That was just working man's point right there.
If I'm right, let's see how good your rules are, Mr. Walker.
Oh, okay.
If Houdet threw his racket at that ball, if that racket had hit the ball and the ball had gone over, would it have counted?
No. I think not with a discernible throw.
So I believe that the racket has to be connected to your hand.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he had one overhead miss earlier in the first set, but since then he's tightened that up and ever so slightly more conservative while still staying aggressive. And again, we see that continued approach with him looking to press action, get into net and finish. It's been pretty common for him. He's done a great job so far. 30-15, Fernandez.
Gustavo controlling the center of the court. Stefan's not going to be able to keep that up side to side to side the way that Gustavo's staying so consistent and so aggressive too.
Yeah, you know he's not going to ever back off, so it's not like he's going to lose confidence and start looping balls in. It's just not.
That's where I think Stefan needs to be.
Yeah, he's gonna have to attempt to be the guy that's dictating a little bit more and force Gustavo into a little bit more of a chase mode. If Gustavo posts up and gets good first strikes in and sets the tone in the points, he's gonna stay in charge. And a tough job for Houdet if that's the case. No, that's an exchange we saw Gustavo win almost every time last night when he got into those backhand to backhand exchanges with Joe Girard, and it's a similar situation here tonight.
Again, just his chair work and his body work and his balance as well, and his utter strength. Look at that. I mean, that's that one that we saw, right? The balance and that backhand. That's the one where Houdet just hit that nice angle, and the ball's behind him. At that point, he's not using big muscles at that point. I mean, he's not using the shoulders. That's pretty much the flick of the wrist to be able to get that ball down the line.
He's using the shoulders on the push, but on the shot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep, he's just throwing the hand out there and letting it ride. So that was a great look. How he accelerates on a soft drop shot. He's continuing to accelerate the chair while the ball's decelerating and losing pace. He's going to catch up to it.
Stefan's got 7 new balls. That pickup.
Yeah.
That pickup was really good. Pickup was really close to the chair. I'm not sure Stefan thought that was going over either.
Nope, didn't look like it on the monitor and everything. You could look like he was going to dump that one in the net. Stayed alive. 15 all. And there it is, 2 games to 1 lead for Gustavo on the changeover, 1 set to love, and we're seeing some high-quality tennis here tonight on center court in this last round-robin match of the men's division. We have 1 more coming up here tonight. After this match, it'll be Shingo Kunita versus Gordon Reed, and that has a lot of implications on it right there. Both guys are settled in at 1 win and 1 loss in their round-robin matches so far, and the winner of that one will certainly be somebody who will likely be crossing over, and the loser will likely be heading home if they can get an early flight out of town. And so maybe they'll be booking that to get on vacation a little sooner than later, huh, Joe?
Yeah, I think some of the players, that didn't get through their round robin left today. Went a little early. Do you think some of them stopped maybe at Disney?
It's possible, but if they're out of the tournament, it might take something like Disney or Universal or Harry Potter.
Have you been to Universal?
I love Universal. Yeah, it's great.
Harry Potter World, Diagon Alley.
That's
what
a
do you
good
think?
one. I love it. I got boys at home. They're big Harry Potter fans, and so yeah.
Yeah, some of them. I know Anik today was talking about when she actually got hurt. She came out and talked to the kids. She actually had me in tears today. And talking to the kids, and she was talking about when she got hurt, and she was 10, and she had some issues with legs. She had surgery, and then they had to take her leg off, like cut it where it's cut. And she said that the parents would take her to Disney World. Well, she said 10 years later, she still hasn't been. So she was like, and I'm really close.
It seems like you're in the neighborhood, especially like I think I talked to somebody earlier today, for those that are heading back to some little more inclement climates. Why rush? Book the tournament and book a few extra days and stay in town and maybe enjoy a little sunshine and a little Mickey Mouse.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. Is Snuffleupagus, is he one of the characters over at Disney, or is he one of the ones at Universal? He's always one of my favorite characters.
I don't remember.
He's a Winnie the Pooh guy, isn't he?
Yeah, or is he in Deadpool?
No, he's not in Deadpool. There is no Snuffleupagus in Deadpool.
Okay. And
it's Fernandez 30 love here, serving 2 games to 1. Let's It's almost as if he just decides, I'm going to build the wall, you know, and you're just going to have to come through me or over me, or, you know, whatever it is. And he's just, that's what he is. He's a wall over there. He's more like a mountain, but he builds that wall, and then he just forces players to have to go through him, and he's just so physically strong that it's difficult to do. At least that's what we've seen so far in this tournament. Oh, he wanted that one. Still 2 opportunities here for Fernandez to hold serve and extend his lead. Get the first gap in the second set. And there it is. 3-1 for Gustavo Fernandez.
This is definitely not the start of the second set that Houdet would have liked.
No.
That's a hard one to come back from.
I think a quick dismissal of that unforced error there by Gustavo. Just long.
Good get, though. Really close. Again, fully closed on the stance.
It's Houdet who continues to do pretty well in his service games. He hasn't figured out the Fernandez service games yet. That's been the biggest struggle so far. Oh, just too much power right there. You know, I saw Gustavo earlier today during lunch, and I think a lot of these guys don't just rely on the tournament to provide their nourishment, and a guy like him needs a lot. And so checked him out over at the lunch table. I'm like, hey, what you got going there, Gustavo? He's like, there's nothing quite like Brussels sprouts. So he was on the vegetables today.
Oh, and root vegetables too.
Yeah, so...
lots and lots of them all cut up.
So if you can believe it, it's Brussels sprouts that Gustavo Fernandez is using to fuel his fire, among other things, I'm sure. But it's Stefan Houdet with a 40-15 lead here on his service game as he attempts to keep this set in close reaching order here for himself to maybe just hang around long enough to get Gustavo off track.
He hasn't had much chance off of Fernandez's serves either, though.
No, he's been rock solid on the serves. Oh, that's the second time he's hit that backhand return to serve winner right there.
That's a great serve. Love the way that he has great variety with his serve.
And a nice hold by Stefan Houdet. As we go to the break, it's 3-2. And this set still in play. It's 1-0 Gustavo Fernandez.
That's a good picture right there with the leg.
Yeah.
Because his leg's behind it.
Both of them.
Both of his legs right there. It's just so obscure to see. That leg just standing there. Just kind of like, where's the person behind it? So let's go back to food for a minute, Paul, as we're talking.
Are you a foodie, Joe?
You can probably tell by the size of me I'm a foodie, yeah.
Nah.
What's your favorite chocolate bar?
It's sporadic. There's several.
That's a good question. I am, I'm a Twix guy. I like Twix.
Really?
You?
The double? Oh, it's crunchies. And, I mean, anyone goes near my crunchies, it's hands off my crunchies.
Oh, you mean Nestle Crunch?
No, a crunchy bar.
There is such a thing as a crunchy bar?
It's an English term.
Oh, see, there you go.
It's an English term. I shouldn't say term. It's an English chocolate. It has honeycomb in the middle. So,
that sounds good. Yeah. If I grew up over there, that might have been my favorite. All right, we're going to take a quick peek here at Stefan Houdet's serve. Look at the arch. Look at the chair.
Pulling up. That's just, it's so classical too.
Carved
right?
that one.
Yeah. So classical. And the way he's able to push, look at his body there as he throws that. Yeah. So leaning forward.
Leans forward, drives down on the wheels.
Yeah. Good serve by Fernandez there. Houdet was a good serve, but it wasn't fantastic. I think Houdet wishes he'd had that one back.
In the chaser be chase mode, it's Fernandez who is continuing to be the one that's chased. So as long as he can keep the steady pressure on, it's going to be up to Houdet to answer and maybe take it up a notch or two.
He's just got to do more with that short ball put away.
Yeah, he does.
He just did not do enough there.
Yeah, not near aggressive enough.
No.
In a position where he should recognize that he's got to do more with that.
Especially at this score when he's a set and 3-2 down, and Fernandez has been so solid on his serves.
Yep. Any mid-range balls, he's got to get after a little bit more.
Yep.
Ooh, just wide. Just wide.
I just want to be able to see another Fernandez or Houdet shot again. That Geronimo moment.
Yeah, with a little bit of a punctuation and a fist pump and an exclamation.
Wow, Geronimo. Just it's just got to be like that.
Is that something?
It's your jelly baby.
Is that
your
something
jelly baby thing?
That you yelled as a young British champion?
Yeah, no, I didn't, but I really do like that.
It's something that we used to yell when we would jump out of airplanes and helicopters back in the day. And now it's Houdet with another break chance here at 30-40. Just look at a possible chink in the Fernandez service game.
Houdet stepped up and been a little bit more aggressive.
Oh, the ball drops well inside the service line. And it's 3 games all as Stefan Houdet takes a big breath.
And guess what game it is, Mr. Walker?
I don't have to guess, Joe. I can look at the
You can look at the
scoreboard and tell.
Really?
Yeah,
okay.
I can do it. It's game number 7.
Yeah, that was a great point.
Yeah, it was.
Good fight for Stefan.
See,
just
now this is
hanging
the
in
ball
there.
that I thought Gustavo could have done a little bit more with, but
absolutely.
Great depth by Houdet.
But I mean, what a shot from way back there to be able to get that angle.
Yep. Three all in the second set. As again, we're approaching sunset here. It looks like it's pretty much down in the background. Getting a little color out of the clouds. It's been a great day here. Very comfortable. I think very, very good conditions for the players.
It's supposed to be a little warmer tomorrow, but with some chance of...
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Okay, I didn't say it.
You're the tournament director. You should know better.
I was going to say snow.
Oh, yeah. I think our chances are safe that that's not going to be the case. Houdet employing that slice serve there, trying to get into the body of Fernandez.
That's a great shot. I mean, that's so much spin on that ball that just made it drop. Looked like it was going way out.
It did. I think Fernandez kind of did think it was going that way as well. Houdet kind of finding the range right now. He's really had some good service games. Seems to be kind of finding his rhythm.
Could get interesting here if Houdet holds.
Yeah, it'd be the first time that he's kind of had a lead in a critical part of the set. There's the slice, pulling Gustavo and lengthening him out.
That's a great angle again.
And again, he takes up a position there and gets there so early and sets up. And much like an able-bodied player, the quicker you can prep and get there, the more time you've got to make some decisions. And he's got options there. He sets up, and he knows if he sees Houdet give up space one way or the other, he can go cross or line, and really a nice luxury to have. It's a great shot of the sky.
Oh, he knew to.
Just out, Gustavo.
Ooh, and I think that Gustavo knew that was coming because the positioning of Houdet's serve, obviously. Zone position moved off to the right. You know who the other dark horse is on the other group? Mr. Olsen.
You know, at this point, I'm not even calling him a dark horse.
No.
I mean, I would have a hard time having watched his 2 matches here. There's nothing dark about him. He is in the light right now, and he's playing just really great tennis. And we talked to him in an interview yesterday, and he's just very composed. He's just very comfortable with where he's at, not only in his game of tennis, but in his life. So I think that's what's translating really well to him.
He's up a set in 4-1 against Nico Piper.
Wow.
Update for court 2 there.
And in this service game, it's Houdet with a chance to hold here. Again, as we talked, getting a little bit deeper into this set. Critical game number 7. If he holds here for a 4-3 lead, it'll be the first time that Gustavo has been really chasing at a critical part of the match. There's a freebie. It's one of the first ones we've seen today. We haven't seen many blips on the radar by these two. Yeah, I've been just really impressed with Stefan Olsen. I'm impressed with Stefan Houdet, but more so with Stefan Olsen, what he's accomplished so far in this tournament in the early rounds. So we'll continue to see how that plays out.
Good return there. If you could see that in slow motion again, or another replay there, but if you could see it, you'd see Stefan actually come up off his chair for a second. It was almost like slow motion where he was up off his chair, so didn't quite get to recover quick enough either.
Yep. Just too much. Just like that, Houdet goes from a chance to hold and keep and get a lead. It's Fernandez that stays on the gas and changes over at 4-3 in a setup.
You know, you've got a good saying. What do you say? If it ain't broken, don't fix it.
Yeah, you don't want to let Jimmy fix it.
You don't want to let Jim fix. Yeah, you don't want to let Jim fix it.
You're
It's
right.
a great saying, right?
Yeah.
But
No, if it ain't
Hude
broke.
really needs to, get with this now. He really needs to be positive and really step up at this point.
Yeah, we're going to see a pretty typical demeanor from him, obviously. We don't ever see much of a change one way or another as we get a great evening shot of the tennis center. Looks like a good bit of activity here and there. And you mentioned, I think, tomorrow there's 500 people coming in to participate in a tournament over on the clay court side.
Florida sectional. New screen you're seeing to the right. Where all the clay courts, the campus is divided, I say, by the middle of that tournament admin building where it said welcome players. The left side of that is all the hard courts. And the family zone, the Morris family zone that you can see immediately behind this court on the left. And then to the right are 32 hard true.
Well, it'll be good to have the 500 participants of the tournament milling around the campus. I'm sure maybe they know or maybe they don't that this tournament's going on, and I think that they'll be amazed to come by and do some spectating and watch the best players in the world compete for this end-of-year title, as it's Fernandez who continues to be relentless on his serve. Pours another one into the tee to take a 15-love lead here, serving at 4-3. That's where most players just come out of their chairs with that much of a commitment forward.
Wow.
Ooh,
Stefan was calling that ball out. He self-called it out.
But I don't think that's the call he's going to get. Yep. Umpire confirms. Not out. Stefan's shaking his head in disbelief.
I think he hit his head there.
He did. He's trying to shake it off.
He's getting a little frustrated. He knows, obviously he knows this puts him through or doesn't put him through. He and I talked a little bit too, and he said if I can beat Gustavo, then I think I'll be able to win on percentage of sets and games. So he knows how important this win is, and Gustavo's not letting up.
No, it's just not.
Even though he's through, he's not gonna.
It's not how he's wired.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he's wanting to place a stamp on this round-robin portion and let people know they don't want to mess with me. And at 40 love here in the service game with a chance to go up 5-3. Up until now, nobody has messed with him. And there's that look that we've come to recognize. Complete focus and determination.
Good return by Stefan there. Just keeping the pressure on because he knows, the best players in the world know it doesn't matter if you're a set 4-3, 40 love down, right? If you can just keep the pressure on, you never know what can change.
Yeah, that's not much of a deficit right there. At least in this set. He's down the first set, but in this one, very much alive. A couple points away from deuce and maybe having a chance to get it to 4-all, but a lot of work to do. There's 2 quick points for him, and just like that, the 40-love lead. Talked to Mackenzie Solden earlier today about how quickly the 40-love leads disappear sometimes when you think, oh, it's a lock. And here we are in another example of how quickly it goes from 40-love to 40-30, and maybe the pressure shifts over to Fernandez.
Wow.
That linesman's going to lose that battle.
Yeah. He tried to get out of the way,
Yeah,
too.
yeah,
I mean, he
yeah.
really did. I know that players appreciate when they try and get out of the way there, but Gustavo wasn't going to get that anyway.
I'm all right. Gives the umpire a nod.
He's really, Gustavo, I love the way that he's checking on him, saying, you okay? 'Cause he knows he got him there in some way.
Clipped him a little bit.
Yeah, somewhere.
So deuce, the 40-love lead, just like that, is gone.
Fought so hard to get it back there, and just Gustavo just doesn't stop, you know.
Relentless.
Yep. Could have easily 40-love up there and then got back to deuce, you know, frustrate some players and people.
Yep. Never even gave it a thought, I think. Just back to work.
Yeah.
A little low on the toss there.
Left-handed forehand, and he made it in. That was amazing. That was another Geronimo. I mean, that was amazing. That's old Geronimo. Yeah, unbelievable.
There's Fernandez with the fist pump.
Just amazing.
And 5 games to
Relentless.
3.
So life of the commentator for the whole week, 11 hours,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So I see you have a ton of food around, right?
I do. I'm trying to stay a little bit.
So are they your plums and cookies, or?
They are.
They are?
You know what? Cece was kind enough, Cece Bellis, who has been in a couple of times with us, baked some cookies that I've been sharing. I haven't been hoarding them, but the plums are mine, that's for sure.
That's nice.
And,
That's good.
I know that's much like the Brussels sprouts that Gustavo was eating. The plums are a little bit of an oddity for an American, but I like them. And they keep me on task.
That's great.
Thanks for asking.
Yeah, I just got to check on you, make sure you're okay.
I am.
Because I haven't been bringing you food, so I'm glad someone has.
Yeah, but you know what, Joe? I got to tell you, the key on day number 1, you brought me the blankets, which I was really happy to have.
And the hand warmers.
Yeah, and the hand warmers, right? But we're done with that. That's behind us now.
Correct.
And first point of this game is behind us, and Stefan Houdet serving to stay in the match. It's been quality tennis, but it's been just slightly on the side of Fernandez. Nothing really decisive, but really he has not stayed off the gas, and now the pressure is going to start to really mount on this service game for Houdet. Oh.
I mean, the strength that he's got to hit a clean winner from back there.
Mm-hmm. Out of sight, but not out of mind. Not out of the mind of Stefan Houdet, anyway. It's Gustavo. You know, and I like it that he doesn't get too high, doesn't get too low on the successes or the errors. I mean, he is a passionate player. He plays with some emotion, but it's mostly emotion in check. And again, he just kind of continues to have the work ethic that just keeps the relentless approach to the game. Good serve by Houdet there. Gustavo kind of reminding himself how he wants to approach that one the next time he gets it. Kind of sets that plan in his head and says, all right, if I see that one again, I'll know what to do.
Update from court number 2. Mr. Olsen was with the win there. I don't know what the final score was, but I see him off behind the court watching.
Comfortable, confident, quietly confident. 3-0 in match play here in the round robin. Very impressive performances by Stefan Olsson of Sweden. Former world #1 and two-time Wimbledon champion and a two-time NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters champion. So a guy that's had a long career of big wins. Paralympic gold medalist in doubles. So really great resume.
Catching Stefan a little bit jammed there.
Yeah, a little rushed.
Return.
Yeah, a little rushed.
Good return though.
Yeah,
You've talked about that. You've talked about that strategy a lot. You know, playing at your opponent.
If you can get it deep enough, yeah, and these guys are capable of doing that. And with their power, when that ball gets into them, it's just not enough response time. And even if it does get back, oftentimes it's just blocked short, and then these guys jump on it. There's the slice, just a little long.
Slice into the body hard.
Fernandez going to line up an inside-out backhand here. Oh.
Doesn't need to, that double fault.
No, he doesn't. And that double fault, you know.
Yeah.
Say it.
Fernandez, match point.
Mm-hmm. First one of the night.
The other thing that the 3-0 in round robin, obviously, it gives is just a huge amount of confidence going in. And it also gives them the 1 versus 2, so probably a little bit of a...
Theoretically.
Yeah, theoretically, but at this level,
it
doesn't, I know.
No, the top 4 that are going to come out of here.
It's the more confidence,
correct.
Honestly.
Yep, and
there
it is.
Game, set, and match, Fernandez.
He'll be singing Hakuna Matata here, as he is now the Lion King going out of this pool. It's Stefan Olsson.
How does that go, Paul?
How does that go? You don't want me singing that. Hakuna
know.
Matata. Yeah, it's the best I got.
Pretty good.
I mean, okay, but that's all.
He is like the Lion King.
He is the Lion King,
He is the
right?
Lion King.
He
Yeah,
is.
absolutely.
So that's
Fighting
the way he plays.
to the end.
Hear the lion roar. We're not done with coverage here as Gustavo Fernandez dispatches of Stefan Houdet 6-3, 6-3, and what was really a good level match, but just too much Gustavo in his relentless attack. So we're going to be coming up with some more match play on center court here. I believe we have what is going to be an incredible match between Shingo Cuneta and Gordon Reed, and that will be our last match of the night. So maybe we'll get out of here before 9 or 10 tonight. What do you think, Joe?
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to this match again.
And as we mentioned, there's Shingo Cuneta, #1 player in the world, versus former #1 and reigning Paralympic champion Gordon Reed, as they set to do battle, both having won 1 match in their round-robin format and lost 1. So this is pretty much winner goes forward, loser goes home. And so we'll be coming up with that match here shortly on center court, so stay with us for coverage. Welcome back to our coverage of the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. We're live at center court here. And what is certainly going to be another exciting men's round-robin match. The last match here on center court tonight. As coverage continues, we have a match getting ready to start on court 2. Another match going on a further court off, but this is the one we're focused on right now. It's Gordon Reed on the bottom of your screen from Great Britain against, right there, Shingo Kunita from Japan, the #1 player in the world. But, you know, both of these guys have suffered a loss here in the round-robin format, and so they're both coming into this match 1 win and 1 loss, and it's pretty much the one that comes out will advance, and the one that doesn't is going home. So a lot on the line, as Shingo's the #1 in the world, and Gordon's a former #1 and defending Paralympic gold medalist. So both of these guys, and it's Shingo who's won 2 Paralympic gold medals in his career. Gordon, the most recent at the 2016 Rio Olympics. It's Shingo in 2012 in London and 2008 in Beijing. As we continue to watch these two players warm up, we can give you a little preview of some of the action that we know is going to take place tomorrow on semifinal Saturday. The early matches, just a quick heads up for everybody, and of course this information will be available on the ITF website, probably on the USTA Wheelchair Tennis page, and all the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters pages that you've been following up until now. But in the quad division, it's going to be Dylan Alcott versus Lucas Sitoli in our 11 o'clock match, and it's going to be Andy Lapthorne and Koji Sugino of Japan in the 10 o'clock match. So the first match kicking off tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Time on court 2 will be Lapthorne versus Sugino, with a quick follow-on there on center court at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, Dylan Alcott and Lucas Sitoli. We do know that not before 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, it's going to be Stefan Olsen versus Joachim Gerard of Belgium in what will certainly be an outstanding men's semifinal. And then Gustavo Fernandez at 1 p.m. on center court will be taking on the winner of this match between Shingo Kunita and Gordon Reed, likely winner of this match to face Gustavo Fernandez in that semifinal match. 2 women that have booked their places into the semifinal are Dita de Groot of the Netherlands, the #1 seed and the #1 player in the world, and Julia Capocchi, who's making her first and debut performance here at the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters, and she is in as the #2 seed in the other group. And so we are waiting to find out some results of some matches that are ongoing right now to see who their opponents will be. So there's still a lot at stake here tonight as matches are being played on the grounds of the National Campus here in Lake Nona.
It's exciting when you you get down to Friday night, and the time is obviously 6:05, and we're still down to matches, right, that still count, that are still live, and I like that. That's exciting. It makes everything stay really exciting.
Yep, high intensity. Both of these guys, of course, look cool. As they say, cool is the other side of the pillow, and or cool as a cucumber. But they're high intensity players, but cool on the outside and cool on the exterior. Good look at Shingo Kunita, who had a just really outstanding match yesterday against Stefan Olsen, only to come up short in what was really one of the great performances of the tournament so far, and Stefan taking out the #1 player in the world.
Shingo, a little bit of it's a brace, right? Brace on his elbow.
Yeah, he plays with that oftentimes. Yeah, he's got the big one on the right elbow, or on the left, and then he's got a little bit of what we would normally kind of call a tennis elbow. Just to kind of give him a little support, probably. He had a little back issue in his match the other night, so I don't know if that's anything that's giving him continued problems, but he looks comfortable right now in the warm-up phase. Gordon looks strong and confident. These guys have certainly had their fair share of head-to-head matchups in their career, but it's Shingo Kunita who leads that head-to-head matchup, 19 wins to 7. But of late, these guys have met 4 times in this year alone: Australian Open, Cajun Classic, Japan Open, and Roland Garros. And it's Kunita with 3 of those wins out of the 4 this year. But it was Reed in the Japan Open taking the #1 player down in his home soil in 3 sets earlier in the year. So the 1 win this year to Gordon Reed in Japan on the home soil. Last year at this event, it was Reed in straight sets over Kunita. And again, long and great history between these 2 great players. Their competition dates back to 2012, so it's been a good 6 years on the tour for both of them that they've been competing against one another. So, long-time professional rivals. As you take a look at Kunita there, taking on some nutrition in an attempt to stay ahead of the game, and knowing that he's going to need a lot of energy tonight to defend against the attacks of Gordon Reed.
Can see as well that the well, actually I don't know whether the camera can pick this up, but Shingo's pretty good taped on the back, on his neck, on the left side of his neck.
Yeah, he had that the other night as well.
Yeah, he had it the other night. I know that he's been nursing that neck a little bit on the left side. I was wondering yesterday when I heard the trainer be called whether it was anything to do with that, but obviously not.
It appears that it's Gordon Reed to start things off here in our last match on center court tonight. The left-hander from Scotland. I'll do my best Sean Connery accent here. No, I'm not going to do that. Not going to do that. Can you do a good Scottish accent, you being a Brit?
No,
No?
I can't even do a good British accent anymore.
Oh, no, that's embarrassing, I think.
I know.
Is it? In a little bit?
Yeah, if I need to turn it on, I can.
You can. I know you can.
I'll just start pronouncing every letter.
Letter. We were going down the list of words the other night in the office with some of the ITF folks, you know, making sure that their schedules were right.
That's more of a South African thing too, though.
Oh, yeah?
Schedule.
Schedule.
But then he took a lot for that, so he just started saying autoplay. There you can see the tape really well from Shingo on the back of the neck.
Really good start to Reed on the service game.
Great pickup. Good hands, really flatten that ball out.
Yeah, and it was that forehand error that reminds me of the struggles that Gordon had in his opening round match. It was the forehand that was mostly letting him down, but we'll see if he's worked through some issues on that during some of his training sessions while he's been here, going through the competition. These players at this level oftentimes can just kind of get one good training session in the midst of a competition like this and get themselves fixed, as it were.
He's put a lot of time in, too. I've gone past his practice sessions quite a few times where when I came back, I thought he'd be done, and he wasn't. He was still in, then came out again and thought, oh, he's going to be done again, and wasn't. So he's definitely been putting in some good time while he's been here.
Forehand error by Kunita right there. Both players looking pretty comfortable. Gordy just kind of slices that ball back to himself there. Preparation for this serve and hopefully hold early on.
Reached a little bit for that. Needed one more push to get a little bit closer to that ball.
You know, that's one of the downsides of these guys that play with the offhand off the wheels on their forehand. Sometimes it comes off just a little bit too early as they attempt to get that extra rotation in on their forehands, and you'll see that a lot from the Brit. And you know, sometimes if it comes off just a little too early, now you're forced into that exact situation where you're reaching.
See where Shingo's setting up his starting position. It's really towards the middle. He's really egging Gordon to hit that serve out wide, slice out wide, and I'm surprised with him, you know, with Gordon obviously being the lefty and being able to slice just that ball so heavy to start that far over. But
well, it's where he starts, but he knows he's got to get some speed up, so he has to start that far over in order to allow himself to push aggressively and not be pushed out of the court too early. If he starts off a little bit more central, by the time he gets the speed up, he's going to be too far out. So it's a calculation. Again, having played this guy so many times, he's got that pretty well dialed in, I think.
see both were players in their UNIQLO gear.
What do we call that? A kit? A gear? What do we call that?
Kit, gear, kit, something like that.
Yeah.
Shirt,
Depends what language. Jersey, kit, gear.
Not jersey.
Not jersey.
That's an American football thing.
It is, but some plays still call it a jersey. Yeah, you're right. It's mostly American football and basketball. But you're right. Both UNIQLO-sponsored athletes.
Along with Mr. Roger Federer, the greatest of all time.
GOAT. That's one of the better forehands by Reed right there.
Oh, it's a wicked slice, too. Ooh. Great slice there, really just slicing and dicing. So I think I have a. Did I say challenger? We've already talked about this, but the slice here. See this point where Gordon he starts off the slices right here.
Yep.
Cuts. Big cut there, and Shingo just didn't quite get underneath.
No,
it.
Didn't get a good read on that one, and it checked up pretty tight.
I challenged myself to Federer, Shingo, and Reed already, right? Did I challenge myself to get that done? No? Am I dreaming it? By the look on your face, I'm dreaming it. Okay, fair enough.
I don't
Losing
know
my mind. It's okay.
I normally do. You're normally very articulate.
I thought you said that you. I remember saying, okay, the challenge is on. So my vision for 2019 U.S. Open, right?
To get
those guys. See, okay. I'm not losing my mind. You are.
No. You're right. Now I'm losing my memory, apparently.
Yeah.
And then when you get to this age, that's the first signs, right?
Yeah. So I might need some help with that, but
what are you looking at me for?
No, I'm not looking at you. I'm actually thinking more of Brian, but
okay.
with his list. But yeah, Shingo, Gordon, and Roger playing tennis. It's a pretty nice thought.
Throw Kei Nishikori in there.
Yep.
Maybe Shingo and Kei link up as countrymen, and it's Gordon and
it's the Asia
versus Europe.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice one. Maybe that's a way to sell that.
Game on.
There it is.
That's a good serve.
Boom. Yeah, it is.
Great serve out wide, both times pulling Gordon out wide.
We've seen Shingo typically just really cranking the spin, but that one pretty flat.
Yeah.
He merely kind of took a little bit of the kick out of that one and laid it out there pretty good, which I've always been always thought of him, as great as he is. That's a part of his game he could add, because he tends to just really go heavy on the spin, and I think players eventually get dialed into that, just like everything else. I think if he'd mix in a few more serves like that, I think that could only help him in continuing to be as great as he is. And it's Cunita with a quick 40-love lead on his service game, opening service game, Reed having already held. Just Taking a peek at Shingo's ball bag on the back of his chair there. Honda, the power of dreams. As he has also got a sponsorship through that great company.
Obviously the sponsor for this tournament, NEC.
I like the fact that the guys have at least worn different colors, right?
Yeah.
How would we have told them apart?
Yeah, I don't know. That would have been hard.
Here's a great shot of the NEC banner. Long-time supporter of the wheelchair tennis.
25 years.
Crazy, right? That's great, and what a wonderful partnership. So thank you very much to NEC for all that they've done to support this sport over the years.
Got we'll have some NEC execs here this weekend. I believe they were flying in today, so they'll be here this weekend. Be able to show them, our campus here, and
that ball's well out.
Show them the campus, see how they like it here and how they like the site, and then obviously all the other sponsors as well with UNIQLO, as we see on their clothing, and then the ITF and obviously USTA. So.
Bringing all the big dogs together.
Yeah. Had some local sponsors as well. Really, just trying to give the players a different experience where our hotel is. There's a couple of really nice restaurants, and some of the restaurants put in some money towards dinners for the players at night so they didn't have to eat here on campus all the time. So that was super nice. And the UNIQLO sign at the back and the blue around the side of the courts done by a local company as well, 407 Wraps and Signs. So we're appreciative of them and their thought process and help as well.
Awesome. What's the chances of a guy like me getting a hold of one of those deals for a restaurant?
Not very good.
Not very good? Okay.
No.
Well, I appreciate your honesty and candor. Not good at all. All right, back to coverage. Shut that one down quick. Out.
So we're talking about sponsored by IBMS to ABC Medical too. They have been a super amazing sponsor of wheelchair. Sorry, let's hear what's going on here.
We're getting a little question on that last call. And by my calculations, that ball looked cleanly in, but I don't have the best vantage point. But on the screen there, I don't know if we can get a replay of that last point, just to see how close that ball was.
That was they're questioning more the score.
15-all. Here's a replay of this big forehand by Shingo.
No, it's
and
good.
Back of the line.
They called it out, but then I think the question actually wasn't the line call. I think it was the score.
Right.
So that was what Gordon was saying. No, I lost the first one.
Gordy's got some good body language early tonight. He was a little flat on the first night of play here, and again, maybe it's the travel, maybe it's the conditions or whatever. But tonight he's got some good energy. Heard a good exclamation from him after his first opening round or opening service game. And just the first game of the match, he's already like, "Come on!" And so good to see him with some spirit and some energy tonight, because he knows what's at stake here in this match. So if he's got that and Shingo's got it, we're in for a good one.
That's a beautiful volley.
Yeah. I was
solid.
just thinking throughout the entirety of that point just how much these guys crank spin. I mean, just amazing amount of spin on the balls. They don't flatten too many out. I just control the shots with the spin and the locations, and then, of course, with their great mastery on the wheels. You can see right there, finished by Shingo. Cracking the tape with a little extra sauce. Gordon looked like he's very determined to keep that serve to the Shingo backhand on the deuce side there, even to the extent of missing that one pretty wide up the middle there, but it looks like that's a pattern that he's going to want to try to establish early on here, but now down a break opportunity.
Oh, he guessed the right way
He
there,
did.
too.
Yeah, he did.
Just couldn't quite get there.
But it's the break of serve
It is.
by Shingo Kunita, and as they go around for the first time to an official break, it's him leading 2-1.
Yeah, ABC Medical, sorry, I'll go back to that just because I think they're an important part of the sport, not only tennis, but any adaptive. This point here is just so good, the way that, you know, Shingo looks to turn really quickly, and he did not want to let that bounce twice, and
No way.
just missed it, right? There,
Yep,
on the
but
side.
did watch here, he just gets enough added depth
Yeah.
to be able to push forward aggressively. Now circles, cycles, sees
Back.
what he gets.
And then comes forwards
Yep,
again.
yep, on the wheels.
And he did not want that to double bounce there,
No.
2 bounce.
Away.
Yep.
So you were saying about ABC Medical. I know you want to finish that story, and you should, because they've been a great agency and a great company
It's not,
to
yeah,
work with.
not only just for wheelchair tennis, but they're a big supporter of wheelchair sports in general, and they've supported University of Alabama big time with all their adaptive programming. And you know, University of Alabama has the largest adaptive sports program in the country, and they've got their own buildings, and it's just pretty amazing. Mackenzie's from there. We've got a great tennis team there, where most of our young players go to play tennis.
Stays, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been to that facility just this past year, and it is remarkable. Their adaptive sports facility there, housed on the campus of University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and it is a remarkable facility.
So they like to be involved. It helped us this year. They actually helped a couple of players come out for the wheelchair collegiate national championships. Had to think about that for a second. They actually helped a couple players that couldn't afford to come out, pay for them, and then sponsored some of the event too. So
Right.
I love that they're here. They came out to the US Open, supported us there, brought people out for the day. So very, very exciting.
We were both, we both did a bad thing there, Joe. We talked about the University of Alabama, and what did we not do?
Say Roll Tide.
There it is. Yeah, you can't bring that up and not say Roll Tide when
Really?
you talk about. Yeah, you can't. You can't do it.
I wouldn't know.
You would know about that. I'm just letting you know that's the rules.
Kentucky.
Oh,
Go Cats.
go Cats. All right. Well, then if you're going to talk about the Cats, then
No.
talk about them. But when you talk about Alabama, you got to say Roll Tide. Went to one of their football games for the first time this year. It is an amazing experience there in Tuscaloosa. Their rabid fan base. Of course, without question, maybe one of the best American football programs. And 100,000 screaming Alabamans in that stadium.
Gordon missing big there.
Yeah, it's both players coming out with really good energy early, wanting to establish themselves. So far, it's Cuneta with the slight edge.
Right now, Shingo just being a little bit more aggressive and consistent at the same time. Going a few too many unforced errors just here and there.
And a chance to have a potentially easy service game here.
That's a great return.
Yeah, it is. And we talked a little bit earlier about the Reed forehand, but there was nothing wrong with that one. I'll tell you what, that's as good a swing as we've seen him put on the ball. Any of his matches. Real smooth.
Still another chance here for Caneda to hold and go up 3-1 in his first set.
Yep, fairly uncharacteristic double fault there. He'll go to the towel, reset. Very routine-based player, Shingo Caneda. See him having a little mini conversation with himself. Almost guarantee this one's in. Oh, that's outstanding. That is a nice slice from Reed, but an equally, or actually better, response from Caneda.
Caneda looks a little fresher today, a little bit more...
pep in his step?
I was going to say that.
You were?
That's what I was going to say, yeah.
Okay. Watch this exchange here.
Yeah.
Slice, pulls him out. Watch that. Look at that slice. And then here you go.
Yeah.
Just carves that thing over there.
Yeah, sees the opening, but then really knows that he's got to keep it super low to make sure that Gordon doesn't get a chance to get it.
Yeah, I think a lot of players in that position make the mistake of going for that far line in an attempt. It's just getting it on that path with the excessive spin, and it'll continue to travel off the court for you. But the key is getting it over, down, and then let the action on the ball work for you a little bit as it continues to travel. A lot of players will sail that one through the sideline.
Oh, they'll try and go too deep too. He wants that back.
Yeah, he jammed himself a little bit. Almost just pushed himself right into that one. Didn't give himself a chance for any extension at all.
Interesting. Behind us here, a little bit of an insight. Got Shingo's hitting partner, physio trainer. I'm not sure which it is, but got 2 bags of ice ready to take down on the court. Behind us here. And it's not hot out, so it's interesting. I don't think they're hot water bottles.
No, I don't think so either.
Right?
No, not likely. Reed with an early start to getting a hold here and keeping things close.
That's a good shot.
Yeah, both players swinging out pretty aggressively on that point. Right from the get-go with the serve from Reed to the response from Caneda. And kind of a slugfest back and forth until it's Shingo painting a line.
Gordon staying aggressive, though. I like that.
Yep, agreed. Two chances here to hold serve.
He's not liking that toss on that side. A couple of those go already. Again, he probably should have caught that one. That was not a good toss.
Probably knows it. See if he makes that adjustment. And there's that continued aggressive approach by Reed.
You know, one thing I noticed with Shingo is his speed in turning the chair. I mean, I don't know whether it's just I can hear his chair more than what I hear, but
yeah, you can hear the kind of the cutting sound of the wheels
that makes
it sharp,
yeah.
but it's not inefficient.
No,
it's just really hard and smooth.
Yep.
And it's just like sneakers on a gym floor.
Yep.
When basketball players are on there, you hear the squeaks around the tennis court. Oftentimes you hear the tennis players with the squeaky feet, and then for him it's the wheels, right?
Yeah, but he's so quick when he turns, and he seems like one of the fastest movers with that of turning. I remember seeing a couple YouTube videos of him training, and it was all about that turn. It was just like turns. And obviously everyone trains like that, but that was pretty amazing.
Yeah, he was fairly revolutionary in some of his approaches to training, which is kind of what vaulted him up to the top of the rankings for so many years, and is what kind of established him as really one of the greats to play the game of all time. But it was they've chronicled some of the things that he's done, unique training styles, dedication to repetition. As we get a good look at some of the folks in the stands supporting both of the players.
The guy in the orange is Gordon's coach. Guys standing up are from the British Tennis Foundation that do the sports performance for the wheelchair players. I just noticed as well that Shingo, when he comes down to his bench, has some notes written down.
Always has, yep.
Yeah.
Always see that with him on the changeovers. I'm a big fan of that approach. Help to keep the focus.
I wonder whether he does something new for every match, or is it a get?
Oh, cat and mouse.
What's going to be? Oh, there's that was that quick turn though.
Yeah,
again, he was so
there.
quick to turn. So I wonder whether that's new. There's a new notes based on his opponent, or whether that's more mental toughness stuff where he just is the same thing over and over.
Yeah, I think it could be maybe a combination of both. I mean, it's likely that it's what are some keys to success against Gordon? What are some, key indicators of how he's playing himself? Things to keep him on track. Just mindset stuff that he wants to have to rely on reminding himself of. But it would be a good tool for a lot of young players to start implementing in their games, is to have those notes on the changeover, because a lot of times you can just drift off and really have no great thoughts in your head at all. And when you don't want game plans to stay in place, it's important to remind yourself of what they were in the first place.
Any good, I'll say this first, and then I'll ask you your opinion of it or your thoughts behind it. I know that this was many, many years ago, so it was before I met some very detrimental people that probably now I would say that I'd have different books with me. That's a great return.
Yep.
But when I was playing, I actually had something that I called my tennis Bible. Just this return there, just taking it on the rise, getting it straight through the singles line, great shot. I called it my tennis Bible, and it wasn't actually a Bible, but it was by Anthony Robbins, and it was called Awaken the Giant Within. And there were just so many good points in there that were consistently highlighted more about, how you can change your thought process, and in an instant, it's your choice to change it. And, making yourself feel better, instead of speaking with this certain word, use this word. How are you today, Paul? I'm fine. I'm fantastic. It's just very different. I'm fine to fantastic. Same kind of meaning, a little bit stronger. Any books out there that you are just a huge fan of that, you think that players read or could read?
We here at our program, and you're certainly very aware of this, of course, having been instrumental in bringing in a sports performance expert in Alistair McCaw. But one of the books that he's written and we've used here with our athletes is Champion Minded, right?
Yeah.
And so it's kind of trying to help us build our culture here in the U.S. with our wheelchair tennis program. And so we've exposed most of our young players to that book and that program, and listening to Alistair's presentations. And I'm a big fan of Alistair, by the way. Believe in his product and all that he has invested in being a great sports performance expert. But so that's one. I know the Energy Bus is one that I've worked with the Florida Southern team that I help coach over in Lakeland, Florida. Is a great easy read. it's just got some, again, kind of to your point, some easy things that you can reference from the book. It's not anything overly deep or too, I don't know, too overly educated. It's a simple read, and it's a quick, easy read too, by the way. So I would encourage folks to go out and maybe invest a little bit in those.
Yeah, Alistair's been, I mean, obviously he's been instrumental for us, and that's where I was kind of going when I said that wish I'd had, that's a good return. Gives Gordon a breakpoint opportunity here to tie it at 3-all. Beautiful down the line.
Wow.
And that will, if he gets that, it'll take us into our favorite game of the set.
Not again.
No, I go, amazingly, every set has 2 of those. We have,
Yep.
I mean, every match will have at least 2, if not 3.
What are
right?
the chances? Pretty good,
100%,
actually.
right?
Yeah.
But yeah, Alistair, just listening to him and working with our athletes has been huge for that stuff. And that's where I kind of said, I didn't have those people around. I had the gym layers. That's a great shot. That's unbelievable touch from there.
Beautiful, beautiful.
But yeah, Alistair's book, again, here, look at his push there. I love that backhand as well. He's just being able to take his left hand off the wheel, and he's just, it's so classic. It's a classic. It looks like if you just cut the bottom half of him off on the video and look, you go, okay, that's like a beautiful classic backhand. It's stunning.
Interesting attack here.
Yeah, but,
almost kind of like a surprise attack. I think he caught Gordon off guard there. And wow.
I'm surprised a lot more people don't do this. I mean, he got lucky there with the net cord. I think otherwise he'd been in trouble there. But yeah, I'm not sure he realized that. Probably a little late coming in.
Yeah,
no, maybe not. I mean,
put that on Gordon's forehand.
Yeah. I'm surprised I don't see more people kind of doing that, kind of sneaking in to take the volleys, off, especially off a high one. I mean, and I know that's obviously really hard, those swing volleys, but we've seen players do it.
And from a potential break to a great hold by Shingo Kunita as he extends his first set lead to 4-2. And I'll go back to the books and the reads as it pops into my head. Certainly I'm a little more old school, but, oldie but goodie. Brad Gilbert winning ugly.
Oh my God!
Never gets old, right?
Never gets old.
If you can get a copy of that one, I would encourage it. Any young tennis players wanting to get some pointers on how to attack the game, and just put some simple game plans into your weaponry. Big fan of that one.
Winning Ugly was the book, actually, when we talked about, Andre Agassi, too. That's where that constrictor mentality came in.
Right.
And that's actually what Brad Gilbert talked about in that book. He actually said, that's where I got it from, was he tried in that first set. He didn't care whether he won or lost that first set. He was just going to work his opponent side to side to side to side. So when it came to the second set, it was... person was just couldn't handle it.
Yep, just wearing your opponent down until they just either physically or mentally break. As Kunita looking for the break here to go up 5-2, and it's Reed looking to hold on, keep this thing from getting out of control.
Up though.
Yep, it's a nice point right there. Shingo looking confident again. We're getting a good look at the
ice
stuff.
Bag right there that he got given, and the notebook right there as well. It looks like it's a little worn. That's a good sign.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, if you're putting it into practice on a regular basis, it should look that way. Oh, beautiful. And the fist pump. And now a chance for Kaneda to extend that lead to 5-2, which would really be a nice position for him to be in, and certainly something Gordon would like to avoid.
Great point.
Yeah, that's just a couple of tacticians on the court right there, and ultimately it's Cuneta that comes up as the superior one. That little rascal sitting there enjoying a little tennis on a Friday night.
Nice, some of the programming coming off the courts now and stopping by to take a peek. Said tomorrow will be a very different. I think he realizes on camera,
you think
maybe.
So?
I don't know. We could get him to try and talk. Not talk. Hey, he has a Star Wars jacket on. Look at that.
No way.
Yeah, he had a Star Wars jacket on. We need to go back to that shot.
I'll bet you can't even name 5 Star Wars characters.
Oh, maybe Luke Skywalker. What about that? Obi Kenobi.
Oh, 2
Han
lucky
Solo,
ones.
Chewbacca. Where are you going?
I guess I picked the wrong category there. I guess you're well-versed.
The lady with that USTA wheelchair tennis hat on is our ABC Medical sponsor. She's director of marketing for ABC Medical. I believe that is one of our NEC executives right there too. And I hate to say this, I know those two, but which is the little guy that he had the jacket on? What was his name? The kid that had the jacket.
I don't know who the kid is.
No, but the character of the Star Wars.
Oh, is that R2-D2?
R2-D2. That's exactly what I was meaning too.
Okay. That's a great shot right there, even for just a moment to watch from far away. But in close, it's Shingo Kunita, 5-2 serving in the first set with a chance to take a 1-set-to-love lead over Gordon Reed. How you like that?
That rhymed.
It did.
It's a good shot.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
He holds his shots for a long time.
When he does, very effective. You know, and I think sometimes he gets off them real quick in an attempt to generate all that spin.
If you see this here, he just when he gets pulled out wide, especially the wide ones there, he just holds it for that 1 second. And as you said, I'm taking words out of your mouth here, but when it works, it works. I know it sounds silly, right? But it's a chance you take. That's a great shot.
It is. Here we go.
He's going to roll that, and this is going down line.
Oh.
He needed to be a little bit more aggressive with that.
Yep,
he just thought he had it.
He thought that one in there, didn't he?
He did.
Look how beautifully that chair rolls. Oh, nice job by Gordon there to get to the 30 all.
Look at this work right here. Again, changing that grip a little bit too, just a tad, right? Push and then just turned it a little bit. He goes pretty semi-western with that grip. He's actually pretty extreme for that grip.
30 all. Yeah, you see both of these guys landing balls in the service box, which would typically be, kind of a problem. But with the amount of spin that they have, the ball just continues to extend deep into the court and through the baseline. So they can be high percentage by ripping that spin, but because it explodes off the court, it still kind of keeps them in a reasonably safe position.
Those half volleys too, we're seeing a lot of half volleys off the baseline, and half volleys, I shouldn't, I mean it's a half volley, but when they play that half volley, they've got to, everyone has to make sure they're really extending through the ball forwards. There's obviously no backswing, it's really short, but when you hit it, you can't just stop it. He kind of stopped that last one there. There was no extension after he hit the ball to push through.
It's now Gordon Reed with a break chance. First break chance there, and that game gone. Through some hard work by Shingo, and you see him kind of a sigh of relief there as he fights that one off. Kind of goes through his routine again. Takes his time, no rush. It's something I see a lot of players that they rush to get into that next point. And here he is getting some clear thoughts in his head, clear game plan, and then goes to work.
Update from court behind us. Bouse. See, I'm getting better at that, right? And Van Coot. 3 games all.
And another break point opportunity for Gordon Reed to stay alive in this first set. Down 5-2 to Shingo Kaneda. Oh, yeah. Get a little come on from Gordon there as he slaps that forehand winner down the line to get the break.
Beautiful right there. Moved in, took it so early, though. Gordon really didn't have a chance. I mean, Shingo didn't have a chance there to even recover after the serve.
Yeah, just lifted straight up, didn't go across and over to his other shoulder on that swing. Just stayed on it, up and through. But still in a hole here, 2 games down. Serving big crane flying through the campus right there. If you're not familiar, that's one of the native birds here in Florida. Just got a sighting of that. It's kind of like having a squirrel moment right there, Joe. I'm not going to lie. It's like, what is that? What is it, a pterodactyl flying through the campus? But they're big, majestic birds.
This could get interesting here if Gordon can hold.
Absolutely.
Oh, it dropped in.
Yeah, when they take off, on the monitor, when some of those shots take off, you think, oh, no way. And you just really can't get a sense. I mean, the ball's rotating so quickly that you can't get a sense of how much spin is on it that will pull that ball down and really well inside the line.
And if you think about it, tennis is really just a pure game of geometry. I mean, that was, Shingo knew the ball was below the height of the net, right? That he had to swing fast at it, but he knew he needed to take a little bit off because otherwise it wasn't going to drop. If he'd driven that too much, it would have pulled it deep. I hated geometry in school.
I've already commented on the broadcast how inept I am at math. But it's a game of math. It's a game of percentages, a game that can be statistically based and analyzed. Certainly analytics is something that's become very mainstream in the high levels of tennis these days on the Pro Tour, WTA, ATP, and certainly on the UNIQLO Wheelchair Tennis Tour. A lot of time is spent in the analytics of the game, analyzing players' tendencies, looking at statistical analysis to determine patterns and strengths and weaknesses. Really needs to be an integral part of every player's approach. Reads on that one.
Yep.
Yeah.
He didn't even really have to hold that. That was pretty obvious where he was going.
And Shingo knew he was in trouble.
Yep.
Yeah. Gordon read that one perfectly early and was literally sitting on that one. .30 Reed serving to keep this set still in play for him. Has a chance to make a nice comeback here. That's a bad time for that.
That's tough. You've just fought really hard to get yourself into a good position, and then just that double fault.
Mm-hmm. See if he can get right back to work with a nice first serve here. Get the confidence back up. Set point and a second serve look for Shingo Kunita right here.
Wow.
Oh, too much angle by Reed. The height of that drop shot was pretty amazing. And it was what ultimately gave Reed enough time to get to it.
That's great, though. Turns around there.
Watch him get on those wheels eventually here.
Yeah.
Reed's the drop shot. Go time.
There he goes. Just his hands right there are amazing.
Real
He's
soft,
still turning around, too.
Real quiet.
Yeah.
Harder you push, softer you need to be, the quieter you need to be with the racket.
You know, you could so translate that to the able body, because a lot of people, when they're coming in and they're playing, you know, run to that short ball. Oh, that's a good return.
Oh, yeah.
Gives Kaneda another set point. A lot of people come into a short ball running really, really hard and then try and do too much with it.
And just launch
oftentimes. And launch, and they try and swing at it. You don't need to, because you've got your whole force of your body running at the ball.
That's not geometry, that's physics.
I was going to say a minute ago, it's geometry and physics.
Okay.
That's it. Unbelievable.
There it is. There's a fist pump for the first set by Shingo Kunita.
Good quality again, first set from both players. Yeah, no, he's just telling the umpire that the ball went behind the scoreboards. So just the scoreboards back there are getting remounted here in the next couple of weeks. Got new scoreboards going up. Just weren't quite done in time, but...
And there's a big, there's a great look at the man himself, Stefan Olsson, half man, half Viking. And so we congratulate Stefan as he's advancing into the semifinals with his 3 wins in pool play. He's looking very comfortable here on a cool Florida night, but for a man from Sweden, ain't nothing.
He actually said that everyone said it was. There you go. He's actually can wave now at us as well.
Somebody let him know. Somebody let him know. They're talking about you.
I think he's watching and listening. I think so. He's on there. So he needs. Yeah, he is. Look, he's showing you the stream. Look at the camera and wave. Look at the camera. Look at the camera.
What camera?
He's not listening. The camera in front of you. The one that end. Look at that. Look at the camera that end and smile. No, in front of you. There you go.
It's not a trick question.
Good job, Stefan.
Hey, congratulations on moving forward into the semifinals tomorrow. You've really played some great tennis.
Why don't you come over here? Come over here and talk to us. I'll get to you in a second. How about you come over here and talk to us for a minute? Stefan, come over here and...
There's a delay, I think, that he's going to wait for on the
come over and talk to us for a second if you get a chance, okay? We'd love to hear about how your match is and how you feel. And there, maybe
message received.
Message received. Wow, that was a good one.
Yeah, it just takes a little time for us to talk and for it to get through the airwaves. Probably goes up to some satellite and then back down and over to him. You know, so there is a little bit.
I got
of
a good
delay
story about bananas today.
Bananas?
Yeah,
or
bananas. Well, okay. Yeah. See, the British comes out bananas, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So today, I had a request yesterday for yellow bananas, and I'm just being a little facetious, and it wasn't anything bad. Here we go. I'll tell my banana story in a minute. Am I getting to interview here? Wow, Mr. Walker's letting me interview you. We're quite proud that you're listening to us.
Yeah, it was quite funny actually. I was watching from the hotel room. I just took a shower and everything, and then I came up here and I actually just put on my phone just to watch Facebook or something. And all of a sudden you're starting talking about me, and it was a picture of me. I'm like, oh, that's nice.
And it was obviously we're a second delayed, so I was like, hey, look this way, look this way. You were really confused.
Yeah.
So we obviously didn't get to see your match today because we were doing this one. Tell us how it went today.
No, I was playing great. Again, today didn't do any mistakes. Nico didn't play his best tennis for sure, not. But I was solid. I did like I did the rest of the days. I really kept fighting, and I really played well. So I'm really happy. And now through to the semis, we will see tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be a totally different match against Joe. But I'm really looking forward to it.
Going in, obviously, with your round robin with no losses, out of round robin with no losses, obviously has to give you some confidence.
Definitely, yeah. The confidence is high, but the job is not done yet. So I mean, you have to do the job tomorrow as well. Otherwise, I'm not going to win. So it's all about the work tomorrow.
Absolutely. So this is your first time in Orlando, or you've been here before?
I've been to Disney World once, actually.
Oh, just once?
Yeah.
How old were you?
Actually, I think I was like 25 or something. So
you were 25 or 25 years ago?
No, 25. So it's not too long ago.
Not too long ago?
No, we had a road trip to Boca Raton where one of the tournaments were back then.
Okay.
So me and my buddy Anders Hard from Sweden, we just decided to go to Disney World for a day.
Fun.
Yeah.
Any time to go there afterwards this time?
Unfortunately not. My flight is already Sunday night to go back home to the family.
Okay, and obviously, I don't know when you talked to him the other day, but obviously this is our new home of American tennis. And you don't have to be nice and tell me if it's really good, but tell me just some initial thoughts about it.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Like from the details straight away. I've heard like all the signs are like, what did you call you?
I painted them, remember?
That's what he said.
I told you that I painted those on, right?
Painted them, sure. But everything is like totally great with that, and the whole facility. It's awesome to have these kind of many courts. I've never seen these many courts, and even with the small courts over there, that is fun for all the family. That's what I was thinking. Maybe if I'm in for next year, maybe I'll bring my family and I'll play with my little guy over there.
Little guy, yeah. And tomorrow you're gonna experience a different atmosphere here tomorrow. I mean, the campus has been built for massive events, yeah. Right? We've had super seniors here with like 1,600 people playing, but tomorrow all the clay courts will be filled with 500 people here. So I think it's a little different for you guys too, because you are playing this is a public facility, so anyone can come here and play. So I don't know, some of the surroundings, the kids' day, the noises and stuff. I mean, I've played and it never really bothered me, but
for me, I'm not that easily bothered. As long as I'm in my zone from the beginning, it's usually not a problem. So, the more people that's going to come and watch, the more fun it's going to be. So, try and see it that way instead of like being annoyed about the noise.
Yeah, well, there'll be 500 people here. I think they start their matches at 8 a.m.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cool.
So they'll be here tomorrow, and hopefully they'll come out and they'll be here the whole weekend too. So I'm excited for the different feel tomorrow, because you'll feel a different feel for sure.
Yeah, that's really fun. That's going to be cool.
Well, Stefan, thank you for coming over, and thanks for listening to us.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
You're doing a good job.
And we'll hopefully talk to you after your semi tomorrow, maybe, or Joe, whoever.
We will see.
I can't say hopefully you, because that sounds bad, but either you or Joe will come and see us again.
Yeah, that sounds good.
After your semi tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm hoping for me, but you never know. All right.
Thanks. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
My first interview. I feel quite proud, Paul Walker. Back.
Well, Joe, I'm going to tell you from a spectator's standpoint, you were wonderful, really good. Now it's just a simple conversation with the class act, Stefan Olsson, and he had some really nice things to say about the tournament and about this environment here. And I'll tell you, he had the right things to say in regards to things like crowd and maybe some of the noise and everything like that. As a true professional tennis player, and that kind of stuff is stuff that should not be in your head in regards to annoying you. It's stuff that you either embrace and say, hey, this is why we play the game. We play it in front of people or in silence if nobody else is around, but we play because we love it, and that kind of distraction is not going to be something that gets into a guy like Stefan Olsson's head.
Yeah, and as he said himself, right, when he's in his zone, when he's in the zone. And I think that when you're not in the zone, that's when you let everything else around you really interrupt your game, right? And it does. I mean, and as a tournament director too, I mean, I listen to all the players and I listen to the positives and the negatives, and I really try and see how I can improve the tournament. Whether it's the US Open wheelchair, or whether it's the tournament here, or whether it's a local adult tournament that we may be putting on. And you listen to the players, but a lot of times too, you have to understand where the players are coming from. And understand where they're at too, because if they've just lost, they may come at you and be really negative, and you just have to understand that and take it almost with a grain of salt. And you have to not take stuff personally either.
Right.
I mean, and just in life in general, you
I
can't
agree.
do that. So
But I keep coming back to the point with Stefan. Made this reference a couple of times. He's a father now. He's married. He's a father. His perspective on things is completely different than it was 10 years ago when he was playing the game, and he was a little younger and maybe a little bit more immature. And I don't mean that in any derogatory way towards Stefan, just meaning that when you're younger, you tend to be that way, right? And so now as he's a little bit older and a little bit more established in life, he sees things through a different lens, and I think with a much more mature outlook. And I think that is what is producing his best tennis. He's just really comfortable with who he is and where he's at in life, and very happy.
Yep.
And so here we are in the first game of the second set at deuce. Shingo Kuneda serving. Ever important first game, momentum-wise. It's Kuneda with the first chance here.
Again, that's that half volley ball on the rise, however you want to say it. More on the rise, I would guess, than a half volley moving in. But again, really kept his head down low, pushed his hand through the ball.
And I know you'll be glad, or whoever's here doing some work tomorrow will be happy to interview either Joe or Stefan. We're not playing favorites.
No, not at all.
We're wishing them both a really great match. They're both great players, great fine young men.
Yep.
And so it's going to be the guy who executes. Oh my. You know, when they take when Gordy takes a swing like that, and it looks so unorthodox, but you know, half of those at least or more go in, and you don't know what the outcome is going to be when it goes up like that. But
yeah, those balls are those balls are the ones where you just go, wow, you know, look at that push from
good Lord
Shingo there. To get to it is upper and
like,
pushing back
might
again.
Not be over.
Yeah,
and it is.
Yeah, and he knows that was a good fight too to get to that ball. Mm-hmm. The upper body strength, the way that he obviously leaned forwards a little bit just to get a little bit more speed with the chair. Definitely using that ice. I can hear the ice in there.
Gets a quick little nutritional supplement in there, and on his way he goes.
Going switching out the wristbands.
Even on a cool night, these guys are perspiring and working hard, of course.
It's not that cool. I say it's nice. It's actually feels really nice out tonight.
It's comfortable.
So, yeah,
and as I'm looking at the flags throughout the day, the breeze is still there a little bit, but certainly has died down. So it's pretty calm. I bet it's playing pretty true down there on the court.
really solid overhead.
MC Hammer time right there, Joe.
That's a good one here. I as I said, I like the way all these guys play.
Yeah.
But this one here, he knew he was gonna
He's like, please come over.
Yeah. Bang.
Look at that, able-bodied with the hand up, right?
Yep, of course.
Pointing it out.
Just slightly different on the follow-through. Obviously not coming across the right side of his body and finishing, kind of stopping in front. Definitely using probably a little bit more wrist action than the person that's standing up.
It's kind of like a volleyball spike right there.
Pulled up a little bit there.
Yeah, little errant return.
Yep. Haven't seen many of those. I mean, Shingo's played a really clean match so far.
Yep. But both players played well, but it has been Shingo who's been cleaner. If we looked at a stat line, I'm sure it's Gordon with a few more unforced errors. And so there's the difference as to why Shingo's up 1-0.
That's a great shot.
Look at that target.
That was amazing.
You know, following up again on something that Stefan said when you brought up the fact that he's 3-0 in pool play, and that you know, did that build some confidence for him, and he acknowledged that it did, of course. But then he quickly shifted gears. I mean, he made acknowledgement of his accomplishment so far in the tournament, but he quickly shifted to his focus, which is the work isn't done.
Yeah, of
and
course.
He's not here to just get out of pool play.
No.
He's here to win that thing, and pool play is to put yourself in a position to possibly win a tournament, right?
Yeah, of course.
And so he's got the right mentality about, hey, I got a tough semifinal match tomorrow against Joe Girard, which I'm going to have to play my best at to
Beautiful
win, and then maybe I'll have a chance to play for the finals.
Yep.
So I really, again, a lot of respect for his approach and mature outlook on how to attack this tournament.
Two great points there. Really aggressively. Another one. That's 3. I mean, high percentage play right there, but very, very aggressive.
And lethal, right?
Yeah.
I mean, just, you know, not out of control, not anything outrageous, just relentlessly good tennis.
Yep. He'd love to go up here, a break in the second set. Yeah.
Yeah, he's feeling it right there, and
Yes.
that run of points, you can tell, talking about zone, he was in it there for that little sequence.
He certainly was.
Going over for a change of rackets.
For the new balls.
Yep. And
A lot of players do that. Go with the new racket for the new balls. String's probably a little tighter.
ball's a little more lively, so tighten up a little tighter on the strings.
Yep.
Keep that balance of control and power.
Exactly.
A really big game for Gordon right here. I think almost desperately he's going to need this break. A 3-game lead could be almost insurmountable the way Shingo's playing right now. Great big world picture right there of this tennis facility and this match here at center court. As it's Gordon Reed with the first point of this third game of the second set. Good shot there of Gordon holding the racket in his fingers, which we talk a lot about when we go to some of our camps and teach some of the recreational players and maybe some players who are pushing with a racket for the first time. And a lot of times they want to grip that racket in their palm and expose their fingers and use the fingers for pushing, but the fingers are really inefficient pushers. So it's hold the racket in the fingers and expose that bigger part of the hand, and combination of that and the racket on the wheel is what we use to propel on the racket hand.
Hits that inside out so well.
He's just gonna pin him over there for a while. Gordy on the attack are looking for it.
Oh, it's in.
Angle.
Wow. Wow.
Yep.
That's a great point. Great angle.
Yeah, a lot of great stuff going on at that point. A lot of interesting things. Shingo on the attack. Gordon looking to get back on the counterattack. Ultimately, it's an angled winner by Gordon Reed.
This one here is really good defensive shot right there. Then that's the one where he's pulled way off the court. Just use his hands.
Look how soft he was with that.
Nicely rolled over.
You know, not overhit. Knowing that it's going to be the angle that wins the point, not the power.
Great shot.
Textbook right-handed swing out wide serve. Ball left in the middle of the court. You know, no rush, no impatience there. Just got to it. Puts it in the corner for the winner.
Ooh, just misses it. Shingo just plays at a higher percentage. We talked a little bit about that with Houdet in his last match, right? And said that he plays really high percentage. Shingo's just got a little bit more on his shots than Stefan, but still plays very, very high percentage, with Gordon playing a little lower percentage.
Yep, yeah, and that's and it's just that subtle difference there in a match like this against these two highly skilled players. It's going to create the difference, and it's the guy that can execute on the really the simpler game plan, which is what Shingo's operating on, and forcing Gordon into playing that, as you mentioned, lower percentage tennis that's riskier, and so live and die by that approach. But with the double fault, it's Gordon Reed giving. It's Shingo giving Gordon Reed a little look here at an opportunity to get back in this set. Shingo taking his time. Gordon knowing that this is an important point. There's
great shot. There's that forehand again. He just took enough off.
Yep.
To let the ball drop.
Yeah, but there's that boatload of spin on that thing that just pulls it down. Just gravity working and spin. But they got into a heck of a slice fest there between the two of them. Both of them executing those shots beautifully. It's back to deuce.
It's a great shot.
Even Gordon on the wheels knows no way he's getting to that one. That's having a real sense of your quadrants, as I would call it, on the court. Knowing, I'll just utilize all the court, drop a ball into this quadrant, and real simple execution for a guy of Shingo's skill.
Great disguise too, because there was no way Gordon was going to tell whether that was going to be short as a drop shot or a deep slice. But Gordon knows how important this game is too.
Yeah, and speaking of quadrants, it's a great shot to that deep quadrant there by Gordon that gets it back to deuce and keeps him alive.
he lined it up. And Shingo knows that. Look, he was like, ooh, that was if that gone over. I think that, yeah.
You know, but that's back to that risk reward. You know, that's
percentage, high percentage.
You know, that's going to be a winner, and he's going to stroll over to the ad side up if that goes in. No question about it. Nothing Shingo can do about it if he hits that shot. But man, there's a lot of factors that go into that one going in. Number one being the net. Gordon missed that one actually pretty bad.
Just really rolled that quick instead of pushing it out. Kind of got it behind him a little bit.
Deuce number 3 here, I think.
Gordon desperately needs this game. He does not want to go down 3-0.
No, not the way Shingo's playing tonight. No, he knows that would be a really huge deficit that would be probably very difficult to get out from under. Shingo's consistently been pumping that serve out to the forehand. He goes a little bit backhand here. Oh yeah. There's again one of the better forehand strokes by Gordon Reed into the corner for the winner and the break.
He needed that too. That was a good return as well, really. Wow.
Kind of off a half volley, second bounce half volley right there. Great acceleration through that ball.
Gordon asking for that banana?
Yep.
Oh, I was going to tell you my banana story. I forgot about that. Banana story, sorry.
All right.
So, yeah, yesterday we got asked for bananas. So, and apparently they, we'd had them for a little while, so they'd gone a little brown. So I think the umpire, it wasn't a player, actually asked for yellow bananas. Okay, so this morning, didn't have any. I tried to use a marker. Yeah. Seriously.
Tried to highlighter to highlight the brown out?
Yeah, I tried to, but it didn't work last night. When you're tired and you've been here for 15-hour days, you do some crazy things.
Clearly.
So this morning, I stopped at the grocery store early this morning.
Good energy by Gordon there.
Yeah, really good. Stopped at the store at 7 a.m. this morning and got a case of bananas for the players. And I wrote notes on all the peels, the skins of the bananas. And I actually saw one of the players taking a picture of it this morning when she had it, and I said, "Oh, what does your banana say?" And she said, "It says have a great day." And I was like, "Oh, that's really nice." I didn't tell her. Yep. Some of the others I said yellow banana, and then on one of them I put yellowish banana. But yeah, you got to have a little fun while you're here.
I think you do, Joe. I think you do.
Have a great day and smile. And
surprisingly enough, honestly, it sounds silly, but it is simple, and little things like that sometimes that can make a difference in somebody's day. It sounds kind of corny or whatever you want to call it, but you're right. Maybe that person needed to see that on the banana today.
Yeah.
Maybe they needed to see have a great day just to get them off to a good start. So good on you there, tournament director.
So. That's a great shot.
Wow. And yeah, one of the flatter ones. Yeah. One of the flatter forehands we've seen Shingo hit in the course of this match. Lets that ball travel into him there a little bit. Gordon hit a good ball. That's just
a good shot.
Yep, yep.
Didn't move real great there.
No.
Good return. Good return, but
yeah, deep with a lot of action on it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Gotta keep. I mean, right now with Reed, being down 2-1 as well, he's always going to be playing. He's playing from behind, obviously, right? So every game is so important because he just doesn't want to be down that 3-1 every time, 2 games. It's kind of harder to come back. There's that cut again.
Out.
First one was great slice.
Yep.
That slice again, that's that slice where you find a lot of the wheelchair players cut it a lot more as well, and it's got a lot more movement from left to right on it, or right to left, depending if you're lefty or righty, as opposed to a little bit more straighter if you're not playing in a chair. But I love seeing that.
Yep. And very effective. We've seen a number of players using that very effectively.
Yep. That's a good shot.
No give up.
No.
Oh, Gordy. That's
where I'm meaning hold it, and there's no need to hold it there. He should have stayed really aggressive.
And snap that thing off.
He just should have taken it early and stayed aggressive. He didn't need to hold it at that point. When you get those, you see a lot as well. Whatever you're coaching, and someone has a short ball, and they just have to. You should pick your spot and just go play it. And I think he just again changed his mind. Well, maybe he didn't change his mind. He knew where he was going, but he tried to be a little too smart with it instead of needing to.
Yeah, and that's back to your point about how do you hit a winner? And that was going to be. Just hit that ball to that location, and the chances are it's going to be a winner.
Yeah, exactly.
And at a minimum, it might be forced error, and then the worst case scenario is just comes back, but probably not strong. And so there's really a bunch of scenarios that all are in your favor there if you just kind of really go aggressively into a decent location there.
Are you going to use that question with some of your players?
I am now.
How do you hit a winner?
How do you hit a winner?
Oh, well, you hit a winner by getting a short ball, and no, you don't. Well, yeah, you do, but.
But it's a good early reply by Gordon there with a return to serve winner. But 3-1 Shingo Kunita, 1 set to love in his favor.
Comes Gordon. Oh, Gordon. There's that. He did the right thing. I love that. Like snuck in. It's just missing those balls that just shouldn't really. He does that 99% of the time. Makes those balls.
And he knows with each one of those missed opportunities that, he just continues to allow Shingo to stay confident, stay loose. Yep. Really probably enables him to stay aggressive by virtue of the free points.
Got a good view there of Shingo's team.
Oh.
Wow. Yeah.
Tried to put it right on his back.
Cat and mouse right here. Oh,
that's a miss hit winner.
Yeah.
All that point, and then it ends like that. Gordon's like, yeah, he's pointing to the sideline thinking that one was out. That was a great point, though. Yeah, so he tries to put that one right on his back.
Yeah. They're playing an interesting game of cat or mouse there.
But that is, you can hear that on the replay.
Yeah. And, you talk about people sometimes, they say, oh, got lucky there. Right? And say, oh, it was luck. But, you create your own luck.
Yeah.
I'm a firm believer in creating your own luck. And, yeah.
When you're as technically efficient and proficient as Shingo is, it's mishits that are going to be forgiving versus mishits that are going to be unforgiving.
Correct. That's a great slice. And great cat, though.
Had him reaching there.
Yeah.
Oh!
That was out. That looked about as out as the other ball was.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Maybe that's the makeup call.
No, that was definitely.
Yeah. Oh, it's pretty clear cut.
Yep.
And I think Shingo would like to have that one back. He had a really good look at that. Gordy was in a tough spot. But 30 love, still up 3-1 and in control. Looking to extend that control.
Just constant pressure, though. Shingo's putting on Gordon.
I've always thought Shingo has a look on his face. All the matches I've watched him play, like he knows something that everybody else doesn't know. Yeah, I mean, it's just a certain look he always has, and obviously, being as great a player as he is, maybe he does, right?
Yeah, maybe he does.
But to me, it's just always kind of that. Yeah.
Love the way Gordon's trying to pump himself up here, though. Missed a couple easy balls that could have really gone bad for him, but he's sticking to his game. He's sticking to it.
Yeah, he knows he's not out of this thing. He knows he's right there. I mean, it's so close. It's tight. We've had a number of these deuce games that just mostly have gone Shingo's way, and if he can just kind of flip that around to his favor, he can kind of turn the tide a little bit, but he's got to do it sometime soon here.
It's a good shot. Great shot.
That forehand has been as good a forehand as we've seen from Gordon all tournament, and he's hit that shot right there a number of times to that exact target.
Yep.
And so that's no fluke. That's a ball that he's very comfortable with right now from that same location.
Yep. But again, still really high percentage.
Mm-hmm. Advantage read. Big serve by Shingo there. Yeah, really went after that one. Pretty aggressive there up the tee. It's Gordy now that wants to take a little time and maybe let Shingo cool off for a second. Shingo ready to go to work.
Yeah, I like it. I like it that Gordon just did that though, making Shingo wait, because it's been the other way around. So I like that.
Yeah, that's controlling the tempo. It's important for young players to know there's ways to do that without being, showing it off or to being unsportsmanlike. It's just within the confines of the game. Keep the tempo moving or slow it down a little bit.
Disguises it so well that's an unbelievable get. He's going to get it, and
he's there.
And he's going to be here too. Wow.
And the point starts over.
Yeah.
Oh, let's do it on that side, he says. Good
wow.
Lord. That's a display right there. I mean, that's just. You know what that is, Joe? Shingo Kaneda.
It is. That was if you just watch here,
look at that.
This right here, just resetting that point right there, and then saying, "Oh, let's see if you can get to this one." Yeah. Right, and he knows it. It was big. That was a big game right there.
It was.
You talked a few seconds ago about the time in between points at the U.S. Open. We've done some rule innovations, not only for the wheelchair players, but also for the quality tournaments, and that one of the rules they implemented was the time in between points. They had a countdown clock, and it was interesting because we talked a lot before the tournament about the countdown clock for the wheelchair players, and how much time they would need and how much time, and a lot of it obviously is based on TV, right? So not having too much dead time for just for anything, just really interactive with tennis and making it really fun, and there's no downtime. And it was interesting because we gave a little bit of extra time for the quads, obviously because they need to tape, and there was some people that said no, I think they need more time, and we didn't. We stuck with it, and we had no issues with timing either. It was very interesting. But that's one of the things as well. US Open plays pretty fast, and the players usually play when they're ready and play at a good speed. There's not many people out there that do it purposefully. Nadal is just so OCD about all his rituals, right? That's what takes him longer. Same as Sharapova. It's just what they've been taught about their rituals about taking time. But I was pretty impressed with how it worked out this year at the Open.
You're telling me that somebody taught Rafael Nadal to dig into his shorts before every point? He was taught that?
I don't know that part.
Okay. Well, that's the one that sticks out to me.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course. But the one to me is fixing the hair and bouncing the ball X number of times. And, Djokovic does that.
He cleaned that up a little bit. He was bad for a while. But
exactly.
He did fix that a little bit.
But it's whatever rituals they want, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's going on there?
Gordon Reed serving in a pretty big hole here. Down a set in 4-1.
That's a great angle.
It's a relentless attack by Shingo Kaneda that's put him there.
Wow. Wow. How did he hit a forehand there?
That is poetry right there.
Yeah.
That is, I don't know what to say about that.
That's great.
Watch this.
I love it. Just see on this as well when he comes in and then he gets lobbed.
Right.
That amazes me. He's just pushing, and I cannot believe he got around that to hit a forehand. Again, though, really high percentage forehand.
The chair control, the speed control, getting the speed up and then allowing his body to maneuver the chair around that only through training. And again, I say that time and time again. That's something he's trained on. He's got somebody throwing a ball up. He's in at the tee, and he's getting out and he's circling around to understand exactly how he wants to play that shot.
Yep.
He never looks like he's straining when he's pushing the chair. I mean, it's hard and he's working and he's pushing, but it doesn't ever look like he's fighting the chair or muscling it. It's just fluid.
Wow, that's a great shot.
You can tell he's into this match tonight.
He is.
Yeah, really from the get-go.
He's in the groove too. I mean, if this match holds true to the way it's going, he and Gustavo tomorrow, I'm excited for that one.
I agree. I mean, really, the matchups across the board are looking great.
Yeah, and then Stefan and Joe too.
Yep.
It's going to be two really, really good matches. Now he's looking really relaxed.
Yeah, tough situation now for Gordon Reed as he drops the serve to drop a set down in 5-1. I don't know if you'll see the dejection on his face as he realizes what he's up against right now.
Still got two. No, maybe. I know we've got one match going on here, still on court number 2, the ladies. Bausen de Groot.
And it's Gordy with a return to serve winner and a little come on. I mean, he's not looking to be done. I mean, he's played good tennis tonight. It's just Shingo has played great tennis, I think.
There's that drop shot again. He's going to get it, though.
Yep, he's there. And
wow. Again, that drop shot's worked so well for Shingo today. I mean, he's not only taking it down, he's not only taking it cross court, but he's taking it down the line too. Just really, it's been a good choice for him today.
And he's been so well positioned to follow it up on the times that Gordon has been able to track it down. Not relying on the shot itself to win just setting things up, saying, all right, I'll be waiting for it when it comes back.
Wow. That last backhand. Wow.
There you go.
That's a good point. Great point.
Yep. And
That
again,
that one backhand from Shingo again, way behind his back. Beautiful. This one. No. Next.
No.
This very next backhand right here. No. Next one. Sorry.
it's coming.
No, miss. I think it was the one before that. Close though. But I mean, those backhands are just outside the court, way, way back.
He was the guy that really transformed the game with that shot. And then it's going out of the court, reversing heavy out. I'm not talking just slightly. I'm talking deep and out. And instead of throwing up defensive or neutral, he was able to change the game by going almost into offensive modes with the shots that he was hitting from back there. And it was about, I don't know, probably close to about a decade ago that he came onto the scene with that kind of game, and it really changed things. And it's why he dominated for so many years. And it's just been one of his trademark shots. And so, but it's with Gordon, a couple opportunities to break here. But that is something that Shingo Kaneda is really well known for.
Gordon staying aggressive in this last game there, but in this game, sorry, shouldn't say this last game. This game here.
And these are the
paid
kind
off,
of
but made that mistake again. As you said, that's the payoff, right?
Yeah, and that's just been the difference. That's been why Shingo has separated himself here tonight. Oh, catches tape. Game read. Good job for Gordon there.
Yeah, hanging in here.
Yep, yeah. Right from the start, I give him credit with his first point in that game, even down 5-1. He gets one winner, and you can hear his come on.
Update on court number 2, a set and 3-1 to Van Koot against Baus.
And there it is. Pretty as a picture.
And from court, there you go, 6-4, 3-1. And
a quick little shot there of Marjolein Baus serving to Aniek van Koot. Both girls from the Netherlands. Wasn't it those two that teamed up to win the UNIQLO Doubles Masters?
Yes, they did 2 weeks ago. Good friends,
coming out of pool play on the downside of things, having to fight their way back out.
Yeah. I know that Aniek talked to the kiddos about that today too, saying that she's got to play one of her, best friends in this match. And then down on court number 4, Yui Kimiji with a win over Montjane. Montjane. Yui Kimiji wins that one.
So it's Yui that comes out as well, 3-0 in her pool. So as the 2018 calendar gets ready to close out, it continues to be world number 1 Dita de Groot and world number 2 Yui Kimiji separate themselves from the pack. The rest are kind of just trying to hang in there, but it's those two that remain at 1 and 2. Class of the field.
Yeah. Reed looks to hold.
And those are the misses that Gordon's had today, that just too many of those unforced errors there, where Shingo has just been relentless and not let him off the hook with easy misses like that.
How much would Shingo like to close this out right here as opposed to have to serve for it?
Yeah, just energy, right? Just energy conservation. Willing to put forth a little on the line.
It's a great shot.
Yeah. He's had a couple of streaks here in this set alone. He had the one earlier that was just crazy good.
Just really focusing on his breathing here, stretching, keeping his shoulders, pulled back a little bit.
I think he's very cognizant of mini momentums, and that, like, right there. All right, so Gordon gave me a freebie, but I'm going to work hard now just to not let him get back to 15 all. That 3-point psychological, 30-love lead psychological edge is what's going to keep the pressure on Gordon, and I think he believes greatly in stringing points together. It's 3 match points for Shingo Kunita. Just like that.
Winner.
He's like having a conversation with himself.
I was going to say, I said, I'm not sure what that was when he hit the ball, when he grunted there, but I think he said, I'm going to hit a winner and I just made it through to semis.
Sounds a lot like that.
Is that what he
to
said?
me. Yeah, yeah. It's a loose translation.
Right?
Yeah,
He's
I
like,
agree.
come on, I'm going to make that.
Yeah.
That's a great match from Shingo.
That was a determined man tonight.
He was.
And that's no knock on Gordon Reed because I'll tell you what, he played some good tennis, but it was Shingo who played great tennis tonight and, you know, secured his position in the semifinals. You see that smile and proud of himself for the accomplishment that he had tonight.
Yeah, very proud of himself. Good match from Shingo. There's my little buddy with the R2-D2 shirt on. That's what I was looking for there.
Cute little dude right there.
Yeah, very much so. Putting those rackets away, probably get some more restrung tonight, I would say, or tomorrow morning.
What do they call that? The stringing bar here at the tennis?
The racket bar.
The racket bar,
the
right?
Racket bar. Yeah, kind of cool play right there. There's that notebook. Oh, oh wow, look at that. Notes pulled out right there. That's some good stuff right there and there.
Good lessons.
Yeah,
Just,
very good lessons.
Now
there.
getting right on the recovery, bringing out probably some recovery tools that he uses, nutrition-wise.
Yeah, this
Immediately
definitely
get into
be,
that.
Yeah, the recovery. Gordon, tough. I mean, you know, I feel sorry for him because he, you know.
It looks a little lopsided on the scoreboard,
Yeah.
but it is not indicative of how competitive the match was and how well Gordy played. He might say otherwise, but really, you have to give all credit to Shingo for pressing the action from the starting gun.
Absolutely. Love the way the players these players have come prepared too. Came prepared with all the, you know, all the meal prep stuff, all the during stuff. You know, obviously his trainer there put the ice down for him, but sign of a true professional when you come with everything you need. You know, we talked about the beef jerkies last night.
yeah.
Right? And now all the different recovery, you know, they want to get the recovery drinks in them as quick as they can so they stay hydrated, you know, for tonight. Gordon, good, you know, tough match, but again, playing someone that's just got so much experience as well.
See him loading up waters into the take-home kit right there.
Yeah.
And again, this is science that we're talking about here, and these guys know the importance of how quickly you get that into your system, how quickly you begin the recovery.
Yeah, match point right here, and this forehand line. That's the one where he willed that in.
Yeah, pretty
and
much.
And he knew it when he hit it too. I want to know what he said.
Well, he was confident all night.
Yep.
With those shots.
His team, his wife there, I believe, in the middle. Those bananas, they don't. Oh, does it say "Have a great day"? No, I don't think so. I don't think I got down to the bottom of that box.
It says "Arigato," and that's us thanking him for, you know, some really spectacular tennis.
I know we got different people here, obviously NEC, and I think we've got some, you know, different broadcasts picking this up, so it's exciting. He's talking about, I'd love to know what they're talking about right now.
He looks very happy, very animated, excited.
It's funny to see him pushing around because he does use his feet to push around a little bit, you know. They're kind of just there, and as soon as he gets out of his tennis chair, he uses his regular chair and his foot's pushing him along.
Always laid back in his chair.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's getting after that banana. He's like, I want it in me. I want it.
Yeah. No, but that's a huge part of, obviously, the recovery as we talk about, you know, as well. So very important to get that in.
Yeah, these guys are literally, they're machines that need to be fed the fuel.
And recap for tomorrow, Paul. Mr. Shingo Kunita against Gustavo Fernandez. What are we going to expect there?
Geez Louise, we're gonna expect physicality from Gustavo, as we've seen throughout this tournament so far, and we're gonna expect fluidity from Shingo Kunita, but we're gonna really expect great tennis. I mean, that's the only thing I can expect tomorrow between those two.
And then Mr. Olsen and Mr. Gerard.
Yeah, I mean it's been the slice backhand of Stefan Olsson. I mean we talk so much about the topspin that everybody hits on tour, but honestly, to me the shot of the tournament so far has been the utilization of Stefan Olsson's dynamic slice backhand and how he is setting up points with that relentless attack off the backhand slice, and we'll see how Joe matches up with that tomorrow. But to me, so far that's been the shot of the tournament.
And then obviously we're going to start off tomorrow morning with the quad semifinal with Lapthorn and Sugino.
You know, Sugino is kind of the dark horse here in this quad draw. I mean, he's come through into the semifinals, his first ever NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters, and he's really performed well. He pushed Dylan Alcott around a little bit, straight set loss, but it was 7-5, 6-4 in their round-robin match, and so I think that's a pretty impressive performance. Andy Lapthorn has kind of had some up-and-down matches here at the tournament, having had a great match against David Wagner, but then slipping a little bit today against Lucas Satoli. And you know, sometimes you don't know what to expect. So with Andy, it's what his level of focus is going to be tomorrow. But it's going to be lefty versus lefty in that match, and it's going to be lefty. Yeah, we got 3 left-handers in the quad draw. Yeah. You know, got Lucas, Andy, and Koji all left-handers. But I've been impressed with Koji and his forehand and his slice serve and how well he utilizes that as a weapon. So yeah, I think it's just going to be good tennis from start to finish tomorrow, Joe.
And then we go 11 o'clock with the other quad semi with Satoli and Alcott. What's that?
You know, I'm going to have to give Dylan a pretty significant edge there. I think he's got the significant head-to-head advantage over Lucas, and that hasn't meant much in this tournament so far, but I think Dylan, when he's on his game, is the toughest guy to beat in the tournament. He's just got so many weapons at his disposal. He moves the chair so well. But it was Lucas who was comfortable today against Andy and hitting really well and clean. But it's just how long he can sustain that. And I think Dylan will ride out some of those waves that Lucas has sometimes when he's on fire. But it's tough to sustain at that level against a guy who can cover the court like Dylan Alcott.
And then a quick recap for the women. So we've got De Groot playing the winner, I believe, of this match still down here. Okay. Van Koot and Baus, I believe. Yep, an all-Dutch semi. So I could be wrong with that because I don't have the draw in front of me, but I'm pretty sure that's the case tomorrow. So, again, another, you know, De Groot's just, I mean, she's playing really well right now. She's definitely, I think, a favorite. Her backhand just being super aggressive, you know, and she seems really relaxed here as well.
Well, it's going to be Camigi versus Capocchi.
Yep.
And it's going to be the winner of the Van Koot and Baus match against De Groot.
So then we've got Camigi and Capocchi, and Camigi's obviously the backboard that we talked about, and Capocchi's kind of the little bit of a surprise from here, right? Her first singles masters, and being super aggressive and coming in. I actually like her game. She has a really good all-around game.
Yeah, the only thing, and I saw her out after her match tonight. I mean, she struggled mightily in that match against Lucy Shuker with her serve. Yep. And I saw her out practicing afterwards, so I'm sure her and her coach spent some time on that. But that has been the minor glitch in her so far, and if she gets into that tomorrow against Yui Camigi, it's going to be a problem.
Okay, so I think we're done for the night. Mr. Walker, congratulations for another great day. Thanks for letting me join you.
Oh, great having you.
We will be back at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time and 3 p.m. Greenwich Time.
There it is.
And good night to everyone from the USTA National Campus here in Lake Nona, Florida.